The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's way too close to call at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. The co-leaders both drew their games to remain deadlocked at the top of the standings with only one round remaining. But it's far from a two-horse race with a crowd of chasers ready to leave it all on the boards to force a tiebreak. Can a frontrunner rise to the moment and claim the title outright, or is an epic playoff a foregone conclusion? Day 9 of action-packed chess, coming up next!
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final round of the Sinquefield Cup. Here we are next to the official hotel in the Chase Park Plaza where all the players are staying. Today we are going to find out who will punch the tickets to the Brazil final tournament of Grand Chess Tour. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
It is the championship round of the Sinquefield Cup. There is a tie for first as well as a fight for the GCT finals. Everything is to be decided. An exciting finals from St. Louis starting right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of the Sinquefield Cup. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter, it's such a great pleasure to be with you both. But it's over. It's over.
Not over yet.
Not over yet.
We still have a very exciting day in front of us.
Alrighty then. Hello everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. It is the championship round. My goodness, I can't believe it went by so fast. We appear to be playoff bound in the Sinquefield Cup, but can one of our tournament leaders break the tie? Well, first of all, standings. Nasi, do the honors.
Let's have a look. Yasser, after 8 rounds, we have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano, Caruana and Praggnanandhaa. 2 players half point behind them, Levon, Aronian and Wesley So.
Tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
It's been a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. Players are not allowed to offer any draws and a traditional scoring system with 1 point for a win.
I'm told playoffs are likely. Tell us what would happen in case of a playoff.
Yes, we might see it today. If 2 players are tied for first, they'll play a 2-game rapid match with time control of 10 minutes with 5-second increment. Right. If 3 or more players are tied for first, they'll play Blitz round robin 5+2. If they're still tied after that, the tied players will contest single Armageddon games on a knockout basis. And the Armageddon time control will be 5 minutes for white, 4 for black, 2-second increment from move 61, and of course, black gets the drawing odds.
Sounds complex. Thank you, Nasi. And Peter, you have some highlights that you have prepared for us.
Absolutely, yeah. The pairings today are divided into the 3 games which could impact the top of the standings and the 2 which frankly couldn't. And we begin with the most exciting game of the day, probably, weirdly not involving any of our co-leaders. It is a game between Wesley and Nodirbek, in which Wesley has the white pieces, and with a win, he could potentially upset the apple cart quite significantly and maybe knock out one of our other 3 leaders from the Brazil finals if one of them stumbles. So this is absolutely the game to watch. For Wesley, if he draws, he finishes on a very solid +1 in the Sinquefield Cup, but it does absolutely nothing for his Brazil prospects, so he should generally go as all in as Wesley ever does. And the other 2 games we're going to be concentrating on are the game between, of course, one of the co-leaders, Praggnanandhaa, playing black against Levon Aronian, where Levon with white, a victory probably gets him playoffs in the Sinquefield Cup, definitely cements his place in Brazil, and just, he's had such a fantastic summer that you feel like he should push. But practical considerations might interfere with this. We will see what happens there, but generally, Levon is very ambitious with the white pieces, and there we have him on screen talking to his lifelong friend and somebody who is currently half a point ahead of him in the standings, Fabiano Caruana. And then we get to Fabi's game. Fabi is playing black against Fabi is white against Gukesh, right?
Right.
Yeah, and This game, in terms of the tournament standings, it is perhaps the least impactful of the three, but any game involving the world champion and somebody who has been a world championship contender and has been absolutely one of the best players of the world for the last 10 years at least is going to be a blockbuster material. So this is also very, very exciting.
Right, high stakes games, Peter.
Very much so. Yeah, but just to reacquaint ourselves with the current GCT standings, this is a situation prior to the round beginning with the live scores as they are. MVL we think is completely safe, but any of the other three in the top four with a loss and Wesley beating Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is having a very poor tournament, and with the black pieces he has not had the most success, frankly.
Right.
We could still see Wesley leapfrog somebody and get into Brazil on the strength of that one victory. Well, not one, he won a game in round 7.
As well. Thank you, Peter. And let's go through all the pairings of the decisive round.
Let's have a look, Yasser. Today we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana against Gukesh, Levon Aronian against Praggnanandhaa, such exciting games, Wesley So against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and Alireza Firouzja against Sam Sevian.
Can our wild card Sam Sevian go through the tournament undefeated? And the players are fighting hard. The decisive games are difficult to come by. What are they fighting for, Nancy?
Besides fighting for the Final Four, they're fighting for a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third, $48,000. Everybody gets prizes. And the Grunchester points will decide who will go to Brazil.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for your generosity. The prize fund is fantastic as we see the players getting ready for the championship round. And I've got to say, the consequences of losing for any of those three players are so great. It makes me think, Peter, they don't want to risk so much.
It will be difficult to blame any of our top three for playing somewhat conservatively today.
Right.
Because qualifying for Brazil has to be very, very high on the list of things they're concerned about.
Right.
Yes, winning the Sinquefield Cup, it's its own glory. It's the premier tournament on the schedule. It's definitely, outside of the candidates, it's probably, for the past 10 years has been consistently the strongest round robin in the world.
Right.
But this is a cycle. This is not a separate tournament. It's a tournament which is part of a qualifying cycle for the finals. And
exactly.
Yeah, for somebody like Levon, yes, he is white against Prague. Yes, he has, over the course of his career, I think, there won't be very many times where he did not try with white at all. Mm-hmm. But if he loses and Wesley wins, we think he's out.
Yep.
And
that's a huge risk.
Yeah, that is a risk that he needs to weigh against the upside of winning and getting into a tiebreak here.
Yeah. We see Nodirbek at the board there, Nasi, and you think to yourself, this is a man who really, really believes in himself. Even when he is back to the wall, he didn't back down and make a draw yesterday. He played.
And he won a beautiful game against Alireza Firouzja. I'm sure.
Now with that little flame of optimism, does he just push it to the limit and say, Wesley, I'm coming for you. I don't care, black or white.
Wesley has to play for a win today to have a shot at that Final Four. So we might have a very exciting game between these two players.
I think for Wesley, this is actually a very good situation, specifically because of his opponent, because I do not expect Nodirbek to,
play cautiously or something.
He hasn't done it once in this tournament, with either white or black.
He's not going
to. And I don't think he is about to start. And therefore, Wesley doesn't need to. We were kind of jokingly, in particular, referencing this bunch of interviews you did about the most annoying opening, where people went with like normal answers, and Wesley said 1A3 because Alice Lee played it against me, and I was unprepared, which I thought was just like such a fantastic answer. Right. And I was saying maybe he should play 1A3 today.
Troll himself.
But specifically against Nodirbek, just play your normal openings because Nodirbek will not try to kill the game off, I don't think.
No. I've been told, I haven't seen this before in terms of bell ringer, but our arbiter, Maya Myers, her parents happen to be in town to do the bell ringing. Mm-hmm. I've never seen parents doing this. I've seen children.
First time, George and Bina McGreens. Yes, I've seen Maya's daughter ring the bell last year.
And the bell was bigger than the daughter. goodness.
Very
Welcome,
sweet.
welcome.
Yeah, that's a very heartwarming moment there.
Well, when your parents come and say, what are you doing, little one? And she says, I'm the arbiter. Arbiter of what? Chess tournament. Be serious. Then they come to the tournament and they go, wow, this is pretty impressive.
And now they're on stage next to her.
And they are indeed.
I think Chris Bird is making some announcements that we can't hear.
That we can't hear.
There he is on your screen, all poised.
Right.
I think they're all
And I
waiting for the
think
bell ring.
also, just a little house cleaning. In case of playoffs, we have to watch all the games be completed. The playoffs will only occur after all the games are completed.
Actually, Chris Bird told me today, after all games are completed, 15 minutes after that.
Even there's a
Playoff
pause
will
after
start.
that.
Yeah. There could be some logistical questions that
There
will
you
need
go.
to
There
be
we
resolved.
have it.
I didn't even hear the ring. I didn't know if
We
it
was
was
robbed.
good.
Yeah, he was absolutely robbed.
We was robbed. Well, let's start with our tournament leader, Fabiano, and Gukesh, because, again, as Peter is saying, Fabiano, for the last 10 years, one of the greatest players in the top handful of players, up against today's world champion, Gukesh. Bishop c4, the Italian.
I think we might see another
Gioco
Gioco
Piano.
Piano, a third one in this.
We haven't had a proper Bishop G5 blockbuster yet.
Right.
I'm hoping for that today.
Proper. Funny, in my time, the B2, B4, it was actually, and I'm not joking, it was rehabilitated by Garry Kasparov. For a single game, was it against Jeroen Piquet? He
Gary played the Evans very seriously for a
Evans.
couple of years.
Even.
Yeah, it wasn't just a one-off. He was very serious about the Evans. I think he beat Vachier in the Evans. And
Wow. But today, I think it's just virtually...
yeah, it's a lot less popular. People have
Yeah.
kind of gotten to grips with how to deal with the Evans, and you see it much less often.
On top
yeah.
level, we don't see it, but if you ask my students, they love it.
Yeah. Well, it brought me such joy to look at it. I mean, I loved all of those gambit plays when I was young. D2, D3, did you say you were pining for a proper Bishop G5?
Yeah, and D6 is very good in that respect, because D6 means that Bishop G5 cannot be answered by Bishop B7. And that immediately makes it a lot sharper.
So if we go C2, C3,
Let's say A5, Bishop G5.
there we go, C2, C3.
Heading that way. We'll see.
Well, I just want, now I'm invested. now I want to see if we're going to get Bishop G5 or not.
Yeah, it's a bit too early, but I am a little bit worried about the Duda MVL game. We should maybe start with that, because it might not be long for this world.
Okay, we'll switch over to you then.
Yeah, this is a Grunfeld, a very kind of a classical Grunfeld, and Duda replies with knight f3, c5, bishop b3. So far, so good. One of the most ambitious tries against the Grunfeld. Queen a5 played, and now knight g2. And I'm a bit early with this, but Duda did say in our studio a bunch of times that this is not his favorite time control, and there is this possibility. Which,
That's the fastest
yeah, and
repetition.
Castles has already been played. You can absolutely gambit the pawn on c3 here. The main move, I think, is bishop b2. Rook c1 is not unplayable, but the mood Jan-Krzysztof's been in, I would not rule it out. So,
Knight d3.
yeah, and there it is. Yeah, this game is done.
No choice, actually. You have
from
to take
here,
on
yeah.
C3.
If you play queen c7, you are just a pawn down.
Right.
So you have to take on c3. Yeah, we should just switch to the video because this game is done.
We're seeing a what we call grandmaster draw, as there are so many openings that have these three-move repetition.
Yes, they're repeating, and MVL's about to finish the event with 9 draws.
He told us he was the world champion of draws, that he had once gone through his career 24 games.
He was here
without a
last
draw.
year at Grandchester. We're all looking for his first win.
Exactly. Well, Duda says, that's it for me. I'm out of here, and me too, says MVL.
Yeah.
Chris Bird says, thank you for showing up, gentlemen.
Yeah. A little bit of that, yeah.
And it's official, MVL has qualified for the GCT finals.
Our congratulations to Maxime, because let's face it, that was his goal coming into St. Louis, was to make the playoffs, as it is the goal of all the players to make the Final Four. And congratulations to Maxime. What else? Any other potential?
More of the same, actually, pretty much everywhere. Maybe not everywhere. Everywhere would be an overstatement. But let's maybe switch to this one, because we have 2 4-nights games in the round. But the one again between Alireza and Sam Sevian is maybe slightly more alive. Levon played H3 against Prague here, which is just the 4 knights with colors reversed and the tempo added.
Right.
Prague replied with bishop b4, which is very normal. And now we have the line which we have all seen with the opposite colors, where in this position you play queen e7, white goes, I'm assuming white goes queen e2. Yeah.
Right.
Like, I mean, king d1 exists, but I don't think Levon has done this to play king d1, frankly.
No.
And yeah, those positions are very, very level. So Levon, kind of regrettably for us, because we do want to watch exciting fighting chess, and we have watched exciting fighting chess for 8 rounds, but Levon is doing sort of the right thing for his qualification chances.
Right.
And yeah, this one is very dry. I mean, I don't know how they find a threefold here, but the position is not very exciting after queen e2, king e2. I don't know, castles d3. You don't get a lot of play in these types of endgames.
No.
Elsewhere, the Alireza Firouzja versus Sam Sevian 4 knights. This went the more traditional route. Bishop b5, bishop b4, castles, castles, bishop takes c6, d takes c6. And here for a moment I was maybe slightly hopeful white will play d2, d3, which leads to positions which aren't better for white, but you get a kind of an anti-Berlin structure where white wants to play knight e2, perhaps king h1, rook g1, g4 sometimes. They do get sharp if both people want it, but knight takes e5 I think is once again an indication that maybe this will not be as exciting as some of the other games in this tournament.
All right, which leaves us with
Let's
Wesley.
check Wesley and Nodirbek. Yes, we haven't seen that game yet.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so this is actually
very old school.
It's not the
Italian
Scotch
game,
game.
right? Oh, it is Scotch now. Yes.
Scotch with d5,
Bishop b5.
bishop b5,
Yeah.
knight
Scotch
e4.
gambit,
Yes.
Dubois-Reti.
Sorry, say it again.
Dubois-Reti, advanced variation.
Dubois-Reti? Dubois-Reti. Yeah, so knight takes. I'm going to say we probably have about 3,000 games in our database from this more or less starting position. We're going to pause our selves and welcome Maxime to studio. Welcome.
That was quick.
That was good.
That was very quick. And we can now officially congratulate you on qualifying for the GCT finals. How does it feel?
Feels good, obviously. I'm ready to go there. I've never been to Brazil,
Right.
so
Nice.
always glad to knock off
Visit
one
new
country off
places.
the list.
Exactly. Just how many countries have you been to? I think I'm in the 30s, low 30s. But,
I think I'm at 45,
Okay.
if we're talking official countries.
right. Unofficial countries?
No, but like there's Gibraltar, for instance. Like
yeah.
some territories.
Oh, we're definitely counting them because I got Bermuda on my list. Now that you've qualified, who else do you expect to join you in
Well,
Brazil?
I mean, you're looking at the right game in terms of, suspense, because only a Wesley win could change things up. But I think you'd need as well a loss from one of the 3 leaders.
That's right. And strangely enough, it could be any of the 3 leaders. It could Levon. Could
Yes,
lose,
if any one of them lose and Wesley wins, they're out.
Yeah.
Wesley replaces them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a flip. Because your game was so short, and we do have the Wesley game, what do you know about this position, Maxime? The Scotch with knight d7, knight b8? What I have on my screen.
Yeah. So, like, I think strangely enough, I played this with black against, not with knight d7, knight b8, but this line specifically, it was one of my rare e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6 games against Jan last year in this event.
Yeah.
but I went 94, and if I
here.
recall, I think I went 94 here.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and this is...
So knight d7, knight b8, I must say, I should know this, but at the same time, I haven't really been looking non-stop at this line with white because I mostly don't play it.
Right.
So I had no idea this existed even.
Even that, yeah.
Maxime, you finished the tournament with 9 draws, but you mentioned yesterday this is not the first time?
It's absolutely not the first time. It's probably the first time leaving so many chances on the table.
Behind, yeah. Well, how do you account for that when you have these marvelous advantages and you just don't clinch
I
it?
mean, I've been thinking about it, and I think it's just pretty typical of my style.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, over the years, I defend very tenaciously, but at the same time, sometimes, especially in technical endgames, I would leave half points off the table. It happened many times. And, creating chances is very difficult, but converting them is quite as much.
And yet I think of you as a great opportunist. I mean that if something presents itself, you go, ooh la la, let me go. And you will grab the point. And I see you in Blitz.
But in Blitz it's a different story.
Reversing roles.
But it's simply that, I can recollect a few tournaments where I left like this, maybe 2 or 3 wins. And here, 2 looked like certain wins. Yeah. I mean, against Nodirbek, I think it's fundamentally bad luck that this pawn game is drawn, and that it's so appealing as well.
Exactly.
And the other options are not so clear-cut. And the only one that draws is this one. I mean, this was very bad luck. Against Levon, I think I really relaxed way too much going into the endgame. And then made my life complicated. And when it became complicated, I immediately collapsed. So that one was bad. That one was the worst, I think. But especially because I think in the middle game I didn't play very well. That game, whereas typically I would have been playing very well. Against Alireza, it's a bit of the same story. I relaxed, I was so much up on time, and I had a dominant position, and one inaccuracy, and suddenly it became drawish, and if on all the right moves. So, but the advantage was not as big if you don't count the clock, and the clock didn't play a role because he played so perfectly with seconds on the clock.
Right.
And the last opportunity was against Gukesh, but this was a half move kind of things, and I didn't really notice it. So I mean the 2 certain ones were against Nodirbek and Levon.
Yeah, wonderful.
Maxime, correct me if I'm wrong, but in Brazil, you guys will play all formats, classical, rapid, and blitz?
Yeah, and I think I checked, and I think it's the same as it was previously when we had this Final Four in London.
In London.
So it would be 2 classical games that are worth 6 points, 2 rapid games that are worth 4 points, and 4 blitz games that are worth 2 points.
2 points.
Or 2 points.
6-4-2,
Yeah.
6-4.
All right.
A man who read the contract, apparently. Peter, thank you. Well, previously you were saying that you had qualified, and that was the one where I had confused you and said that you had won the GCQ because you won the Magnus in the semifinals.
Yeah, but it turns out that, I mean, Magnus is obviously the most capable chess player out there, but there are a few other ones, and Dingley-Wen at the time was
also showed something.
I mean, he was making an argument as being the best player in the world around that time, so
Before I let you go, I just have to say thank you very much. We have a segment on our show which is extremely serious. Huge prize money up for grabs. Stump the commentators, 100,000 to the winner. And I lead, thanks to you. The Stump the Commentators question was, who has earned the most money on the GCT Tour? Wesley, Fabi, Magnus, MVL. I have chose you.
Actually, I would have expected Fabi, but probably because
Fabi's in third.
Yeah, and Wesley second. Yeah.
Second.
Yeah. I would have thought Fabi, but it's true that like early years in Rapid and Blitz events, he was really often not doing well.
Right.
So I think in general consistency is what got me there.
I saw the smiley appear.
No, but I'm not that surprised because over the 10 GCTs, I think I placed top 3 in most of them.
You've been very, very consistent. Maxime, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us, and
Thank
we
you.
will see more of you
In
later.
Sao Paulo, yeah.
Absolutely.
Best of luck in Brazil.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck. Results thus far. It's early, but there you have it.
We do have one result. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ended their game in a draw in the Greenfield. They found a line to repeat early.
And it was an early repetition indeed. And the championship rounds, it seems to us that there could be other games, including Levon and Prague, that may end early as well, Peter.
Yeah, this is the current position in the game you have on your screen with Levon thinking after queen g5. As mentioned, it's very difficult to find a way to disturb the equilibrium here. The 4 bishop endgames, and this probably will be an endgame soon because I think queen g5 indicates that it's headed over to f5. This is a reply to d4, for instance. You do this, and I mean, it's very difficult to figure out who could be better in a position like this. Just
Right.
rook e1, bishop e3. Maybe this bishop is slightly more active. Like you would much rather this bishop was here. Frankly, it does absolutely nothing on c4.
Peter, the double pawns.
Yeah,
I mean,
But-
a moral victory for white.
if you want to claim a moral victory over that, I think I'll give it to you here. But yeah, there's not much going on. The big question is whether Levon will even try or whether they will contrive some way to get everything off the board. Or
I see a lot
to find some kind of repetition somewhere.
lot
Maybe
of
d4,
hacking.
queen f5, queen d1. But then after queen g6, you cannot play queen f3 back, right? You would like to, but now c2 is hanging, so there is no immediate repetition here.
Maybe you could start with c3 and then d4?
Yeah, you
from
could
the
absolutely
very
do that. I
start.
guess it drops back to d6,
d4?
d4, queen f5.
What am I doing? I got nothing here.
There's nothing.
You told me the bishop belongs on d3, so I'll play queen d3. And I'll go, ha.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about something else.
All right, let's talk about something. In fact, let's talk about what happened yesterday, because my goodness, it was an extraordinary moment. Essentially what happened is for 6 hours, Levon Aronian, the man on your screen, was defending tenaciously, like against Gukesh for hour after hour. Could he draw the game? Could he hold? Could he hold? And then, just at the very end, he got this extraordinary opportunity to win. And both players missed it. But our ever-present women's grandmaster, Irene Sudikar, was on hand. And
Take a look.
she has been waiting patiently to inform the players, because they went through the opening phase. They were talking about that. They were talking about the middle game phase. Irene said, I was waiting for my chance, Do you know that you had to win?
Levon heard.
And then Levon is starting to look at his score sheet. He goes, really? The old head rub? And Gukesh is like, really?
What?
And then Irene walks away with a big smile on her face, like, and they call themselves world champions. Look at these guys. I had to give them a little education. An amazing moment. But
It was a very dramatic moment there, yeah.
yeah, but not that unusual.
I was about to say.
double blindness.
And specifically when you've defended for the entirety of the game, your brain just kind of refuses to contemplate the idea of being better. And you just rush past something, which is very good.
C3 came with a potential weakening.
Yeah, I think D3 is a sensible thing to do, yeah.
I'm
Now
expecting
F4.
bishop F4, bishop to D6.
I'm actually still kind of preferring, like I'm not serious about this, but it's maybe slightly better for black because the bishop on B3 will be a bit stupid for the first few moves, but yeah.
Right, we'll go into
It's all a bit of a non-serious discussion, though.
So this game heading for a draw, we'll see how long it takes the players to get to that. But again, to be fair. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Levon.
I was about to say, to be fair, both players need a draw to book their tickets to...
We're being told that if they make a draw, they are not guaranteed qualification for Brazil.
Wow. Okay. I just thought so long as they didn't lose.
So did I.
That they were fine. But maybe a victory by
Incr
Wesley.
Levon his spot.
But not
He's a little bit
necessarily
ahead
Prague.
right? Maybe.
I see. Maybe some other results could still. So it's all about Wesley So and Nodirbek. Let's go to that game.
Yeah, and that is a
see
fun
what
game.
they have done.
That is a very fun game, and
Queen f3 on the board.
I looked through it a little bit while MVL was
Chit-chatting?
describing his experiences. Yeah, after knight c3, I was wondering why not the immediate c6, c5. Would have been very decent if not for the fact that it allows knight b5. Now you would like to play a6, but that straight up loses to queen takes d5. Kind of a pretty but not very difficult tactic, attacking the rook, and if you take the queen, we have an intermezzo. And you have to play c6 probably here. But then after knight d6, bishop d6, d6, the fact that the king is still stuck in the center, and if you take on d6, there's all kinds of jumps with knight e4. This gets very unattractive very quickly. So Nodirbek doing the right thing in castling. And now c6, c5 absolutely is a threat. If you play something natural like a4, we can absolutely play c5, followed by probably c7, c6. There's no call to play d5, d4 too early because giving white the e4 square is unnecessary. f5 seems logical, yeah. But the knights are so misplaced that despite seemingly achieving something on the king side, the engine quite likes this for black. It says if you try to protect these pawns, we'll play rook e8, and then perhaps bishop g5 will start becoming a threat, or bishop f8, and they are more of a vulnerability than they are a trump. And if you play f6, this is kind of very topical, breaking up the black king side like this, but there are no attackers there.
Right.
And the engine is not a believer. And in particular, notably, after bishop h6, rook e8 is playable, but knight g4 is much stronger. With the intention of meeting bishop takes f8, we can throw in queen d6, which is massively annoying, provokes g3, actually forces g3, and then we take on f8, and the resulting position is gorgeous for black. We have a pawn for the exchange, but also this is extremely weak. We have all kinds of threats of knight e3, maybe bishop h6, e3, two gorgeous bishops. This is just not good for white at all.
Right.
Queen f3, therefore, is very useful because it stops c5. If you play c5 right now, you run into knight takes d5, knight e7, queen takes a8. And in this position, Nodirbek played something which looks logical, but the engine actually severely dislikes.
Really?
And the way the engine was playing this position, I thought was very notable. What we can say about this position in general terms. Black has a bishop pair, mobile center if you eventually do get to play c6, c5, and d4. Potential maybe ways to dig at the e5 pawn with f7, f6. No particular weaknesses. I don't really count this as a weakness. What does
c5 square?
In a distant future.
Distant future.
Yeah. What does white have? Currently better development because there's really, like, notably, this is not the b8 knight. It's the g8 knight, which went all the way back to b8. Nothing developed apart from the bishop on e7. Potential majority on the king side, and maybe some attack against your king. Occupation of the center, right?
Right.
So this is the equation. And bishop e6 seems to be addressing most of that. We're developing another piece. We're reintroducing the threat of c6, c5 because we've supported the pawn on d5. Looks like a very logical move. The way, at least my screen was playing it, it was going a5. It was also sometimes including bishop d7, but I like it without bishop d7. a5, rook e1, a4, just to gain some space, I guess, and also suggesting that despite all of this looking very beautiful, there is no immediate way forward. If you play queen g3, you always have to contend with bishop h4, and you probably actually just put it back. There are no better squares. And then, if white plays something like h3, importantly, it's playing rook a6. Probably explaining why the previous moves were made to a degree.
c5.
Yeah, because now we actually do absolutely want to play c6, c5. We no longer have to worry about that tactic because there's nobody on a8. And once we do play c5, this rook will have the entirety of the 6th rank to look forward to. White probably sidesteps it by playing knight f5 entirely. We take, we play queen c8. And some kind of an unbalanced position appears where black is, I think, completely fine. once again, it might seem surprising that such endgames with the double pawns are okay for black, but this bishop is a lot better than this bishop. For these types of endgames, I think it's very useful that we have a pawn on a4, which kind of blocks the advances a little bit. The engine just straight up likes this for black. Whereas after the move bishop e6, which Nodirbek has made, we can now throw in queen g3. I guess the point being that if you play bishop h4, we can take, they can play queen g4. And suddenly the pieces are really not where they're supposed to be. e6 is hanging, you would like to play queen e7, but you have this straggler on h4, which just gets picked up immediately.
Oops.
If you play rook f5, well, eventually knight e4, sorry, knight e2, knight g3, knight g4, like white plays f4. And then you're stuck with this rook where, if it gets attacked from either of those two squares, it will become very awkward. You're very, very far behind in development. So after queen g3, you probably play king h8. But even in this position, after knight e6, f3, let's say queen h3, queen d7, bishop e3. And then we start, you know, this is our one poor piece. We start putting it, trying to put it on either g4 or f4. And for the time being, at least, I don't know if this stays if we like let the engine run for 10 minutes here, but for the time being, the engine likes this much less, that this seemingly very opaque idea of a5, a4, rook a6.
Wow, thank you, Peter. I must say that a5, a4 would have been a surprise. There's quite a number of scenarios for Wesley So. Let's take a look at various what-ifs for Wesley So, as the players seem to be all enthralled by the other. Here we have some potential scenarios.
If Wesley wins and Pragg or Fabi loses, Wesley will clinch a spot in the GCT finals.
Okay.
Interesting. Probably even if Levon loses, he will also clinch.
Yeah, but that's the one where we weren't entirely sure.
Completely sure.
But Wesley absolutely has to win to have chances
Exactly.
for the Final Four.
And all eyes on Fabi and Pragg, because, of course, Fabi and Pragg are coming into today's round tied for first and the greatest potential of playing a playoff. These two
So this is where
do not look,
all the players were looking at. Can we check what's happening?
yeah, very enthusiastically towards their game. What is going on here?
I don't see anything out of the ordinary. So
Except it's one of those also non-games where
No,
equality is
not exactly.
not exactly.
Not exactly. And it kind of depends on whether Alireza is very interested in pushing very
Fighting
small
mood.
edges. I think in terms of precision and the way to completely equalize here, I've always thought was to take on e4 without taking on d1. Yes, you allow ideas of something like queen f3, but those positions seem to be very level. Giving white full control over the d file, it's a very symmetrical position, obviously, but the fact that white already has a rook on d1 does give white maybe a bit of a push. Bishop f4, bishop f5 played. Knight c4 is logical here, rook fc8. Choosing the f rook specifically because if you play rook ac8, you have to contend with knight a5, and this might be a bit annoying.
A little awkward, yeah.
Even though the engine is not panicking, but it's the engine. You might actually panic a little bit if you miss that.
Right.
So rook fc8, f3, sorry, knight e3 first,
F3.
and f3, knight f6 already on the board as well.
As well as c4.
And c4, yeah, not allowing knight g5 makes a lot of sense. And I think if you give white a few, like if I play g4, king f2, this knight on f6 is a bit strange, right? Your rook on c8 is very tied to the protection of the c7 pawn. You can imagine this becoming a little bit awkward. But there is knight h5, which should generally just equalize quite comfortably because after bishop e5 we can continue chasing it. If it goes all the way to c3, then one of the reasons we were giving for white being slightly better, the pressure against the c7 pawn, has been completely alleviated. We can play knight f4, king f2, and now rook e8 or h5 or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is not particularly promising in terms of a white advantage.
Yeah, so knight h5, a key move.
Seems very logical.
I'm just getting confirmation that if Levon draws, thanks to MVL's already having drawn, he is in the Brazil,
Four,
in the Final Four.
He only needs a draw.
So we're thinking Sam Sevian should be playing knight h5, and only after bishop e5, f6, he's getting close to a full equality, if not a full equality in this game. And for Sam, I have to say that as far as his performance in this event goes, he's proven quite admirably he belongs. I mean, it was an undefeated result, and maybe like MVL, he left a little equity on the.
Absolutely, to a lesser degree than MVL, but he could have finished on +1, maybe even +2 if he converted everything.
Exactly.
Very creditable performance by the young man. I think he will come away feeling slightly disappointed if today's game, as we expect, will end in a draw. 50% against this field is great.
Fantastic.
But if you take a look at the positions, he will feel maybe I should have been actually in the mix for the top 3 finish.
Well, that'll put wind in the sails for the U.S. Championships that are coming up in October. I mean, whenever you play in a field like this and you really feel like you belong, U.S. Championships feel like a piece of cake.
A bit easier, yes.
A lot easier. Wait a minute. This is so a very credible performance. Let's not jinx him too much.
I was just doing a quick math. I think 3 players besides Sam will be in the U.S. Championship. Yeah.
Wesley, Levon.
Wesley, Fabi, Levon.
Yeah.
Dominguez, but he played in Rapid and Blitz, not
Exactly. You know, it's funny, as you've been talking about the current position between Nodirbek and Wesley and these double C-pawns for Nodirbek, you know, in this Scotch, this particular line of the Scotch, it always struck me that White was trying to claim, claim the C5. It's like you want the C5 square, like you would like to play 4 moves in a row: knight A4, knight B3, bishop E3, maybe even queen C3. I've never seen you exploit that in any variation you've shown us
because
so far.
The moment you start doing that, you allow C6, C5, and the square is no longer there. You just
rats.
Black is not going to sit still and allow you to do those things. I think Black is very much indicating C6, C5 is the next move against anything which isn't Queen G3.
Right.
Pretty much. Queen G3 does create a very strong threat of Bishop H6, so you have to address it.
Right.
Apart from that, one of the lines the engine gives is Bishop B3, C5, and once again we take on E6, we play Queen G4. I think we actually had this on screen, right? Via a different move order. It's similar, yeah. Let's say Rook F5, Rook A1. And the engine says Queen F8, and it actually gets quite messy because if you give Black a couple of tempi here, I would start becoming a bit optimistic, like I will play knight C6, E5 as maybe a target. I have this beautiful center.
Right.
But the machine goes knight E2 and says, I would like now for you to play very concretely, because if you play knight C6, after F4, there's no good answer to knight G3, and you're kind of in trouble. So it takes on E5. But once you start spending tempi on this, and also, like this rook now has no moves.
It's awkward, yeah.
It cannot be comfortably attacked after knight D7 immediately. I mean, if you play bishop F4, H5, Queen F3, G5, we do pick up the rook, but we do very, very bad things to our own structure, and this is not very attractive for White. But after knight D7, you can invest a tempo into something. Machine goes Queen H3 or the immediate bishop G2, just sidestepping those ideas, introducing the idea of F4. And you start having to hold by making very concrete, precise decisions. This is quite tricky.
All right.
So that's definitely one of the options Wesley could consider here.
Knight
but
C3, E2.
Knight C2,
that's his choice.
That's also very playable. And yeah, I guess having played bishop E6, we are still playing C5. And I mean, knight E2, I'm playing knight E2 in pretty much every single variation I'm showing because it belongs on those squares.
Yeah.
Here you play Queen D7. I guess knight F4, Rook F5 doesn't do very much. I mean, it looks attractive. You might want to play knight H5, but the engine is not that bothered by that. And I mean, this kind of a positional pawn sacrifice sometimes is good, but doesn't appear to be particularly good here.
Okay.
So after Queen G4, Queen D7, the engine throws in C2, C4. Structurally speaking, you would like to play C6, but that kills off your own knight on B8, so that's probably not what you're going to do. You're probably playing knight C6. She takes D5. And now, both knight E5, allowing queen takes E6, queen takes E6D, and playing something like knight D3, and then trying to corral this pawn on E6. It probably does fall eventually. Or, alternatively, you can play queen takes D5. Seems more logical, but my probably goes knight F4, queen E5. You take on E6 with something, I guess, maybe knight.
Okay.
Rook F7, bishop F4. It's a bit of a free roll for White, but the engine holds. Like, this is a kind of a position where you feel cautiously optimistic with white because, I mean, you can never be worse. There are some weaknesses on the queen side. But experience shows that black generally gets just about enough for these weaknesses and should probably not lose this. Although, I mean, you enjoy
You said it.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
a
you
free
enjoy
roll.
this with white.
Yeah,
And
it's a free roll.
occasionally you'll win a position like this.
Knight c3, e2. Huge what-ifs for Wesley So, but it all starts with a win on demand. And as we know, Nasi, that's just like the hardest thing in chess.
Absolutely.
To win when you absolutely, absolutely have to. Did Wesley surprise his opponent time-wise? Who's doing
Maybe
well?
a little bit. There's just a 12-minute time difference.
In Wesley's favor.
Yes, yes.
So Nodirbek still having to fully equalize after knight c3, e2. I say, yeah, well, I mean, from Wesley's perspective, he's got an imbalance, something that he can actually
With
play
a lot
with.
of pieces on the board, so yes, he can absolutely play this for a long time
Yeah.
and hope to find some chance. Let's check how Fabi's doing against Gukesh.
Okay. Again,
Queens came off quickly.
Fabi comes into today's round tied with Prague for first because of the high-risk, high-reward games that we're watching. We're seeing a lot of conservative play by the players, and therefore, if we do see one of those 5-draw games, rounds I meant to say, we will see playoffs, but they would only occur after all of the games are completed. Let's just see how the players got here.
You didn't see bishop g5.
Yeah, Peter did not get his wish with bishop g5, but because Gukesh has played queen e7 and not committed his king to castling, I think Gukesh was saying, come on, go ahead, play bishop g5 so I could go h6, g5.
Yeah, I think h3 already was an indication it's not coming because you pretty much never start with h3 if you play those lines. That makes black's counterplay with h5 and h6 and g5 just so much faster.
Exactly.
It's just so counterproductive.
No, h2, h3 says, no, I'm not going to let you have your fun. Okay, now that you're not playing bishop g5, I will castle long. By the way, there is a ready-made attack. It's not like you should put your king in the firing line. Rook e1, rook e8, queen b3, h6, bishop e6.
If I decide to trade everything, the bishops and queens.
Are we still, Peter, in theoretical waters, or have we departed them?
And my giggle was dedicated to the game. Let's just briefly address this, and then we'll switch to Fabi's game. Because in this position, knight h5 hasn't been played. Sam Sevian actually played knight e8. And somewhere around here, the engine says you're maybe even significantly better after j4, h4, and just gaining space on the king side. But it looks like that is not really something that either of them are particularly curious about. And now, with the rooks off, this is nobody's game, and I'm expecting it not to last for very long. And with that said, let's switch to this. I don't think this is entirely empty because we do have some spatial advantage on the queen side. We do want to push b4, b5 in some positions and ask black if you want to open the file for my rook on a1, or if you want to maybe create some potential weaknesses on the queen side. But of course, it's not very much. Queens are off. The structure is somewhat symmetrical. If white gets to play d3, d4, sometimes maybe you'll be slightly better. But once again, with queens off, it's much less of a worry. Machine goes like knight e7, then maybe knight d7. Sidestepping before b5 is probably quite useful.
I was about to say, b4, b5 is a threat, yeah?
To a degree, yeah. If you play knight d7 first, I mean, if you ignore it altogether, let's make a move that ignores it altogether. Still doesn't really play b5 yet.
Really?
Just continues ignoring, and there we have it.
Sorry to interrupt you. We do have a 3-move repetition between Alireza, Firouzja, and Sam Sevian.
Alireza, one of the most disappointing campaigns for this young man on his journeys to St. Louis. He has always been quite happy to come to St. Louis. Not this Sinquefield Cup. It was just simply not his event.
But great showing for Sam Sevian, who finished the tournament without a single loss in this field.
Yeah, very
18
very
out
impressive.
of 18 for him in MBL.
a good tag team. Sorry, so you pick up what you were saying there about
rook. In the
Fabi
meantime,
and
one of the
Gukesh.
moves I mentioned was played on the board, and it's a logical move. You want your rooks connected. You want to not have to worry if the A file somehow gets opened. The fact that A8 is not hanging will be very useful.
Right.
As for white, I saw the screen suggesting going G3, King G2, just continuing to garden a little bit, just improving in small
useful.
increment. King F1 is the other suggestion. I don't quite know what it's doing on F1. Perhaps we are preparing to put it on E2 in the much later endgame. In terms of plans, apart from the B4, B5 push, I don't know what we have. We are sort of waiting for black to play D6, D5. And yeah, let's actually put this on the board. We discussed something similar earlier. Like if we get a position like this, we are much better prepared to try and land the knight on C5 at some point. And you do get a bite. Let's say black plays B6, we play A5. We get a small bite here. We want to play maybe King E2, maybe drop the rook back, put this knight on D2, maybe play it all the way to C4, try to provoke B6, B5. And then the knight on C5 will really become a powerhouse. Obviously, it doesn't begin as being a huge problem for black, but you do have to play precisely. But honestly, there is no particular call to play D6, D5. It's normally something black very much looks forward to in these types of structures, kind of gaining more space in the center seems very logical. But now that white already has a knight on B3 and the spatial gain with A4 and B4, I think it's easier to play just not doing that at all. And you shuffle, I don't know, 97, 97, maybe hint at some F7, F5 counterplay, wait for white to play bishop B3. Seems like we are in for a kind of a maneuvering phase. And is King F1 has already been played?
No, that's you.
That's just me, yeah. I thought so, yeah.
Let's say I'm Fabi, I fell out of bed this morning, I'm really roused. B5, let me just go kill you. Oops, as a bishop D2 was not the killer, was not the killer blow.
B5 knight D8 machine says this
Bishop
has been...
E3, let's just
B3.
throw it all in there.
Do you have to take with the pawn?
With the pawn, with the pawn.
With the pawn, okay.
With the pawn.
Okay.
And yeah, I want to go C4, B6.
And then 96, 95. These positions actually might become a bit annoying for white because you never really want to play D3, D4. Now it's
well,
a blunder.
I have to play knight D2.
Yeah, but even if it's not a blunder, let's say we go knight D7, you play D4, put it back on F6. And now you're stuck protecting this completely ossified structure for the rest of the game where you still have no particular prospects on the other side of the board. It starts giving black a somewhat significant advantage. So the structure, attractive as it looks, it sometimes works if white is in time perhaps to get the knight all the way to D5.
Right.
Then it makes some sense.
Right.
But even, let's say, even if you achieve all that, even let's say I pass here for two moves. Knight C3, King G7, Knight D5, let's see what it says here. Even this, I play something like, I suspect even A6, A5 is fine, but also a plan black has here is to play Rook A7 and Rook E A8 and start fighting for the A file. Because with the knight on A6, yes, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous steed on D5, right?
Right.
But everything is protected.
Yeah.
What are we ever going to attack here with white?
By absolute coincidence, an echo of the 2013 Sinquefield Cup. It was Levon versus Magnus, and they had this kind of dodgy pawn structure that Magnus eventually won. Those of you joining us late, let's just take a quick look at the results here for the championship round, Nasi.
Right, 3 games still going on, but we did have 2 quick draws. One was between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which guaranteed Maxime his spot in the final 4.
Absolutely.
Another draw was between Alireza Firouzja and Sam Sevian.
Levon and Prague also seem very, very balanced, as does Fabi and Gukesh. And that game between Wesley may be our game of the round. Maybe it's our only game of the round.
But we do have a guest in the studio. Sam Sevian, welcome back. Congratulations on finishing such a strong event without any losses. How do you feel?
I mean, generally I feel pretty good. Very solid tournament. I had some chances here, and in such a tournament you have to capitalize when you have these chances.
Right. So a little disappointed that you left maybe a few points?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Wesley game I missed a win, but the Fabi game, I mean, I just didn't realize I had this perpetual regardless. So
Regardless.
that one was kind of disappointing.
You could have taken some chances there.
Yeah.
It's funny, you go undefeated, which is great. Again, congratulations. But at the same time, because you missed chances, had you been worse, significantly worse in two of the games, saved them, maybe you feel more proud of your result.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
know. It's kind of a strange feeling that you've had. Nonetheless, it's great that you get to play, get an opportunity and say to the organizers, you know, congratulations, you made a very good choice in your wild card selection. Do it some more. Sam, you've been very, very good in American chess for quite some time. The U.S. Championships are coming up. You're in that place in your career that you need to get on the Olympic team. Right. You know, once you get on the Olympic team and say, okay, guys, you know, make room for me, then I can compete. I want to play in the GCT Tour as a full tour participant. Tell us about your career goals, if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, the U.S. is so top-heavy. I mean, we have basically all the top players playing in this tournament, besides Linear and Hans, of course.
Right.
So if you get on the Olympic team, you're basically already 27-30, 27-40.
Right.
And once you get to that level, you start getting real invites to these tournaments. So,
Right.
I mean, that's basically my goal.
Yeah.
My first goal, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam, what's your next big event?
So yeah, the Grand Swiss is next week. I think almost everyone here will be playing.
They all get on the plane.
No time to rest.
No time to rest. Like a couple days, pack up and go back. Get
Wow,
back.
that's a lot of chess.
And then come back.
And then come back for the U.S. Championship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the U.S. Championship. Sam Sevian, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in getting to that next tier. And definitely the Grand Swiss presents itself as a golden opportunity.
Best of luck, Sam.
Thank you.
Absolutely, best of luck. As again, we're going to just take a look at our
Fabi,
players,
Gukesh.
Fabi versus Gukesh.
Look at
And we
Gukesh's
saw
last move.
B5.
We were trying to play b5 with white, but Gukesh played it himself.
An invitation to play rook a2 and rook to a1.
Absolutely.
Nothing else is happening that I could see, Peter, but b7, b5 maybe gives
I think it gives a
little
sniff.
bit.
I think it was unnecessary. I began by feeling maybe this is something we could maybe even call a mistake. I think that's harsh. Probably we shouldn't be overstating the case for this now, because Black will play bishop b6. You can
For
actually,
example, rook a2.
yeah, you can
Or rook
immediately
a3,
win
yeah.
the a file with something like rook a3, rook a1. Black will play rook b8, and yes, you can. Well, now
Munch,
you're
munch.
you're in full possession of the a file. The thing is, there's nobody there, and you're not actually winning that much. And now Black might start with everybody departing for the a file.
Yeah.
d6, d5 becomes more of a sensible proposition. So I couldn't really make it work all that much. I played king f1, preserving flexibility. Now if you play d5 after ed5, knight takes, although even here, frankly, it's really not that horrible, because you have to obviously watch for some c4, c5 tactics, but they don't appear to be working just yet. If, let's say, if you play ab, ab, and c4, Black can and will take on b4, and yes, c5 sort of wins that bishop, but it allows knight c2, and the resulting positions are, if anyone is better, it's Black.
Because you get 2 pawns.
You're getting a rook and 2 pawns for 2 light pieces, and a pawn will be an outside passer, so you never do this with white.
I think Fabi's not playing for the a file. He played rook e to c1.
Yeah, that maybe is a better option, trying to immediately push for c3, c4. Like your next move probably is just c3, c4, almost regardless of what Black does, unless it's d5. d5, ed5, knight d5 appears to be playable yet again, but the engine does give white a bit of a sniff here after king f1. The curious thing is, I'm trying to figure out why my screen insists we have to play knight e1 in every single position. I have a feeling maybe what it wants to do is it wants to put it on c2,
So we
and
can
then
play
it supports
c4.
c3, c4.
Okay.
Oh, it defends b4.
Yeah, because it protects before an additional time. And this is a kind of a position where I don't believe white has much, but personally, I think I probably wouldn't have touched anything on the queen side at all.
Knight e7,
Yeah,
knight
just
e6.
keep it as is,
e7.
because, and this is always, as someone who's played both openings quite a bit, this is the one thing you like about the Italian on the Black side in these slow positions compared to the Spanish.
Your pawn's not
Because,
on b5.
yeah, in the Spanish, you have already played b7, b5, and you're constantly getting like tickled there. You know, you have to think about how you're going to be protecting it for the rest of the game. It's on b7.
Right.
You know, count your blessings. Just keep it there.
Right.
But as I said, my initial inclination was to say I don't particularly like the decision, but I think it's fine. It's not the one I would have made, I think. But there's no real reason to think this changes the course of the game dramatically.
Peter, that is a funny comment, though. The pawn on b5, the drawback of the Ruy Lopez is that, and so many variations, it does provide the target on b7, as in the Joko piano. It's a bit safer. So yes, world champion Gukesh has just played b7, b5, but I thought he did it, as Peter's been mentioning, very purposefully, trying to get in d5. Maybe he's thinking in terms of like, let's secure, you know, an equal position. If you don't mind, I'm just going to check in on Levon and Prague. Those two players have been kind of
very balanced,
rushing their way.
I think we're going to see rook trades, rook e1, rook e8.
Whoop,
Okay,
whoop,
that
whoop, whoop, whoop.
a mistake in transmission, but
Yeah.
rook e8, they're going to trade and
F4, trade, F4.
H6, I guess, right?
Oh, boring. No d5 and king f3 to e4. No.
In the law profession, they call it the meeting of the minds, right?
Yes, we will have a meeting of the minds. F4, h6, king g3, king g7. And next moves are f6, bishop f7. I don't think we're too long in this game. I think we're heading to a handshake very, very, very quickly.
absolutely. And we'll have 2 games left. Wesley?
Wesley is better, though.
Wesley is better. And
yeah, and this is the one we really want to be an exciting one, because it at least generates some possibilities.
Okay.
Although,
the what
if Levon draws and Fabi draws, this becomes largely irrelevant, sadly, in terms of the GCT standings. Yeah. No, Wesley will be in the tie for first for the Sinquefield Cup. So in terms of our continued day-to-day, this is a very important game, because it now becomes a 3-way tie if Wesley wins and everything else is a draw.
Right.
But yeah, GCT standings probably will be undisturbed. After knight c2, Nodirbek didn't play c5 immediately. He played queen d7, which appears to be actually slightly less precise. I'm expecting queen g3. Seems very logical to play queen g3, particularly here, because even bishop h4 is not available anymore. You have to play king h8. And here there's a very funny line. Black is, as mentioned, Black wants to play 6c5. You can't really stop it. So knight f4, c5, you always take with this knight. And now the choice is between the move c4 and the move knight h5. If you want to play knight h5, maybe you actually play it on the previous move.
Yes.
Because here, if Black plays g6, you can absolutely go for this pawn sacrifice. Now with the dark squares as weak as they are, you are welcoming this, I think, with open arms. Now queen e5 just wins.
In fact,
Yeah, you probably play knight c6 instead, and that doesn't lose, but your position is very risky after bishop g5, because you might never be able to take out that...
that is a bone.
Molar. Yeah. So after knight h5, they go rook g8.
Okay.
Let me find my place. Knight e6, fe6, queen h3. And here, I mean, rook f8 appears to be playable, which is regrettable, because I really wanted to show that line and say this is the only move for Black in this position, which is not true, regrettably. And the point is, if we play knight f4, seemingly, quote-unquote, winning the game, threatening smothered mate on g6, g5. White could still go back to h5 and be slightly better, but you can take on h6 and lose, as usual, to the rook lift.
Brilliant.
Yes, which is why we played a5. Because if we didn't have rook a6 here, rook g6 doesn't win a piece. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
And white is actually better. So this was a very cute line I wanted to show. After a5, you shouldn't play knight f4 at all.
Right.
You should play something like bishop e3. Black plays, let's say, I'm curious about rook a6. What happens if we play rook a6? And then white often will just play c4 and then f4. And we get these kind of really sharp positions where structurally maybe Black isn't even doing that poorly, but the pieces are still kind of far away. Importantly, you know, with the pawn on e6, the rook lift is restricted by your own pawn, so it's there kind of parked and not doing very much. So let's say c4, I don't know, machine goes a4, we can just play rook a1, and then try to play maybe for the f4, f5 break. Very sharp position, which, once again, I expect the engine will hold with black, if you ask it to.
Uncomfortable.
But but in practical terms, you probably play something like this, and then, now I have positional ideas as well. If this knight ever needs to be removed from h5, it has a ready-made beautiful square on d3. I have my usual pawn breaks. Pleasant position for white to contemplate.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like white's invested in anything either. So
Yeah,
To me, it looks like white is just winning in that position.
he's just enjoying the attack for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
it's a solid position. It's just difficult to take apart, I think, is the reason why it's not winning. I would generally agree with you. It looks extremely promising.
Yeah, Wesley would love to get that position.
Yeah. He's still thinking. Queen g3 does seem like the most logical move ever, but other options are available. I guess you can take on e6 and put the queen on g4 if you think g4 is a more promising square.
I have a question for you two.
Yes.
Since playoffs are very likely today,
Yes.
if it's a two-player playoff, we'll get rapid. If it's three, we'll get blitz.
Blitz,
Yes.
as you showed
Which one
us.
would you rather? I'm
Honestly,
going for blitz.
Yeah. In this
Right.
context, go Wesley.
The more the merrier?
Yeah, go Wesley. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the blitz.
Yeah, no, it's just a lot more fun to watch high stakes blitz. It's one of the more fun experiences currently available in chess, I think.
As a guest, Pragg said that he's been doing very well in his tie breaks of late.
He's had a bunch of them, and I think he won every single one this year so far. I can't remember.
He won one in Wykense.
He won Wyke, he won Bucharest, I think, right? Because Bucharest he didn't win outright.
Yeah.
He won a tournament in Jermuk, I think, where he tied for first with Aravind on +4 out of 9, and I think they played a tiebreak, which he also won. Or maybe there was no tiebreak there, but yeah, he won at least 2 very high-profile tiebreaks already this year.
Well, something that we could potentially be looking forward to. But it does require Wesley to win to get to a 3-player tiebreak. I thought Levon and Pragg would have managed to discover a 3-time repetition
They're
by
in no
now.
hurry.
They're on their way.
They are on their way.
They're getting there.
Yes.
They're getting there
Just
slowly,
making
but-
maximum improvements in the position. Then they'll repeat.
Maximum improvements
Yeah,
in the position.
the king is at best
I like that
square.
Levon played a2, a3. Really like, showing the kids out there that in bishop endings, your pawns should be on squares opposite of your bishop. And I don't like d6, d5. What are you doing, Pragg?
Very professorial.
Yeah,
but
come
d6,
on,
d5.
come on. Never put pawns on light squares in this position.
Aren't we getting to a point where
Horrible
pretty
mistake.
soon neither player's king could potentially invade?
Yeah, Levon could play b4 maybe.
B4, B5.
Invite b5, yeah, and then
Yeah.
we could really get into the territory where you can remove one of the player's bishops and it will still be a draw. There we go. There we go.
Before he's on the board.
We know our boys.
We know our boys.
Yes.
There is that story where after like a move like b5, one of the players, and I forget the player's name, he has offered his opponent a draw, and the player said, make your move first, and then I will consider it. And the opponent got quite upset with the opponent and said, look, if I take off my bishop,
It is still a draw. It is still a draw, yeah. Not
kind
here,
of makes
though.
a point.
Yeah. Not here, though, but
Not here.
In some cases.
Let's refresh as they are repeating.
Okay, well, for those of you who are joining us late, we're about to see a draw by repetition between Levon and Pragg. For Pragg, he comes in tied for first, draw with black, fantastic. But for Levon, a draw, even though it doesn't get him a tie for first, it will get him a trip to Brazil, and he didn't want to play a high-risk game over making it to the finals. And a draw has been agreed. So our third
Draw of the day.
on the trot. We're expecting to see one other draw, I think.
No, the other two are being played.
Pardon me.
Yeah, Wesley played Queen G3 and he's playing for a win, absolutely.
We're absolutely having
Yeah, I
the
stand
other
corrected.
two.
Yeah.
being played out.
Technically, everything is in Fabi's hands, right? Because if he wins, no playoffs.
No playoffs, yeah.
He just wins the
Dream
tournament
scenario,
outright and
right?
qualifies to Brazil. Wesley's trying to win to catch up with Fabi in Prague in case Fabi
So,
draws.
with these three results, would I be correct in thinking that Wesley is now completely out, or is there still a scenario where Wesley,
Of what ifs?
or when Wesley gets in?
Only the scenario that
If Fabi
is-
loses and Wesley wins, does that get Wesley enough points?
we will ask
Yeah.
our
Yeah, I think we saw in the
statistician.
if scenario that if Fabi loses and Wesley wins, Wesley's in. That's what we read.
And Wesley would be playing a playoff against Prague for
It's
first
Prague.
place.
Yeah, but no Blitz.
But no Blitz.
No Blitz because Fabi is out of that.
But you know, we're gonna get some professional help.
Professional. Well, we certainly need it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about my panel and I think, call in the professionals. We got the 1-900 number and we're just dialing in Ben Underwood. Could you please visit us, Ben?
And he's here.
Hi there.
Hi, Ben.
You're coming a little bit late, but we've been playing a game of what ifs, Ben.
Yes.
Tell us what ifs are
Now with our 3 draws in place.
so far.
So right now, Prague and Levon have clinched their spot.
That's it.
So is MVL. So now we are looking at the Fabi versus Wesley, last spot. And if Fabi loses and Wesley wins, Wesley will have more than 1 point over him to overtake that spot. So those are the
Okay.
2 results that have to happen.
So it really is a high-risk game for Fabi. I mean, on the one hand, a win by Fabi clinches everything. He wins Sinquefield Cup.
Yes.
He clinches a spot to Brazil. He's $100,000 richer. Everything's good. He loses. Bye-bye. But again, Wesley has to win as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
because Wesley will be up and even sharing points with those top guys. However, he will be over a point ahead of Fabi, whereas Fabi stands 1 point ahead of him in the standings right now. So that will give him that last spot to clinch.
So Fabi needs to qualify for the Final Four is a draw.
All he needs is just a draw.
Just a draw.
You're right.
I see.
We enjoy your probabilities and who's going to win. We're not doing that today, but the probabilities of a GCT Tour playoff, meaning for tomorrow, is now 0?
Now 0 with this Levon and Prague draw.
Okay. And the probabilities of a Sinquefield Cup playoff coming in today,
Coming into today was 60%.
60%
Yes.
likelihood.
Is it 2-player, 3-player playoff, or just any playoff?
Just any playoff. Now with this draw, the probability of a playoff is whatever probability that Fabi is not to win. So I think I calculated that before the day at around 22%. So now that would be 78% chance of a playoff, of a Sinquefield Cup playoff today.
Exactly. Exactly. Ben, I think you just answered all of our questions.
Great.
I mean,
Thank you for
Thank you
rescuing
very
us.
much.
No, absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Winning lottery ticket, if you happen to have
Me
it.
too, me
Just
too.
pass it along, would you please? Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you all.
very, very much. As we got it, now we know.
Now we know.
Now we know. Now we have to ask Peter if Fabi's advantage is serious or not.
Well, it's somewhat tangible. It's around 0.30. Well, the usual disclaimers apply. I would very much like us either more time with this position or a slightly stronger engine to feel more confident in my pronouncements about it. But definitely a bit of pressure for Fabi.
A bit of pressure for Fabi as his last move, rook on e1 to c1, prepping this c3, c4, and kind of reminding our world champion that there's going to be some pressure down the c-file, and that was why we just saw Gukesh moving his knight away in anticipation of this play. We have another qualifier.
We do. Welcome back, Levon Aronian, and congratulations for qualifying
Thank
for
you.
the Grandmaster Finals. How does it feel?
Amazing. This has been some amazing time here. Yeah, of course, after winning the Rapid, I was thinking that, I'm very close to qualifying, but
Still a lot of work ahead.
yeah. Of course.
Yeah. We just saw an amazing video of Irene at the board. She'd been so patiently waiting for you and Gukesh to get through the opening, get through the middle game.
Yeah.
So you could land at the position where she could jump and say, "Gentlemanly Grandmasters." What went through your mind when she said, "Levon, I think you might have missed something. Here it is. Talk over it." When she said, "Did you consider King G4?" And you went, "No, I didn't. Are you sure I had that opportunity?" Is that just a shock? What goes through?
I think in any other circumstance it would be a shock, but my goal was generally qualifying.
Absolutely.
And I knew that if I draw last 2 games,
boom,
I'll have 90% chance of qualifying.
Right.
Therefore, once I got a drawing position,
you didn't think anything
from this difficult position. I was like, okay,
shut it down. Let's go.
Yeah. So, but under any other circumstance, of course, I would think longer. But
right.
I mean,
it was just one of those crazy moments. And overall, your thoughts about the Sinquefield Cup this year's edition, how you have played.
Okay, I had some opening
hiccups.
That's a good word. Opening the kimono at the wrong moment. But overall, I think it was good. Yeah. And then I made 2 quick draws with black.
Right.
Against strong opponents. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
That the opening is working.
They respect you. That's what it's all about. They respect you.
Levon, what's your next big event?
I'm going to Samarkand from here. Yeah.
The Grand Swiss?
Yeah. I'm just flying day after tomorrow.
I think half of this tournament is there, right?
Yeah.
We're going to charter a flight from St. Louis so you can all get on the flight
Grand
together.
Swiss and then straight back to St. Louis for the US Championships.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll see you there, huh?
Straight from there to Brazil for...
Oh yeah, first Brazil, then US Championships.
Actually, first Brazil. Yeah, right. Correct. Yeah.
A lot of chess. I just want to ask you, do you ever get tired of playing so much chess?
On the contrary, when I don't play chess, I get tired. I don't play chess, I
need
have
something to do.
I have to take care of my daughter.
Oof. Big job.
Yeah.
Big job. Very demanding.
Right.
At this age.
And without it, I am saying, "Oh, honey," I'm telling my wife, "No, I have to concentrate,"
Yeah. How old is your daughter now?
She is going to be 3 in October, so.
Perfect age. And she says, "Go get him, Daddy."
All the time. Just crash that.
Has she started playing chess yet?
Not yet. I don't know if we'll catch up to this Indian kid that is already very strong at 3. So
It's already rated, right, at 3? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But hopefully soon.
Okay. In case of a playoff, you're going to come and join us. Take my seat. I need a break. They got a couch outside that I can sleep on well.
Okay.
You can call the action for us?
Of course. I mean, you just send me your salary for I love working.
Nice.
Good to know you have options, yes.
I like to have these options.
And while we have the Galaxy Brain here, I did want your input on this. We were discussing because it's a structure that you've played a bunch and you have opinions on. Just for our viewers, just briefly to show this position. Would you have played b5 in this position? Do you like actually getting involved?
I would actually.
You would, yeah?
Because I would be worried about this b5, c4 and slowly pushing.
Backwards.
I was tempted to say that generally, for us two as Ruy Lopez players, lifetime Ruy Lopez players, why give them this target? We've been suffering for decades protecting that stupid pawn on b5. Like, why give them the target? But maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe just stopping this forever.
But things have changed in modern Ruy Lopez, because a lot of people, even in this Italians, people go b5 all the time, a5, a4, b5. So I think our understanding of
definitely shifted, and it also helps that there's no light square bishop on the board, so there are fewer pieces that can attack the pawn on b5. But I still felt it was questionable. I think the way to explain it would be I guess Gukesh maybe wanted to play d6, d5, and that is unplayable without b5, because then if you play d5 in the structures, you instantly run into trouble because you will get hit by b5, and the pawn on d5 is very weak. So that's one way to explain why b5 was played.
I guess it's like with this joke about the rabbi. Like, you will regret it anyway if you play b5 or not. you will regret it nevertheless.
Levon, thank you so much for joining us. Our result thus far in the championship round, we have seen 3 short draws.
Yes, we did. First one was between Duda and MVL. Then we saw a draw between Alireza, Firouzja and Sam Sevian. And the last draw was between Levon, Aronian and Praggnanandhaa, which guarantees both of them their spots in the Grand Chess Tour finals.
It does, but most especially for Prague, with this draw, he finishes the Sinquefield Cup at +2, and right now he's in clear first, depending on the outcome.
And he's with us in the studio. Congratulations, Prague, first of all, for qualifying for the finals, and you're expecting to play playoffs later today?
Yeah, if Gukesh wins and Nodirbek draws, I don't mind not playing. But, yeah, I don't like this b5.
You were listening to...
But yeah, I still believe in Gukesh. I think it should be fine.
You should be fine. Overall, the tournament's completed. You've finished the tournament +2, undefeated. Very, very powerful performance, I want to say. A very good performance. Your overall feelings about the tournament, Brock?
Yeah, I think it went well. After Zagreb, I needed a good result here to make it, and I think I played solid, good chess. I was never worse in any games. I got 2 big chances, which I took. So yeah, I think I can be satisfied with my performance. Today, I was thinking if I should play something else. I was expecting Levon to make this draw because we both make it.
Right. You clinch.
I was wondering if I should play Sicilian or something. But I think it made sense to just make it top 4, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Your thoughts about Brazil and what it will mean playing the top 4 in these match play? You know, there's the 3 formats: the classical, rapid, and Blitz in those matches.
Yeah, I have no idea what the format is, but I'm happy that I made it. And once I land in Brazil, I will look at the format. Because the chess is going in such a way that every tournament has different time control, different formats, that I just before the tournament, I'll look at it and then that's it.
Just so you know, different scoring system as well. Classical will count as 6 points, rapid as 4, and Blitz as 2.
So you'll play 2 classical games. 4 rapids, did we say, or 2 rapids, and then 4 Blitz?
I think it's 4 and 8, but don't
4 and 8.
That, yeah.
2, 4, 8. Okay.
Although that sounds
play.
Extremely painful, because I think they play 1 classical per day, and then the entirety of shorter time controls in 1 day. If it's 4 rapids and 8 Blitz,
that's a lot of Blitz.
That's going to be a lot of chess in 1 day.
A lot of Blitz, rapids as well. Yeah.
Actually, Prague, before you came, Levon was talking about this b5. He said he would play it too. Peter doesn't like it, and you said he didn't like it.
Yeah, I heard him saying that it's like modern way of playing, but I don't like it.
I don't like it either. I kind of like what Peter was explaining, that...
you don't have to give it this weakness, just...
Right.
Knight e7, knight g6 looks normal.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's as if we've looked at chess together.
You've trained one another, and no, it's a very classical approach. Get your knight out of the way, and away you go. By the way, now that you're here, we'll exploit your presence. We did see b5, rook c1, c4. Current position, Peter.
Yeah, I looked at this a little bit. I think c4, you're expected to... Everything else is just straight up bad. You need to go here and probably play c6. It's still not a lot, though, because it's very difficult to attack the pawn on c6 in any kind of...
Is it?
Well,
knight a5 or
knight a5, d5 comes very quickly. I think black just needs to keep this option available, because otherwise, obviously, if you go passive, if you go like rook e8, rook a1, this is suddenly horrific.
Right.
So you have to be very concrete, but it seems like currently knight a5 is met by b5, and the moment you start preparing, black puts the bishop on b6 to stop knight a5.
Yeah.
And once you don't have knight a5, you kind of struggle to nominate how you're going to attack this setup. I was trying to see what the engine does, and it kind of starts shuffling. It puts the bishop on e1, probably to give itself the d2 square for the knight in sometime later. Maybe doubles on the c file, goes rook 4 c2. Once again, maybe this is the idea in some kind of distant future. But black is not helpless. The kind of a sample line, I thought, these moves seem logical. It goes d3, d4 once it's allowed. But then f6, and you play king f7, maybe you play knight f8, knight e6. Black actually has time to do this because the rook on c8 is protected by the knight on e7. You never have to worry about either d5 or b5. So, I mean, it looks beautiful, but from here, it struggles to make progress. It's kind of shuffling for both sides.
Wow, and for you, Pragg, is that a surprise? Doesn't it look like white has the push here?
Yeah, that's what my first thought, but after Peter explained it,
I know. We get shut down all the time. Peter kills it all the time.
I'm quoting the screen. I'm quoting
the screen. Pragg, thank you so much for joining us.
you.
In case you do find yourself in a playoff, good luck.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Once again, our results, we have 3 draws thus far in the round, 2 games remaining, as you see the players there on your screen in the tournament hall. And the 2 games that are remaining, Nasi, I have to say, they're fun.
Yeah, we don't expect quick draws there, definitely.
Not at all, not at all. And before we take a break, just a quick check, if you don't mind, Peter, on the Wesley So game, just
Sure.
Let us know what the players have achieved thus far.
After knight f4 c5, which we expected, knight h5 was not thrown in. Wesley went with the other option, which is also very solid. It was the second best option. And now an important choice for Nodirbek. He more or less has to play d takes c4, because the position after d4, let's say bishop d2, knight c6, knight d3,
this
is very, very unpleasant for black. Maybe just straight up bad. We play f4, we put the queen on e4, and we start preparing g4 and f5.
I feel like we're pawn down. The pawn on c7.
This is just not good at all. And therefore, I think d takes c4 is findable simply by exclusion. Everything else is bad. But after d takes c4, I think the engine holds this, because we get to play knight 6 and rook f5 very, very quickly. Let's say queen h3, rook f5, bishop b3, knight c6. How would you like to go here?
Queen g4? I was
G4,
thinking rook
queen
d1.
G4. Knight 6 is bad, but rook f5 is still fine.
Rook d1.
Rook d1.
I didn't achieve anything by... Okay, I didn't see
first
that.
rank.
I didn't. Okay, but wait a minute. What have I sacrificed? I sacrificed 2 pawns.
You're 2 down, yeah. You're still not worse at all because of just, how much firewood there is on the board. There's like tripled c-pawns.
Right.
You're still completely fine. In fact, the engine still gives white a slight advantage after this, but we are just in time to land knight c6, knight d4. And, yeah, we're losing this pawn because there is knight g6 check in the end. You cannot take the rook. But after queen b5, it's one of those positions where, once again, you'd be worried if you were a human being. Right. But this is not a human being, and it's not worried at all. It says we are holding here.
Okay.
What a line.
But I misguided you with queen g4. You were
queen
about
h3,
to say
but
queen
once
h3.
again, rook f5 appears to be the only move because we are being threatened with knight g6 apart from threats to the e6 pawn. But rook f5, bishop b3, knight c6, rook a d1. It goes queen c8 here. Knight d4 is now bad for some reason, I guess because I can take twice. And then everything.
Wow.
All of them.
All of them.
With checks.
Collection.
Yeah. But after queen c8, e5 is so vulnerable that it shakes out as okay-ish for black. It's still, like, you need to make very precise moves. After g4, you only square as f7, for instance. But it's not difficult. You're not going to blunder knight g6 check.
Clear.
And the resulting positions appear to be okay-ish, yeah.
All right. Again, a lot of what-ifs here, but it all starts with Wesley having to win and Fabi having to lose for Wesley to go to Brazil. Nasi, we've reached that time. Shall we check in with our friends at Cube Boutique and see what they have on special today? Well, here it is. Yes, indeed. It is the amazing t-shirt. Not a joke. This t-shirt features all the tournament locations from the 2025 GCT Tour, Warsaw, Bucharest, Zagreb, St. Louis, and Sao Paulo. It is available online at cubeboutiquestl.com, or please drop in person. for all your chess shopping
Yes,
needs.
sir. Our final Stump the Commentators.
I want to go.
Ben told us we are not having playoffs tomorrow.
I'm in the lead. I don't want to put myself up for.
Which of the following 2025 GCT finals
contenders
contenders have never played in a previous GCT final? Confusing question.
Hold on. Which of the following? Okay, MVL definitely played because we just spoke with him about it.
Yeah. I think I know the answer, and I'm not going to tell you. I'll wait until we come back, and I will be the last to go.
There you go.
And also breaking news, because on both boards, the players with the black pieces did something which they were not supposed to do, and now Nodirbek is in trouble, and I think Gukesh is in trouble, so we might not get playoffs today.
I'll tell you what they did wrong, but you'll have to wait until we come back.
Exactly. Yeah. Break now.
As we go to break, Yasser tells a Bobby Fischer pizza story. Take a listen, and we'll be right back. I don't think.
We can never tire of Bobby Fischer stories, but this one, we're going to call it the pizza, was told to me by Grandmaster Robert Byrne, famous columnist for the New York Times. And it's almost the dangers of analyzing with a genius. Okay, so the story is, it's the Olympiad in Havana, Cuba, and the American team's hotel. Bobby, the leader of the American team, he has a suite, the best room of anybody on the team. After the rounds, as explained to me by Robert Byrne, the really, really great benefit of playing on the Olympic team is you got to go to Bobby's suite, and Bobby on the dining room table had a chess set, and Bobby would show you his game of the round and how he beat his opponents. So all of these grandmasters, they come and they would watch as Bobby would just move the pieces and explaining this and explaining that and so on and so on. Anyway, they're all sitting around, Bobby's holding court, moving the pieces, telling what his great plans were and why it's all wonderful. And then Bobby says, and now in this position, you can't believe the move that the pizza, meaning his opponent, that the pizza played. The pizza played this, and Bobby starts laughing. He starts laughing. He starts laughing. Now he's convulsing. Now he can't stand it. He literally gets up out of his chair. He's on the rug, holding his midsection, going back and forth, rolling on the carpet, laughing to the point of tears coming out of his eyes as he keeps repeating himself, the pizza played this, and he's laughing, laughing, laughing. Now, all of the grandmasters, including Robert Byrne, they're looking at the position. The move that the pizza played was actually legit move. Robert doesn't understand why Bobby's laughing, and I mean, he's convulsing, and he's trying to understand what's going on in the position. And as he's getting more and more nervous, it's suddenly, there's the answer. Byrne pointed out to the piece. Byrne starts laughing with Bobby. Then everybody picks up on the laughter because they had seen the move that Bobby played. Bobby barely got up from the floor, tears in his eyes, and he plays the move that Robert pointed out. And then I smashed him. and Robert goes home that night thinking to himself, what a frightening experience that was. Because for Bobby, the move was incredibly obvious. But for the entire Olympic team, it took them several minutes to understand what the answer was. It was hilarious. The downsides of analyzing with a chess genius. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament, October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the final round of the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at the results so far. We did have 3 quick draws today.
Yes, we did.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda drew against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Levon Aronian drew against Praggnanandhaa. And we should say MVL, Levon, and Prague all qualified for the Final 4. And there was another draw between Alireza, Firouzja, and Sam Sevian.
The 2 remaining games, however, had a lot of content in them, Peter, and you didn't like, as we were going to break, what the players of the black side did.
Yeah, on both boards. And let's begin with this one, which is the game between Fabi and Gukesh, which could make Fabi the outright winner of the tournament should he win. And c7, c6, as we were showing on the board, appears to be stronger than d5, although the engine has since found a spectacular idea which I suspect actually holds the position. Black badly wants to play e5, e4. This is actually a bit of a target, and also if e4, d4, knight takes e4 happens, this knight becomes very active, which is why we stop it. Now e5 is hanging, you have to play knight d7. The engine plays king f1. You could maybe try something else, but it seems very logical, kind of going out of the X-ray and just generally moving your pieces closer. Black plays f7, f6. And now that the e5 pawn is fully protected, you can play rook e1. Although I suspect because of the reply, maybe it's actually stronger to do something proactive about what I'm about to show you. Maybe the move a4, a5 might be useful. But I think it's actually kind of difficult to play a4, a5 because you want to preserve the hopes of maybe one day playing knight a5, knight c6, and just generally not freezing the entire flank this way. I think we're conditioned to do it only when forced. And importantly, knight b6 is not a threat because, I mean, this one obviously loses the c7 pawn. But interestingly, the other one, knight 7 b6, is not even better than basically both of them borderline lose. Because rook c5 is very, very strong here. And now you don't get to take on a4 because this one is hanging. The rook is actually threatening to go over to a5 and collect on a6 for free. And your position gets very, very messy. But, and this is something that the engine wasn't showing to begin with, and I was kind of getting very optimistic about Fabi's chances. This is quite strong. How easy it is a whole different question. But this is quite strong. The idea being that if we take with the pawn, after rook eb8, suddenly it's very awkward to deal with this knight on b3. We would like to play rook b1 maybe, but that allows knight c5, and we've actually lost material. So not only your best, your only real move here is knight a1, and then after rook b2, black gets active pieces and probably should survive. And if you take with a knight, black goes bishop b6, and now you're kind of stuck. And black also will prepare and eventually probably play knight takes b4 and win the pawn back with bishop takes a5. And the more you let the machine think here, the more the machine says this is just completely fine. In fact, black could maybe even prepare it first by playing knight f8, knight e6, so that when the eventual trade happens, c7 pawn is protected. A5 is not an easy move to, I mean, it's a strong point. And also, like, you can and you should play b5, and white actually is still slightly better after bishop b6.
All right.
But it's an improvement for black because you've removed some of your weaknesses.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. And this is such a consequential, high-risk game, I want to say, for Fabi. Should he win, it's all golden stars.
He wins the Sinquefield Cup, no playoffs.
No playoffs. He qualifies for Sao Paulo, Brazil. He's in the Final Four. Yahoo! Should he lose?
He's out of Final Four.
He's out of the Final Fours.
If Wesley wins.
If Wesley wins, yeah. But I must say, from what Peter's just shown us, he does look pretty good, though, as he's the one pressing. And by the way, that move a5 is a visual, right? I mean, it's just sort of like it takes a weakness and eliminates it, actually, the a6, a5 move. So big moment here. And then in the other game, if you don't mind, Peter.
Yeah, we left it here, and I gave a somewhat impassioned speech about how bad this is. It's still bad, despite Nodirbek playing it. I still don't like it at all.
He did play it. Ooh.
Yeah, and apart from the purely positional approach of playing bishop d2, knight d3, and then going slowly, what Wesley has done is also very sensible. You play queen h3, rook f5 is strictly the only move because those two threats are way too strong. So you play rook f5, and this is being played with the intention of playing g4, which is what Wesley played. Rook f7 strictly the only move because, once again, you do not want to be blundering any forks. But here, Wesley has done something which, I mean, he's still better. But the engine says, having said A, you could have just as well said B. G5, rook f5, g6 is extremely dangerous. You are not losing by force after h6, but it does look like you might get mated at some point. Knight h5, knight g7 is like an immediate, very strong threat. So bishop takes g5. And now the explanation for this is this move queen g2. But honestly...
Wow, I thought it was knight g6 related, but no.
I can sort of understand why Wesley decided not to do it, because it's very easy for the machine to say this is much better, maybe winning for white after something like rook a d1, rook d3, rook g3, because black is pinned along the bank rank. But you don't want to do this to your opposition, right? It feels like if somehow Black, let's say, manages to unpin themselves and the knight from d7 gets to, I don't know, g6, which is only 3 moves, by the way, and the queens are still on the board,
you could be
Black
fine.
will start playing for a win.
Yeah.
So I think it's understandable that Wesley went knight d3, but then if you wanted to play lines with the knight on d3, you could have played them to begin with.
But he's thinking he gets to go g4 and f4
So
with
knight
the
c6,
tempo.
f4.
Or maybe bishop d2.
Yeah,
as a
let's include
preface.
bishop d2 because we
In
probably
case,
don't want
in
to be
case.
allowing knight b4.
In case, yeah.
Yeah, but Black still gets to do this. And
F4.
yeah, I wonder why this is, why the engine likes this less than the slower approach. Let's maybe try to compare. Because the evaluation here is higher than it is. I think maybe the difference is, in case of knight b4, we're not going to be playing g4 at all. We will be playing, you know, in a more contained fashion. So by not committing to g4 early, we severely disincentivize the counterplay with knight b4. But yeah, what Wesley is doing, I think, is humanly very easily understandable. It's an ambitious way to play because the plan of trying to push for f4, f5 is very, very central to what White is doing here. It's just that it seems that after rook f8, f4, knight b4, bishop takes b4, c takes b4, if you play f5 immediately, Black can actually take, or bishop g5 even first. And if you play, let's say, rook...
I want to play slowly. b3, rook f3, rook f1.
Black sort of digs in. You play g6, let's say b3, c5. Black will never have an active move in this game. Like, there's never going to be any counterplay. Your entire attention will be dedicated to not allowing f5 to happen.
Right.
But you do seemingly have decent chances of never allowing it to happen, which is going to be regrettable for White. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They're following this line, yes.
Yeah, they are probably going to land in something along the lines of what we're describing.
And yet I would embrace such a possibility for Wesley.
Of course. I mean, it's very pleasant.
Yes.
It's just that it seems like maybe there is no breakthrough. Let's say, even if I pass for 2 moves here, yeah, it's not a believer in pushing f5. It seems to suggest g5 is the strongest idea, but then I don't know how we're going to win. Maybe it wants to play h4, h5, and eventually get the knight over to f6. But, yeah, I don't know.
What a
Starts looking like you might survive this with Black. And honestly, if you include g5, rook f5, I might start pretending I'm Ding Liren and, you know, aiming it at b7.
Right.
I don't know.
Wow. Thank you, Peter. And we do have bishop d2 on the board. We didn't answer the stump the masters, stump the commentators, pardon me.
I forgot the questions.
I haven't.
Who's qualified for the GCT finals?
So, which of the following 2025 GCT final contenders have never played in a previous GCT final?
I'm sure MVL, Wesley.
I'm going to say C. Levon.
Me
Could
too.
be totally wrong,
Yeah, I'm taking Wesley, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct. And it's also, I'm a bit surprised you don't know the answer, because we discussed this yesterday in the car. Anastasia was showing us pictures.
My gosh.
I don't have as good memories.
I know, I'm not sure.
I'm cheating here a little bit, but on the way back yesterday, Anastasia was showing us archived pictures from previous GCT finals, and we were replacing a certain player with Prague. And the other 3...
The only player I remember in that picture was that player who's not here. So let's find the answer. And it is Wesley.
Just as you said, Levon played twice.
Levon and
So,
played twice. Fabi
Yasser
played
still
once.
wins because I was way behind.
Yeah, Yasser in first place and Vachier second.
My goodness, I tell you.
100 grand.
100 grand.
Not bad for a week.
Useful. Our thanks to the St. Louis Chess Club for all of the support, the great support that Rex and Jeannie brings. We have updates on the Wesley What Ifs as a result of those 3 early draws. And they are as follows.
So if Wesley wins and Caruana loses, Wesley will clinch a spot in the Grandchester finals. It's updated because Levon and Prague already finished their game and qualified for the finals.
Exactly. That makes a big diff.
And these are the only games left. It's Wesley and Fabi's game that are going on. Yeah. They both have white colors, both playing for a win. Yeah. Anything can happen.
True that. And we will have a very special guest as soon as I tell him that the Stump the Commentators prize fund was through the roof. He'll start firing people.
Once he hears that you won it.
Yeah, especially. We'll have to put a stop to that. Bishop to d2. And, like Peter is telling us that, you got this great, wonderful fortress after, rook f8, knight b4. I don't know. That's not the way I like to play chess as black, just waiting for my opponent to play f4, f5. And maybe I draw, maybe I suffer.
The thing is, though, by this point, he left himself pretty much no other choice.
Yeah, he's kind of Nodirbek, that is to say.
He is also very much in your camp. We've seen in this tournament just how much of an active player he is, how much he likes counterplay, unclear positions, double-edged positions. But he played himself into a position where, none of those things are going to apply.
Exactly. And for Wesley, this is what Wesley does at his very best. Wesley gets some kind of wonderful position where he has a strategic plus. Here, where I really want to emphasize the strategic plus lies is in these double pawns, this passer, and it is a protected passer on d4. Normally, you'd give it a high value, but the knight on d3 is such a marvelous blockader that the value of the passer actually goes down, and the majority for white, you think, okay, Wesley.
So I think in the lines we looked at, there was rook f8, f4, and knight b4, right?
Yes.
If white had one extra tempo to include a3, would white just be crushing?
Let's ask that question, Rook f8.
Let's say black
I was thinking about that myself, exactly that. Let's say we play a5.
And a3.
And we add a3. Specifically a5 and a3 things we've done, but I guess the fact that the evaluation hasn't collapsed indicates that the engine thinks even this might be solid enough.
Wow.
Which is, that is really, really
you just said
annoying.
Wow. Yeah, no.
Because I was so sure. I was so sure if you add a couple of things to the board, all of our breaks will gain in strength so much that. Right. But I guess maybe the point is, it now starts doing things like this, and the pawn on c4 is maybe a little bit weak. Let's not play I don't know. How should I manufacture this? g6.
Okay.
It actually okay. So the way to talk about it is you play g6 and you allow b3.
Okay.
So that black does not have that source of counterplay.
Okay.
This one it hates.
For
black. This one it hates because it thinks that combining now you also have to maybe slightly worry about the protection of the pawn on a5. Let's say if I play queen g2, queen e4, this knight on c6 is forever stuck on c6 because you can never really give up on a5. You can play a4, but white very happily plays b4 in response and things start to collapse. So you either play a5 in a way that makes sure you play a4, or you don't play a5 at all. I think maybe would be the conclusion. But yeah, interesting that this one is not horrible. I thought even this one would be horrible, despite, obviously with white, you don't want to do this to your queen side. But I thought we'll just give mate on the king side and we'll be irrelevant. But it seems like giving mate on the king side is just a lot harder than we think in general.
A moment ago, Peter, it flashed that somehow the queen went from h3 to g2 to e4. And I'm thinking, yeah, of course, put your queen on e4 like a smart person should. Go f4. F4, g6 or whatever, or queen g2, knight b4. Take it b3 and queen e4, and isn't that just?
Well, we can always have. This. It's just that he just doesn't believe we will ever play a5 in a way that will matter.
Wow.
Yeah, gives me an opportunity to quote something I very much like quoting, which is a phrase, "You can't hurt me in any way that matters," which 3 people out there probably will understand.
It is my considered opinion that Carthage must be sacked.
Yes.
You can't hurt me in any way that.
I think I'm misquoting it. Let's leave it at that. Yeah.
Oh boy. Are times a factor in this one, Nazi? No, it's still way early.
Fabi did make a move. Maybe we should see what he played. He went with g3.
Yeah, we were playing king f1, but g3 is very similar in spirit.
Yeah, you just kind of, as you say, do a little house cleaning, a little improvement.
Black
on the
should probably
side.
still play f6 because you do want to have the knight on d7 at least somewhat free to do other things rather than just protecting the pawn on e5. Yeah, it's a very similar position. You can play king g2, but As we know, a6, a5, it's probably playable here as well. Oh, here it likes it less. Interesting. It says this particular idea is very specific to white rook already being on c1, because in this position it goes d4. And it says this is a much worse version. E4, it goes knight h4. I guess there's no e4, e3 counterplay anywhere. And the knight is being aimed at a 5e3 squares.
That looks reasonable.
Yeah. So in this position, it continues shuffling for now. Goes king f7, waits for you to play rook e1. And now I'm assuming we can maybe finally play 5. Yeah, this is very similar to what we were watching. So you have to wait for rook e1 before you can even think about playing a6, a5. No, this is a difficult endgame. This is a very tricky endgame, actually, despite its, and honestly, I'm tempted to call it a queenless middle game. It doesn't, it's a very complicated, sharp endgame with a lot of pieces on the board, so.
Yeah, but I like these ideas of king g2, and even after f6, the knight going towards f5 square starts to
this
intriguing.
Is often the way the engine plays this endgame anyway, even without d4, e4 included, because this is our worst piece, absolutely our worst piece, and we need to improve it somehow. And this is one of the routes you could take.
Peter, that whole concept of knight a5, knight c6 lingers, but in that case I have to protect the a pawn, or at least move my rook. If I were to put the rook back on a1...
If you play knight a5, the problem is...
Knight b6, right?
Knight b6, knight c5, and we need to have rook a5 next move. In this position they go rook e8, and your pawn on a4 is hanging, and it doesn't quite work out.
Finish this line if you don't mind, rook a1.
Rook a1... Yeah, I think it repositions knight on b6 to e7. This is a major improvement.
Well, it stops me.
It was horrible on b6,
to c6.
And on e7 it will be a lot stronger.
Okay. Yeah, but that whole idea of getting the knight to c6 is something that...
if we could, we absolutely would.
It was a dream, yeah. All right, very good. And I'm going to go back to our...
Just looking at the body language of the players, Fabio looks very comfortable and Gukesh looks worried. With the engine, we know the white's advantage is not that big, but they might not be feeling that way about the position.
Yeah.
And for Fabi, I think he feels like in such a high-risk game that he's playing, because, again, he wins this, he wins the tournament, he qualifies, everything marvelous, he loses, everything goes south.
But would you say his position is mostly risk-free? Mostly.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, and especially if I can provoke f7, f6, I start to see some dark squares, light square weaknesses, on the king side. So.
By the way, in the other game, Nodirbek went knight before right away without including rook f8. Does that make any difference?
I suspect they're going to transpose
Probably not,
into,
because, how do we do without f4 with white?
Yeah, and there's no way I'm going to let this knight get traded, so I am certainly munching. And I'm including f4, just because I don't want to see a rook land on my doorstep here. That would be, I think be a game.
We're definitely getting here, and then the question is how Wesley proceeds from here. Does he find a plan?
Yeah.
He can...
He's put f4 on the board before the rook could even think of landing on f3. And again, for those joining us late, I cannot emphasize the importance of this game for Wesley. An absolutely crucial must-win game. Full stop, end of story. And he needs a little help.
He needs Gukesh to
Gukesh.
Fabi as well for Wesley to qualify for the final four.
Exactly. But with a win, Wesley will get into the playoffs for the Sinquefield
Most
Cup.
likely, if Fabi doesn't win.
Yes, most likely if Fabi does not win. And we do have, by transposition, rook is on
f8.
f8 as well.
Yeah.
And, normally I'm the type of person that plays a move like b2, b3, because I feel like, if I don't get it in early, by the time I get it in, it's too late. My opponent already has found some counterplay thanks to my negligence. Whereas I'm really not too sure what's the best squares for my rook. Should my rook be doubled on the f file?
f2, yeah.
Should my queen be on the e4 square, and my rooks maybe should belong one on
So
the
if
E
we double
file.
on F file and queen is on E4, we still don't get to push F5 because black just plays G6,
Well,
right?
I'm not 100% sure of that either. Like, let's say we just put something like this on the board, right? Now you've got to shuffle. I'm not sure exactly how you're supposed to shuffle. Let's say, for argument's sake, you put it like this, right?
Let's say rook F2 and rook F1.
Well, this is where I start thinking, what's the ideal? Am I playing F5 in order to be able to play E6? Then maybe my rook.
Sure.
Should I do it a different way? Should I play for H5?
H4, H5, yeah. Maybe king G2 and just H4.
Exactly, yes.
And on the topic of the former world champion,
yes.
Do we aim our king at C2 ever?
Yes. Do we make a king walk?
I don't know, A4?
Yeah,
Yeah,
honestly, I mean,
include A4 for white?
if we think it's useful, we can start with A4,
Yes.
which I'm pretty sure gets ignored. I don't think anybody plays B takes A3, although,
Right.
but probably not. I don't think BA3 is very interesting for black.
Right.
Oh, hang on a second. If I'm making that argument, are we playing A3 then? Are we opening a second front that way?
Oh, that would be helpful. Open A file for white.
Yeah.
Play
very
rook
helpful.
A6 and go from that direction?
So maybe black
And
has to
this
take and play on the B file?
This specificity, you know, I just love that my opponent's not doing anything. It's just
Right,
kind
it's
of giving me
completely
a
one-sided game.
completely free hand. Again,
Which I'm sure
white is...
Nodirbek does not enjoy those type
Yeah,
of
no,
positions.
nobody does. But
That maybe is an argument against playing C5. By the way.
yeah, white
Maybe
is,
we keep a pawn on C7.
white is doing and black is watching.
Oh, so that there's just no A3, right?
Yeah, trying to just not allow A3
No
altogether.
A4 either.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe it's useful just to block this queen.
Very good argument.
From
Yeah, I was about to
having-
say the one drawback is allowing queen b7. I don't know what queen b7 does, but why allow it?
Right. So no A4. And then we're back to our conversation, which was maybe I should be playing for H4.
I like that,
H5,
actually.
And,
I like H4, H5.
You know, G5, H5. But it's a long process. I mean, and this is definitely one of those where your coach tells you, don't rush.
No rush,
Don't
yes.
rush. Just bring your pieces to their zenith, the maximum possibility. And yeah, I like the queen on E4 more than I like the queen on H3.
There's an interested viewer in the background.
Yeah, and of course, Fabi's qualification depends upon this game. Now, Wesley loses,
And
goodbye,
not
goodbye,
just the
and Fabi's
qualification,
in.
right? If Wesley doesn't win, Fabi can draw and go into 2-player playoff instead of 3-player playoff.
Exactly. And that's assuming that he can still draw his game. I mean, because...
Fabi?
Yeah, I mean, even though I like Fabi's position, it doesn't mean, you know, that there are those moments in our lives where we have positions and for whatever reasons the tournament compels us to play for a draw. So we take a better position, find that perfect combination that turns it into a disadvantage, and then the combination has
Yeah,
it.
we're capable of that.
Yeah, we're totally capable, right? Yeah, and we do have F7, F6 by Gukesh on the board, and we have been talking about King G2, D3, D4, looking to trade off.
In some positions, it becomes very strong, yeah.
Yeah, looking to trade off what we think is a weakness. After all, it's a split pawn, backward pawn. We get to play D4. We provoke black into playing E4, and then we have knight H4, knight F5, and we start to say, okay, I'm really, really pressing. So for Gukesh, I think his decisions to play B5 and D5 was he was looking for forcing play. Nazi, could you recommend a way for Gukesh to play in the same style of I want to force? Should we be playing knight B4, knight B6, pardon me, knight takes A4?
I
What do
really
you
like
see?
the A5 ideas
Very
that
much so,
Peter was
yeah.
showing, but it's such a strange move, right? That the players might not be looking at it at all.
Right.
It's not on your mind.
Yeah, either it's there or it's not even a consideration, right? Because A5, B5, bishop B6, you can understand why you included A5. you don't want to play bishop b6 and encourage your opponent to start to target your a pawn. So in a funny kind of way, you play a5, and if you take bishop to b6, you kind of say, well, your knight is a little bit stuck because I want to take on a4, and if you knight remains, then I want to take on b4, play bishop takes. Maybe
after knight h4 and knight f5.
Yeah, this is the position where the angel was saying d4 is very strong, including d4, e4 is even stronger than the immediate knight h4.
And then knight h4.
Yeah, provokes e4 and then stops black from connecting the e4 pawn with the f6 pawn by playing knight h4, putting knight on f5, and yeah. This it did not like at all.
Even though black knight on d5 is so... Oh yeah, we're sacrificing it. Forgot.
Yeah, that was the
intention. We're actually trying to trade it off. Knight f5 is being played very often with the intention of playing knight e3. Your knight on d5, as you absolutely correctly said, is your best piece, and we're trying to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And if we do manage to get rid of it, our advantage grows substantially.
Like something like this.
Yeah, king f7, knight f5.
This.
h5, let's say.
h5.
And I think we just go knight e3 here voluntarily. We're not waiting for g6.
And we are a pawn down. We haven't.
Black is pawn down.
Yeah, black has not. Gukesh, pardon me, has not. He won his pawn back, and this is not what we bargained for when we went into this whole variation.
Not at all. Pawn.
No.
Okay. So, Yasser, in both of these games, white has a small advantage. Which one would you rather play with white?
Wesley, by far.
Really?
I mean, not even close. Just because I feel that in this specific position, Gukesh does have significant ways of counterplaying, you know, whether it be a5, whether it be c5 in a crazy case, or rook b8, and you
definitely more activity here than
totally
for Nodirbek in the other game.
Whereas in the Nodirbek case, I feel like, I mean, any counterplay that Nodirbek has, I can see it coming from 3 miles away. You know, it's not going to be easy for him to hold. And again, for me, Wesley is one of those incredibly tenacious players. When he does get what he feels is a strategic edge, he really squeezes the maximum. And we do have a5.
He played rook f2, yes,
and rook f2.
a5. So now we're going to see rooks doubling. Nodirbek will have to play g6 sooner or later, maybe right away.
That game up.
Yeah, because we're threatening f5 after rook f1.
Yeah. We could see in some positions black is happy replying with f5 to f5 with bishop g5, but probably not in these types of positions. It's way too dangerous to let white have free reign.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, you have to start thinking about knight c5 takes e6. There are just so many concrete problems.
Yeah,
should be lost.
I can imagine there are lines where you're thinking to yourself, I can withstand the impact of f5, but in this particular case, you mentioned it already, Peter, that knight c5 has issues. But yeah, you could imagine, all right, well, bishop on e3, I'm in. No, not in this case, which is why we've been looking at g7, g6 almost exclusively.
Right, and then some queen maneuver, queen g2 to get it to e4.
Yeah, that makes a great deal of sense, although in this particular case, did I do something wrong in terms of allowing bishop h4? Okay, imagine, you know, again, historians will call me brave. Courageous. Foolhardy, thank you.
I'll take with the rook, yes.
Okay, rook.
I think rook twice, makes sense.
Twice so with the rook?
No threats of being checkmated.
Queen h6, maybe?
No threats of being checkmated, but I'm trying to lever my passer into. I mean, again, this is, as Peter said, a little.
Honestly,
bit
even this makes me worried with black. I don't like even this position.
Right. A single rook trade, perhaps, Peter?
No, I've changed my mind. But then there's knight f4, right? I thought.
Yes, exactly. That was my intention, was to try to look yonder. When I see this position, I'm thinking to myself, why isn't my king on a1?
Oh, it would be so much better.
I know.
Maybe some d3, bishop c5 quickly comes.
Yeah, some things.
Kind of counterplay for black.
But again, putting the queen on e4 prior to bringing the rooks into the game also made some sense. Peter, tell us what the Oracle is sharing with you in the game of Gukesh.
I don't know how trustworthy it is, but rook e8, the move Gukesh has just made, appears to be maybe slightly weaker than king f7, at least at first glance. Interestingly, the engine now goes in with rook c6. My big question is, why are we, like, what's the gain if white goes knight b8? But I guess it actually doesn't like it on c4, somewhat weirdly. It goes all the way back to c1, maybe to c2, and then it lifts the other one to c4, which is very confusing, honestly. I guess maybe, no, I think the idea of rook e4 is not to put it on c4, actually. It's to play d3, d4, maybe.
Okay.
Or that plan. But the thing is, black is kind of stuck, and white is, like, the engine now likes this. It repositioned its rooks, but answering the question exactly why it prefers this setup to the one with the rook on c4 and the rook on e1 would require me, kicking this position about for a bit and trying to see how it replies to various, like, if king f7 now, yeah, I think it waits for king f7 and now goes d4 because now this is a check, yeah, so it's a bit of a trap, because if I play king f8, we're still playing d4. Hang on, why?
Sacrificing
it actually is very happy with this pretty much in every single situation, because it gets to dig at the chain, and maybe the e4 pawn falls.
That would be nice.
That actually explains something to us about this position.
That would be very nice.
I don't know how intuitive it is for a player with the white pieces to actively invite f5 and d4. But if you land on this idea, it's actually quite pressing, and seems like black needs to react to it, because white plays d4 against pretty much every single waiting move. The current suggestion is to play knight 7 b6, knight c5, knight c8. Once again, this idea that the knight on g7 wasn't doing very much and will be much better placed here. Also, black would very much like to trade this bishop on a7 for something. And if knight takes a6, it takes on f2. But we are still being pressed. This is not a solution to all our problems.
c7.
It's still a very dangerous position for black. Yeah.
No, Gukesh has got some challenges.
No, this is a very intricate endgame. It's difficult, I think, to play for both sides, but as is often the case, it's just so much easier to create threats than to parry them, because it's the rule of the minesweeper, right? Gukesh only really needs to be wrong once here. Yeah? Fabi can ask all these kinds of questions without really putting his position in any danger.
Right.
And for Gukesh, he needs to miss d4 in one position somehow.
Okay.
And his position starts getting a lot more dangerous.
Peter, we're going to go on break, but you're going to tell me about the rule of the minesweeper. I can't wait. Thank you. What are we doing on our break?
As we go to break, Yasser asked the players what they do for exercise. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
I forgot already. Does your preparation include exercise and or sports? And if so, tell us what is a routine for you to stay in shape?
Yeah, I do a lot of physical work. I go to the gym. I have some, physical workout for a couple of hours, and even during an event, when I feel good, I may go to gym and still do some work. And I think it helps me generally to feel better during the game, to be fit, and to just gain energy. And I think that's part of an improvement. I grew up doing physical work, so it's like a routine for me. So it's not that hard. And yeah, it helped my chess, and that's the one thing that I would recommend to everybody who wanted to improve his chess.
Yeah, I do try to include gym, but it is difficult, especially when you travel so much. It's not easy to manage physical exercise while also combining your chess training and rest and everything. Trying to manage that, I'm doing an okay job of that, but I think I can still get better at that area.
Yeah, it does, but I don't consider it part of chess preparation. It's just part of, I think, a normal lifestyle. Yeah, a normal healthy lifestyle should include that. Like, I think for a chess player,
you know, in other sports you might have a very intensive and specific training style, which is focused towards whatever skill set you need in the sport, whether it's tennis or basketball or whatever. There are certain things that are really useful, right? In chess, it's just you want to have energy and not to crash at the end of the game or at the end of the tournament.
Right.
So then it's more specific, and you don't have to worry about, you know,
a particular muscle group.
Can I jump a certain height, or
Right.
can I hit a ball a certain distance?
Right.
But just being healthy is beneficial, not only in chess, but definitely can't hurt in chess either.
The time control here is pretty long, so you need to be physically fit and ready to play for 4 to 6 hours. I usually walk, play tennis, basketball, and go to the gym pretty much every day before the event.
Bobby Fischer said, right, that your physical is very important, so I swim twice a week. Also, I do some exercise. Because as Fischer said, your body can function or your mind can function without a good body. Also, chess is very strenuous, like you have to prepare, and then you have to play for 4 hours.
Yes, I do sports a bit. I like tennis the most, but I also do some jogging and swimming. That's my usual stuff. But I could be also more active, you know, physically. I used to be like very regular a couple of years ago. Now, you know, once I got older, it's not that frequent anymore. But I guess I will start, you know, working out more heavily when I come back here. Yeah, I think being in a good physical shape is very important in chess, especially in classical time control. The games are very long. Having an ability to maintain your concentration is fundamental. And also you are just, you know, more patient when you play chess. You are less tired, so it's definitely important. And I think all of the top players do it. I mean, Magnus is of course a primary example because he's very fit and he has always been very fit, and he was like grinding people in a long games, you know, for decades right now. So yeah, it's important.
I try to exercise regularly. I mean, I used to go to gym. Now not so much, but I play a lot of sports. I alternate between sports and gym, and whenever I get time, even some other stuff to experiment with.
Yeah, I go to gym time to time, try to lift some weights. Mostly should be in good mental shape.
Absolutely. Like when I'm in Paris, I go to the gym 3 times a week. This morning I was just having a quick, I wouldn't say run, I would say jog around Forest Park.
Yeah.
Early birds, you know. And yeah, in general, I like to play some racket sports. So that includes tennis, obviously, but padel as well. And for American fans here, also pickleball.
Yes, of course.
And chess is a game where you need focus. You need constant focus when it's your move. Simply because, and that's one of the reasons, once you get older, you make more of these errors because of lack of focus, simply because you cannot stay focused as well as when you're 20, 25-year-old. And so, you know, doing sports and keeping healthy is one way to compensate, trying to be in great shape when the tournaments are ongoing, and be ready for this 4th, 5th hour of play.
Exactly.
Like Magnus has shown in the past 10, 15 years.
I like going to the gym. I like biking. I like swimming. I would love to do more of that, but
sometimes travels get in the way.
Yeah, the travels or the desire to have a nap, it gets in the way.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest with us, the co-founder of St. Louis Chess Club, Mr. Rex Sinquefield. Welcome to our show.
Thank you, Nazi. You're very kind. Thank you.
It's always wonderful.
Yasser, hello. Welcome to you, too.
Well, thank you so much. I wanted to say
you also haven't been kind, but I know you meant to be.
It's coming, Rex. It's coming. Rex, the 2025 Sinquefield Cup is coming to a close. But once again, it's been a great success. It's
It has been
marvelous.
a great success.
Yeah.
We'll see how it ends.
Right.
And yes, I have a preference as to how it ends, but I can't say I have to be officially neutral. But I don't have to be neutral about our great commentators. The greatest in the world in any sport. And I defy anybody to successfully challenge me on that.
Rex, you're only saying that because it's so true. Thank you.
You see what I got to put up with, ladies and gentlemen?
No, but what we have to put up with, it was 2 weeks of fabulous chess.
That is true.
All the great players of the world have come.
All made
and
greater
descended.
because of you two. They weren't playing that well, but you guys dressed it up and really added some excitement to it.
Well, we do our best. But Rex, no, seriously, October's coming, and what an absolutely amazing month.
It's loaded,
gonna be
isn't
that.
it?
It's crazy.
First of all, we're reopening the club.
Right.
After this tremendous expansion, led by the notable and exceptional Joy Bray.
Right.
Everybody knows.
Well,
And
these are some architects' renditions
Yes.
of what the club is about to look like come October. 30,000 square feet, you were about to tell me?
Yes, I was.
Well,
we're
go
going
on,
from
tell me
6,000
more.
to 30,000 square feet.
Right.
We're going to have new playing halls, classrooms, a new chess-themed restaurant whose name I cannot disclose because I don't know it. We're going to have, of course, cutting-edge broadcast technology. It's going to transport us. We're going to be flying in spaceships around the world.
Right.
It's going to be the premier chess facility in the world because of you two.
Because of you, too. I wanted to say you and Jeannie, thank you.
Thank
both
you.
for what
You're most
you have
kind.
done.
How excited are you for the clutch championship between two legends, Garry Kasparov and Vachier-Lagrave?
Oh, those two again?
Ouch.
I think it's very exciting.
Right.
We haven't had them clash head to head, have we?
Not here.
Was
no.
Vichy played in any of our events?
Vichy
He did.
has. He came, and we were shocked. He came to St. Louis. We loved having him. And he discovered that he had some distant relatives.
Gelfon's relative.
No, St. Louis.
No, in Columbia, Missouri. The neighbor of my daughter. Can you imagine that?
Small world.
Yes. He's a professor of accounting at the University of Missouri, and he was my daughter's next door neighbor.
For Boris Gelfand, or for Vachier-Lagrave, sorry.
For Vichy. Vichy, yes.
Yeah, that was
unbelievable.
Yeah, I remember Vichy came to my home, a home you bought, so that the grandmasters and residents have a place to stay. And Vichy came over for a party, and I said, Vichy, this is my room, this is my walk-up closet, this is my swimming pool, this is my kitchen. And he gave me the key to his bedroom, and he says, we're trading places, go scram. you scram, get out of here, will you please? But no, seriously, more October. Tell us more October.
We have that. We have the, of course, Maurice Ashley will be doing commentary in September and October from...
Well, there goes our commentary team, right?
Yeah, from Brazil.
Right.
And then we've got, of course, the Clutch Chess, the Legends, October 7th to the 10th.
Right.
And one of my favorites, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships.
My favorites
I've been here every year for it, and I have yet to win it. and of course, Clutch Chess, the Champion Showdown.
And there we have the return of Magnus.
That's right.
Yeah. Looking forward to Magnus coming back. I remember his first appearance in 2013 at the Sinquefield Cup. He won it, and that was where he signed his contract to go to Chennai.
Yes, he did.
To play the World Championship match.
Right, yeah.
10 years, we've been talking about Grand Chess Tour for 10 years. Share with us some of your favorite memories of
Well,
the
actually,
Sinquefield
being
Cup.
systematically
Cup,
excluded from all of them is something I remember very much.
They wouldn't let you No, I remember you participating with Anatoly Karpov and I.
That's true. We did play a combined game.
That's
yes.
right.
And fortunately for me, my opponent, the great Mike Lukin, blundered his queen.
Yes,
at
you
the
were very
appropriate time.
Very,
Yes.
very, very relieved.
Yes.
And I still remember they allowed you for the burning boards
Yes.
at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
I know.
That great
A terrible event.
You crushed your opponent. That was
crushed my opponent in 4 moves. And then I saw people like Magnus were hanging around till 30 or 35 moves and then offering a draw.
Exactly.
I go, oh my God, what a horrible thing I've done.
It was like,
yes, exactly.
Oh, boy. But seriously, your favorite, give me 2 of your favorite remembrances over the years that...
Probably Fabi going 7 out of 7. That was historic.
Amazing.
That was great. That was fabulous. What was great also was Magnus's comment. You know, they had each of the person use one word to describe their feelings about this. And wonderful, amazing. It got to Magnus, depressing.
That was great. I remember, Rex, it was a party. The St. Louis Chess Club was throwing a staff party. It was a Christmas party. And I don't know how karaoke became a thing, but you and Randy ended up performing a duet and just blowing us all away. Where did you learn to sing? I mean, that was a skill I didn't think you had, and you and Randy killed it. You and Randy killed it that night. That was really good. And don't tell me you weren't good, because that was brilliant.
I can't tell you everything, how I do it, you know.
We aren't married, huh?
No, I love to sing, and I love great singers. And so I just do it, usually when no one's around, because I don't want to get arrested.
By the way, now that you mention it, we got a great singer coming into town. Thanks to
we
you.
do.
We're going to be celebrating your birthday and at the symphony. What's that
Sissel,
Sissel
from Norway. One of maybe the greatest singer and most beautiful singer in the world will be coming to St. Louis from Norway. And I think Magnus will be here at the time, as well as his father, and I think they know each other.
Wow. Okay. And what's that for? What will we be celebrating?
Oh, I think there's just some kind of birthday going on.
Yours?
Yes. Well, you know, that's some kind of birthday.
Some kind of birthday. Rex, thank you. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
All you do and all Jeannie does. And I love this tournament. I love the Cairns Cup. I love the U.S. Championships. Yeah. It's a special feeling.
Thank you, dear. Nice seeing you again.
Yes.
I hope I didn't scandalize either of you.
No, thank you so much for coming and joining us.
Thank you.
And one last question. Today we might see playoffs. It can be a 2-way or 3-way tie. Do you like to see the tournament being decided in Blitz or Armageddon playoffs?
Actually, I have to confess, I've said this many times, so I don't mind saying it again. I don't like the idea of tournaments changing their format to resolve the outcome of an event. I think it's a terrible idea. You know, when Bobby Fischer came up with his rules for the best tournament, he did not explicitly did not include a change of format. He said, we play the games. We might have to play 50 of them, but we play the games, and if it's a tie at the end, it's a tie. End of story.
Right.
And I think he's absolutely right.
Simply put, in the Sinquefield Cup, you're playing a classical game, a classical time control. Don't resolve a classical tournament with a blitz.
With a blitz or
So 2 players tying for first, for you, that's a complete legit.
Absolutely it is. Remember they did this one year with Magnus?
They went on strike.
And it was Magnus's idea. Let's call it a tie. It is a tie.
And you
just acknowledge it for what it is.
Yeah, great game. Well, again.
And one other thing we will not see this October is a World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals.
No, it's not in the discussion.
They're fumbling and stumbling all over the place.
Yeah, I saw my points, and that wasn't in there.
That's right.
It definitely was not in there.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you
again for joining us.
Very much.
Thanks.
And we have 3 results as the championship round is coming down to this. Who is going to qualify? Will it be Wesley? Will it be Fabi? Will there be a playoff?
Right, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drew early and qualified for the Final Four. So did Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa. With the draw, both of these players make it to Brazil. And we're waiting to see how Fabi and Wesley do in their games, because everything depends on those results.
Things have occurred in... Ooh, I just saw Wesley making a move. I was going to ask Peter what he felt about the resolution in the Fabi versus Gukesh, because after D3, D4, I saw some trading. But let me just jump to the Wesley So game for just a moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of moves have happened in Wesley's game.
Surprise, surprise. Remember when I said I'm playing b3 just so that I don't give my opponent this opportunity. Well,
He allowed it.
he allowed it. And jump in on this one, Peter.
In a way, I think we welcome this because it makes the position a lot more concrete.
Okay.
Because I think I don't know what Nodirbek's intending, but he now has to worry a little bit about the a-pawn surviving and this being an additional source of annoyance. And interestingly, the engine suggests the move d4, d3, which my first reaction is, why are we giving this up?
What are we doing?
But then it plays bishop h4, puts the rook on f3 because we do not want to be giving up the f4 pawn. Okay. And then it goes rook d8, rook d4. And it turns out that in a position like this, those pieces are very difficult to smoke out. Like, this is honestly kind of mind-blowing to me because we've also locked down our own bishop.
Right.
But it says, yes, it has no moves, but you can't take it. If you attack it, your f4 pawn falls.
Mm-hmm.
Gives black almost full equality here, which is shocking to me. We are two down. This guy has no moves, cannot really be rescued by itself, and seems to like this. If you don't play d3, if you play something like, I don't know, queen c8 back, it starts improving slowly. It doesn't really gain anything immediately, like rook f3, king g2. But I suspect if you give me enough time, maybe at some point I will play a2, a3, and I will switch to trying to queen the a-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
If you imagine, let's, I don't know, add some completely senseless moves from both sides, like if we get here, and then the knight comes back to d3 and we start pushing. It very much will depend on, if I do this, did I blunder g5 or not? But if I haven't, this seems now like a much closer to a big advantage for white position than it was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Nodirbek made a move. It's not d3.
Unsurprisingly.
Yes.
d8.
Yeah, but this appears to be a waiting move because there's nothing for this bishop on this diagonal. So I think this is more or less an indication that he's done his job. He thought it was very useful for him to lure the knight away from d3, even at the cost of a passer on the a file. And he is now going to make some kind of waiting moves, maybe bishop d8, bishop b7, maybe queen c8, queen a6. We'll see.
But in this particular position, Peter, I mean, from my eyes, I see a lot of improving moves for white. I've got a lot of happy moves. Rook f3, king g2, king g3. What are black's
Black is not doing anything. Yeah, I think you're completely stuck. As far as I can tell, you can't move anything from the f-file because allowing f5 will still probably lose you the game straight away.
Right.
The bishop has no active squares. Like, you can put it on a5. It's not doing anything on a5 either. So I think it's staying where it is. The queen, like, we're never playing b3. Now we haven't played d3 immediately. We're probably also never playing d3 because it was very kind of time sensitive, and it definitely will not work with the bishop on d8. So I think like, once Nodirbek plays bishop d8 here, I think it telegraphs his intention of saying,
wait.
Yeah, I've provoked some weaknesses on the queen side. It cost me a pawn, but now you have to pay attention to your queen side for the first time in forever. And I will pass. I will pass, and then I will pass some more. And I think this holds. Whether it does hold or not is very much an open question.
Numerically speaking, Peter, what does...
+1, but we are a
+1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have said a lot more than +1, and as we're speaking, rook f2 to f3, just one of those small little happy improving moves has been played by Wesley. Yeah. Now we're going to switch.
By the way, just one final thing.
Yep.
The way to win this position immediately would be to play king g1, b3. But I think black probably never allows that. I think we can't really safely cross the f-file. But if that happened, we could play knight g3, and then we could actually start pushing for f5. And that, I think, would actually end the game, because the king would just solve all of our queenside problems instantly.
By itself.
But but that takes so long, and you have to cross through such rough terrain along the way that you probably never get it.
All right. Thank you for that. We do have bishop e7. Marking time.
As expected,
by Nodirbek. But this is, I mean...
Interestingly, by the way...
so hard to do.
By far the strongest move in this position on my... Well, not by far, but the strongest is king f2. I think suggesting that the engine is very much in agreement with me regarding getting the king over to the queen side. And it plays d3. It says, if you don't play d3, you might be in tremendous amounts of trouble.
Don't think we're going to see d3, though, giving up second pawn.
After king f2, though. Yeah. I mean, and here, it's not actually giving up a pawn, because we can't take.
But if I go back, king g1, am I not going to win that pawn and keep the king?
It likes king g3 better, which I think is understandable, because now black plays d2, and
Rook.
You would like to play rook d3, but that allows bishop g5, and we haven't lost anything. We can get that position back, but weirdly, it's not that easy to attack that pawn without allowing some kind of counterplay. Top line on my screen currently is h4, rook d8, rook g3, to which black replies with rook d8. And it's
Rook
some kind of a,
F1?
rook d1, rook takes d3, queen takes d3. For some reason, queen b7, okay, now they're the same strength. So black wants this, and if you take on d2, black wants to play b3, apparently. And now we
A4, B. Who's been trying to play for a win?
I don't know if this is, nobody. This is around equal, but black is still fighting for a draw. It's not a winning attempt. But I don't know if Nodirbek is intending to do any of that. No. But the thing is, if you play bishop d8 and allow king e2, the evaluation kind of bottoms out because it really doesn't like the idea of the king being safe, because with the king away from the g file, we will at some point start pushing for f5.
We do have two moves. Wesley played king g2. And
bishop d8 back,
Yeah.
And Wesley definitely has everything to play for.
If Wesley wins and Caruana loses, Wesley will clinch a spot in the Grandchester finals. And he'll be playing the playoff with Prague for the first place.
Right. Well, what a surprise that would be, because Wesley he started the tournament in a very quiet fashion. I think he started with 6 draws and
won 1 game.
And then finally he won 1 game. And now he's on the precipice of potentially having a playoff. That's quite something.
Let's check Fabi's position. I don't think Fabi is risking anything in this game.
Not really.
Peter,
it is.
I wanted to ask, because we had been focusing our attention elsewhere on black meeting d4 with e4. He couldn't in this particular iteration.
Yeah, and I think this is what prompted Fabi to do it. But actually, the engine does seem to suggest this makes black's life easier, despite the fact that white managed to trade away the quote-unquote weakness on d3 for a very healthy pawn on e5. Black's play now is a lot more understandable. I don't want to allow h4, h5. I don't think king f7 is a big mistake, but I would play h6, h5 here with black. Then I want to play king f7, rook a b8, perhaps knight e6 if I'm allowed to play knight a6. And as for white, yes, there is a weakness on c7, but we kind of don't have the pieces for it, right? We are never playing bishop f4.
Good knight on d5.
Yeah, I guess the kind of a dream scenario for white would be to play rook maybe c4 and somehow get to play knight d4, knight c6. But organizing those things will take time and effort because, exactly as Yasser is pointing out, knight b6 is a constant problem.
Yeah. I was actually kind of inspired by something that you had said in the previous position, which was moving the rook on c4 to e4 and the rook on e1 to c1 and trying to get, okay, if you'll permit me, I don't know if this is good play or bad play, and I'm going to make another bad move if you don't mind.
Yeah, now knight d4, yeah.
Knight d4, this is like the maximum I can achieve.
Yeah, but black needs to be a bit helpful.
Yes, yes. I mean, for example, you could have played knight e6 in this moment as well.
h5 played by Gukesh, and looks like this is...
And a critical position in the other one.
Yeah, because I noticed Wesley did go king f2.
After going king g2.
Yeah, now he is going to the queen side.
That's kind of
And interestingly, even with the bishop on d8,
still
d3 is still what you should do. d3, king g3 remains best, d2, and looks like this should be much worse because we don't have rook d8, but we have rook d7, so it shakes out to very similar things. Rook d1, rook d7. If you play rook f2 here, rook d4, and actually black then plays b3 and bishop a5 and says, I'm playing for a win. Let's not allow that. White goes rook d3, black takes, queen takes, black plays... Oh, one thing, allowing g5 is bad. So the engine actually in this position takes with the knight and takes on d2. But after queen a3, suddenly we do have some counterplay. Yeah, we are still a pawn down. This is what we played a4 for. But there's no control anymore to the extent that there used to be control. And the evaluation does seem to suggest not shocking. Like we lose the entire queen side here. Queen c6, it goes queen c3, queen takes c5, very useful intermezzo attacking the rook. We've taken everything off the board, and we're still not winning. Because this is very unsafe now.
Wow.
We are
Queen
up 3
c5 best,
pawns.
but even endgames, 2-pawn up endgames, are, judging by this evaluation, probably a draw.
Guess we're losing 1.
Yeah, we're probably dropping 1, yeah, because the c-pawn cannot really survive. It goes like this and takes the pawn on c4. And yes, we have an outside passer, but the rook will be very active on the a file in front of it. And I mean, this is difficult. And honestly, it's absolutely not a given that Nodirbek will play d3.
And if he doesn't?
If he doesn't, he's in trouble. Yeah.
Right.
If he doesn't, he's in trouble.
The safe transfer of the king to b3.
That's crazy.
I wrote a book with a friend of mine, Bruce Harper, King Walks, and
Can you add this in the new edition?
Yeah. This is going to be in an updated chapter, King f2. But it is a clear indication, and for me, I was almost ready to make a major, massive wager that King g3 and h4 was definitely on his agenda. Had he played King g3, the moves d3 no longer work, right?
Yeah, but we're not threatening anything. Well, it just goes bishop b7. And do you want h4, h5? Or?
Yeah, well, for whatever reasons, h4 became useful.
H4 they meet with h5, actually, shockingly.
What?
I didn't expect any response on the king side. I thought
because
we were
queen takes
perpetually...
g6, you run into rook g7. Oh, hg is even stronger, but rook g7 also kind of wins for black, actually. Weirdly. hg, it says black is winning now. Because black starts to play on the king side. It's not you who's playing on the king side anymore.
Okay, but after h5, g5, now can I turn out
g5 is king g7 or king h7.
And the whole a3 stuff no longer...
Yeah, but then I think once we've sort of more or less removed the king side from the equation, the engine at least, I don't know if the human player would be just as sanguine about it, but the engine thinks it's much easier to control now.
Really?
We put the bishop on d8, put the rook on f5, and I guess eventually a3 happens, we play bishop a5 in response or something, and we feel confident-ish that we're holding.
Confident-ish.
Yeah.
Nice.
No,
None of this happened because we do have king f2, and a sprint, if you will, to the b3 square is maybe on one
and by
side
the way,
of
there was a change on my screen there for a second. I noticed the engine was playing queen takes d3, and the point, I guess, looks like f4 is hanging, but after takes, and king e2, it no longer liked this. Actually, just
b8 is hanging.
It seems like we're losing because d8 is hanging. With the bishop on e7, this probably would have been completely fine. But now this loses a piece to the intermediate check, and if you play rook d4, you get mated, apparently.
Oops.
I thought idea was bishop h4, rook d8. D3's whole idea. After queen d3.
Queen
to
d3.
get the d file,
Sorry.
right?
Let me find my spot again. Where was I? Yeah. No, but bishop h4, we get king e2, and
rook
f4
d8.
doesn't fall. Yeah. Yeah, it's still the idea, but this is. You're correct. This is by far the strongest approach. But yeah.
And then put rook
I
on
thought
d4.
maybe we gained something by winning the pawn so quickly. But as a matter of fact, no. No, even here.
You would think that f5 should be at last a breakthrough, but where's rook g4 check?
Yeah.
Sadly.
And we're apparently never afraid of g5. Even when we can sort of attack it with the king. Yeah. Just goes h6, gives advantage to black.
What?
We're 3 down after gh.
Yeah. What?
Minus 0.40. Queen a8. Bishop comes back to e7. We play king h7. And now white's position is full of, dead wood. This is quite remarkable, actually.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Take that move g5.
Yeah, g5 is bad. Yeah, we shouldn't be playing g5.
Back. But in this position, yes, thank you, Peter. And f5, don't I finally make my great vaunted breakthrough?
We have
Black
lost,
wins.
apparently.
Because
the queen comes to e6. We are now busted.
Hold on. Yes.
E6 would have been maybe kind of okay, but it loses to like 3 different things.
3 different
including, very interestingly, the move queen d6 with the intention of giving mate in 2 with rook h4 check and queen takes h2.
Rook h4 check. I've completely
But this is not the only
blinded
thing
that
that loses to,
Yeah, I've been completely
Regrettably, there are other things as well.
King f2, big moment. It's time. Thank you, Peter. Is time a factor in
They
this
have
one?
about half
Nazi?
an hour for both of them, so no time troubles.
For how many moves?
Only 8 moves left.
Oh, yeah, okay.
They have plenty of time.
Right.
But D3 is such a critical move.
It's not a move that you want to play because really you're thinking, what is my trump as black in the position? There's not many trumps to talk about, but maybe a protected pass pawn on D4 is one of them. And when you play the move D3, you say, okay, I'm going to be material down for the rest of the game, but I've got all of this dynamic play, right? I've got great files for
You
my
go
pieces,
from
diagonals.
passive position where you were moving bishop b7, bishop d8 5 times in a row to having rook on d4 and all the open.
But yeah, you have to realize that the point of d3 is not to trade d4 for f4. It's just to activate your pieces.
Yes.
You're throwing it away. We are not trying to win it back.
No.
And this is maybe difficult because it's a very healthy protected passer in the center of the board. I don't think it is so obvious.
Yeah, you have to do it out of necessity.
Yeah, and some of those positions where not only do you put your pawn on d2 for whatever reason that makes it to d2, then you follow it up with b3, and then you follow that up with bishop a4, bishop a5, and it defends d2.
He's
and he's reaching for the queen.
Queen
Oh.
a7.
And now I think he's in a world of hurt, yeah. Because queen a7, we go king e2. I'm assuming, no?
Yeah, seeing the boar on the... It keeps rising.
Yeah, and the engine does move the king at least to c2, maybe not all the way to b3, but at least to c2, maybe b1, moving it further and further away from any kind of shenanigans. And if that is achieved, I think we will start pushing for simply f5.
He's played king e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was always the intention.
Yep.
Yeah. Seriously, when the queen was on a6, f5 I understood was unplayable because you always have this queen g6. Check when we take everything on f5. But with the king on b3, f4, f5 starts to become
f5 everywhere.
A massive threat.
And just to give you an impression of what the engine thinks about this now,
please.
It goes b3, a, b, queen, b8.
Which nobody does.
Yeah, like it doesn't say this is good, it says this is best. Because everything else is even worse.
Can we still run with the king to c2, or is
no,
that...
it runs back actually.
We've done our job. We won 2 pawns.
That's right.
Provoking.
I could believe in somebody playing d3 in a practical game. Yeah. I assign 0.00001% probability
for
b3 happening in a real game.
Yeah, that would be a hard to believe one.
In particular, once you haven't played d3 on the previous move. Of those two, I think you pretty much always choose d3 over b3.
Then we have to admit it, Nodirbek is falling into a position where he will be passive basically forever.
Yeah.
You get your king to c2 and maybe even b3 or b1, as you said. White is doing everything. Yeah. Black is watching as white is doing.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very unpleasant, maybe even more than unpleasant, frankly.
We could be seeing a win by Wesley, which makes the game between Fabi and Gukesh that much more salient. I mean, my goodness. I mean, it really, really is a high-risk game because a victory for Fabi means the world.
It does look like Gukesh has equalized more than before.
Yeah, it's much closer to full equality now.
Yeah, the knight is about ready to make a good appearance on the e6 square, and then...
I'm pretty sure Fabi intended to play knight d4 here, and he still should, but black goes knight d7, rook c6 I thought might be the idea, but then knight e5, rook d6, c takes d6, and with the knight now on a very nice central square, black really doesn't look like you're even slightly worse.
So even though we can take the c-file control, it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, we take, play rook c1, but there's immediate counterplay with knight d3.
Knight d3, sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at rook b8. I was looking at rook b8, but knight d3.
Rook c6, I think the engine just, although it retains some advantage, it takes on b4 with a 3 knight and goes rook e8. But yeah, I mean, you can absolutely imagine black still losing even this position because the knights are a bit hamstrung.
Clumsy, yeah.
Yeah, clumsy. And the pawn on a6 is a target. But it seems to suggest that, I mean, rook e4 is coming in, if king f3. it throws in g7, g6. I suspect with the idea maybe in some positions of just chasing the rook away and forcing us to take the knight on b4 because the rook actually has no useful squares.
Kind of trap.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked it's not more. I think maybe the way to explain it is this is now the absolute maximum, and we can't actually make much progress here without taking on b4. And if we do take on b4, black generally, like with only 2 pieces left on the board, black finds some kind of counterplay. Mm-hmm. The big question for me would be takes, and maybe rook b6. But yeah, it just goes a5, rook b5, and starts creating counter threats to the king on d3. Still concrete though. Like if you have to make draws by giving perpetuals to the king on f3, it means that the opposition is not entirely safe. It's just that the engine does hold it move by move, but the engine holds many things move by move. You can't really use it as guidance.
Right.
Seems logical though, because if you allow knight e6, I think you have nothing at all whatsoever. I can't see why you would be even slightly better if you allowed knight e6 in this position.
No, I think knight d4 has to be played, in fact. Yeah, and clock time's a factor in this one?
Also no, 18 minutes for Fabi, 30 for Gukesh, and they're 10 moves away from
18 to 30.
Time control, so no time troubles today. And just a reminder for everyone, so if Fabi draws and Wesley wins, we'll have a 3-way playoff for the Sinquefield Cup championship.
Right, between Wesley, Pragg, and
for
Fabi.
The first place, yeah.
For first place, and that will be a Blitz playoff, which will make Rex very unhappy. He says, look, he's a classical player. Once again, in case of a 2-player versus a 3-player playoff.
If it's just 2 players, they'll play a rapid match, but if there are 3 players tied, they'll play Blitz round robin 5+2. And I guess it will be just random pairings who plays who first?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. In case of a Blitz playoff of 3, it would make more sense to be a double round robin.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about
because blacks and whites, and getting 2 whites, and that's a big advantage.
No, but in a 3, yeah, everybody gets white and black in a 3-player round robin. So
you would think so, but I don't see double round. I see.
So was this type of scenario back in I don't know what year when Magnus, Levon, and Fabi decided not to do the playoffs?
Right,
but there was
that was a very, very. Please, Peter.
Yeah, you were also here, right?
Yeah. I thought it was a very unfair ruling at the time, but the rules were.
Yeah, they weren't against, they were actually very much in favor of exactly what we will have. Mm-hmm. But the rules at the time for the GCT were, in case of a more than 2-person tie, they calculate some kind of a tiebreak, I'm guessing Burger maybe.
Right.
And then they eliminate everybody below the second player.
Tiebreak.
And then they play the tiebreak between the first and the second. And Magnus, who actually was getting into the top, so it wasn't like he was. It's not because he was being hard done by. Yeah. He just felt it was unfair in a 3-way tie to play a tiebreak while eliminating somebody by arcane rules which aren't a playoff. And he said, "I will play a 3-way, but I will not play a 2-way."
Mm-hmm. So they didn't manage to play a 3-way Blitz?
It wasn't in the rules. Mm-hmm. And there was a bit of a logjam when negotiations with arbiters went on, and we were patiently waiting in the studio. I remember to hear.
We were so anxious.
To hear exactly what will shake out. But what shook out was 3 names on the cup, and everybody goes.
And of course, once again, Pragg very much a part of that whole discussion. In case Fabi were to draw this game, there would be a 2-way playoff. But in case Fabi draws this and Wesley wins, it will be a 3-way playoff. And at the moment, I'm thinking Wesley, I know the engine defends it super, super well.
Not
but
anymore,
for me,
actually.
I think Wesley is cruising to a victory, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, at this moment.
It's +2, +3?
I made a couple of more waiting moves for black, and it's +3. If we get here, for instance,
I think we are almost
we are getting very close. Yeah, King C2 already played. I played what looked to me like a logical move, Queen D7. I played King B3 for white.
Right.
And then I tried adding something to the position. Queen E8 allows F5. I thought maybe I can, but actually I cannot teleport my queen to G6 over my own rook, which is maybe a very good explanation for why this is lost. Because in my mind I was playing G takes F5, rook takes F5, Queen G6, which maybe would have been a playable move, but unfortunately it's illegal by the strict rules of chess.
Rats.
So if you want to make a waiting move here, it's probably something like queen c8 or bishop e7. But even f5 is winning. You can also throw in knight d3. I'd be a bit reluctant to do it, but actually we control a8. So we don't have to worry about black actually being able to attack the pawn on a4. And then after, let's say, queen c8, it just goes f5. ef, gf, gf. And just
this is a dream.
Yeah, and goes queen d5 and starts breaking through e5, e6, knight e5, knight f7.
Here, white is just being a bully.
This collapses very quickly.
Absolutely, e6.
Yeah, it's +3 and dropping, basically.
Yeah. By the way, king b3, rook e7. King
rook
b3.
e7. Maybe we already could do something, but yeah, machine likes including h4 actually. But king b3 is not a mistake anyway.
Is it terrible to play queen a8? In certain positions.
I saw it mentioned, yeah.
Yeah.
You could maybe even get your pawn to a6 while still preserving the...
Yeah, I wasn't playing it necessarily with the idea of getting the pawn to a5 as much as I was thinking, if I could trade queens, I've got a dream ending.
Completely lost, yeah.
Yeah, queen.
But the choice now is incredibly wide. Like, we're winning by any number of things. After, let's say, rook g8, I suspect f5 is very strong, but the engine also adds h4, rook h3, h5 in some positions. F5.
No.
Okay, f5 we've blundered
e5.
Yeah, okay. This at least explains why it doesn't play f5. But yeah, he plays h4, let's say rook a7. He plays rook h3.
Now, so this black is just no longer plays h5 after h4?
Well, there's no king on g3. There's no king on g3. The reason it was so strong was there was a king on g3. There's no king on g3 anymore. Yeah, like if h5, it goes gh, gh, f5. And now that ef we're recapturing with the rook, e5 is not falling, and this is completely lost. No.
And I do see queen a8 starting to creep
Rook
in.
ff7 played by Nodirbek. Yeah, it just goes... Actually, interestingly, after h4 and rook g7, one of the things which are apparently winning as well now is the move g4, g5, with the intention of playing h5 and just opening the h file and giving mate that way.
Yeah.
We're completely dominant now. We can choose. It's so winning. There's multiple plans that appear to be breaking through.
Wow, a smooth game thus far from Wesley. He's likely to win. We're likely to see a playoff unless Fabi can pull a rabbit out of his hat and somehow turn around what, to our eyes, appears to be a very balanced position. By the way, knight d4 was played, and
knight d7 was played.
Knight d7.
Yeah, you have to play rook c6 because otherwise you're actually allowing knight takes b4, and that doesn't seem fun.
No. And
so rook c6, I'm expecting knight e5. It's not the only move as far as I can tell, but it's by far the most logical. Although taking on c6 and going knight 7 b6 is maybe also... Oh, he's gone rook c2.
So he has 13 minutes for next 10
He's gone rook c2. Okay, now knight takes b4. Knight takes b4 makes an immediate draw.
Hold on.
Knight e5 is also fine, but...
13 minutes for... What? Say that?
He has plenty of time.
For 10 moves?
Yeah, but position's easy.
Okay, and sorry, Peter.
Rook c2 is a draw offer.
Knight takes b4.
Bishop takes b4, rook takes d4.
Attacking the knight.
Yeah.
Bishop takes b4.
Rook takes d4. You can take on c7.
Rook takes c7.
But the thing is, the thing is we can take on b4. We are not
d7.
worried about rook g7, king g6.
King g6, rook e7.
Because we have rook g8 in all of these positions.
Rook g8.
And your a pawn falls. This is a problem for white.
Yeah.
So in response, you go rook a7, rook a4, rook e6.
Right.
And the game ends, yeah. a5, rook a6, I suppose, yeah. Not a lot to say about this position.
No. So we are now, well, not confidently, but we really do think a three-way playoff for the Sinquefield Cup title is
looming very large.
Is looming large.
Yeah, and for Gukesh, if you decide to play on, I guess you play knight e5.
Okay.
But you're not better. Like that would be playing on in a position where, objectively, you really shouldn't. Rook e4, let's say rook b8. Machine goes knight e2, starts hinting at some knight f4 ideas. Like, why would you ever?
c7 could be still potentially...
No, I mean, Machine says it's still completely fine. Like g6, knight f4, it goes c6, and it holds. But I don't see why you should subject yourself to this. Yeah. It's... I understand this generation actually doesn't like ending games early, but this doesn't feel early. This feels kind of exactly right, not to play this for a win with black.
No, knight takes b4, I would be flashing that move out, just because I'm so happy to trade off what I perceive as a weakness on c7 for strength.
So
on
now
B4.
it looks like more than 95% chance of playoffs today.
Yes.
And if Prague's listening, he should come back to the tower.
Just to remind everybody, playoffs will occur immediately after everybody has finished their game. So we've got to wait for all the games to finish. And I meant to say that there will be a 15-minute period for the arbiters to get the stage ready for the playoff. And again, this was I think Fabi got a nice little push coming out of the opening. He had something, but good defense by Gukesh, and a high-stakes game is going to come down to a likely draw. Again, for Fabi, had he won this game, it would have been all magnificent. Winning the Sinquefield Cup clear first, $100,000 prize, very useful. Name on the trophy, a ticket to Brazil.
I think he approached it exactly right.
Yeah.
He had a bit of a push with almost no risk, which is exactly what you want in a situation he was in prior to the start of the round. But Gukesh played a solid game, and Fabi perhaps slightly rushed with D3, D4. The one thing you could criticize, he could have played slower after Rook D8. But overall, just a very solid game by both of them.
Yeah, there you have it. As we're expecting, knight takes b4 by Gukesh. Sorry, when I heard you say 13 minutes and 10 moves, and I was thinking, wait a minute, one move a minute, But then I saw,
everything simplifies.
I saw what
so
a forcing solution. Knight takes b4 is, and I'm saying, what am I saying?
You can play this with 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Again, I'm threatening to take the knight. I'm threatening to take the rook. There's nothing else.
The entire line is more or less forced. For black as well.
To take your bishop. I'm a pawn up. This is forced.
You're never not taking on before here.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm taking that. Check. And again, I'm threatening this pawn. So you're going after my pawn. I'm defending my pawn, and then it's all forced. And this is how we get to this single rook ending. And 3 versus 3. We all know how this one ends. So this is the current position.
Should we switch to the other game?
Yeah, and the other game, Wesley needs a victory. By the way, with a draw, Fabi clinches his ticket to Brazil. Let's just make sure that we do state that emphatically.
Wesley is finishing very strongly, but he left it a little bit too late. And to be honest, he left himself a little bit too much work after not a particularly stellar St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So, I mean, +2, no losses is a very, very good result in the Sinquefield Cup. But in terms of the GCT, even that, as we see, is not going to be enough.
We're going to return to the Fabi game for just a moment, because instead of rook takes c7,
they changed the move order. It's the same position.
they get exactly the same position. Well, actually, even not exactly, but pretty darn close. And we're expecting rook g8, and they're transposing directly to our line. Rook a6. Rook a7. Rook takes a4.
Rook d6.
Rook d6.
We push a5. Why
Probably I'm going to let you take it. I'm going to play rook e6. But okay.
He's played rook a3.
Letting him take it, yes.
Rook e6, takes, and they will find a 3-move repetition.
Very, very quickly.
Rook takes.
By the way, we've been congratulating MVL and Sam Sevian for going undefeated. We've got to congratulate Fabiano for going not only undefeated, but +2 as well.
+2 is good, yeah.
Just
against these fields.
And
he was leading most of this event. He had a half-point lead until the round 7 when Prague joined him. Yes.
Yeah, he won those 2 games in rounds 3 and 4. Very, very important victory against Alireza, and then he beat Nodirbek.
That was used, and it seemed to throw Alireza on tilt.
Into a bit of a tailspin, frankly.
Yeah, and international arbiter Maya comes over and says, "What are you doing?" I'm going to give you a 2-minute penalty for just being
And this game ends in a draw, which means Fabiano is going to Brazil for the Final Four.
Our congratulations, and it also means we are playoff bound. A playoff is assured between Prague and Fabi, and maybe there'll be a party crasher. And let's talk about the party crasher, if you don't
Absolutely.
mind.
This is currently
Peter?
the position, and I think the sort of the interesting bit about this position is maybe not that interesting. It's move 38. Soviet school of chess, I think, would suggest playing something like Queen A8.
Yeah.
Suggesting maybe A5, A6 is coming, waiting for you to play Queen F7, putting it back on E4,
right?
Waiting for Queen E8,
yeah,
and then having an extra half an hour,
of course,
to figure out exactly how you're going to make H5 happen.
Exactly.
Do you actually do it or not? I mean, Wesley has plenty of time. He has 17 minutes for the last two moves. You can actually pull the trigger on something like G5. G5 is winning. I checked, and there's really no way to stop H5. You can even give up a lot of pawns on the king side, and there's still no way to stop H5 that works. But honestly, waiting until move 41, in particular, because Nodirbek will never have active moves in this position. You can do whatever you want. You can play King C2, King B3, or as mentioned, Queen E8, Queen E4, or anything.
Yeah.
But G5, I thought maybe H5 makes sense, but the engine just takes on H6, goes Rook G1, Rook G4, Rook F G3, and then things start happening with the Black Queen's king side, which is not a shock.
No.
Rook F8, I thought was maybe the best chance. And then H5 is winning, but H5 at least involves some calculation. So, you know, for Black, this is the most hope they've had in a while, because you have the move Queen G6, kind of forcing White to play Queen F3. You play, let's say, Rook G7. White takes on H5. You take on G5. You've made a lot of progress. Some of White's very important pieces have been taken off the board. You're still completely busted after 93, regrettably. Right. Because if the bishop goes back, White starts gaining space. Your Queen G3 counter, Queen G3 is much more sensible. But you always look to Rook H7, unfortunately. If this didn't exist, if H7 wasn't hanging, maybe there would be some play. And if you take on F4, important not to recapture on F4, because then Rook F4, Queen G3 might be a mate. But Rook 5 H4, regrettably, just starts collecting. You play Queen G3, I have Queen E4, and once again, the position starts collapsing. And also every single endgame probably is lost because the A-pawn will queen. But you'd much rather not calculate these things on move 38, right? I think they're much more easily calculated when you have your additional half an hour warm bath.
Rook H3 for starters.
Yeah.
He might repeat, go Rook F1 or something.
Yeah, Rook H3, Rook F8.
Or he
you
might
can
go
actually
H5.
play H5.
Yeah.
Now Black has to play G5 because you cannot afford to allow the opening of the H-file. But FG is also completely winning. Rook F7, you play G6. Yes, the rook maybe goes to F2, but
D3.
The engine says there is not even a single check.
Rook A2 do anything, or it's just
if you put the rook on D2, I will actually trade it, and then I will proceed to win the position with like 5 extra pawns. Some of them are passers.
Right.
So you have rook takes A2, but there's just a couple of checks. You play King B1 and then Knight B2. Yes, I mean you may be slightly unhappy about allowing B3, but the checks have run out by this point. If Black already played Rook A8, maybe you'd be worried, but Black needs to prepare Rook A8, and in the meantime we'll play something like Queen B7 and give our own mate anyway. Yeah. We still have threats.
Yeah.
So once again, the only question here really is whether you pull the trigger on move 40.
Right.
Or you decide to actually repeat somehow and do the same thing on move 42, having 45 minutes instead of 14.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about this H4 as well as G4, and eventually I just see Wesley breaking into Black's camp with this whole G5, H5 ideas, and it just looks completely overwhelming. As Peter has been saying, oftentimes you got that hour after the move 40, so you didn't rush. You played the first few moves before
if Wesley had 5 minutes,
control.
then I would agree. Just make a move, get extra 30 minutes. But he has 15 minutes.
Yeah.
In this
And
position.
unfortunately for Nodirbek, the White's position is so very, very dominant. I would just get on with business myself. I would be playing G5 via G5 and H5. and I would just be saying, look, my knight is going to swing itself to d3. I'm not 100% sure that my rook would be best placed on h2. But I mean, normally when you're playing g5 and h5, you want your pieces on the very, very, very best squares. But this looks overwhelming on a number of ways.
White already has all the pieces.
All the trumps, yeah.
On the good squares, so h5.
Right.
It would be hard for me to stop myself from playing h5.
Exactly. And we were looking at this idea of again, I'm with Peter 100%. You simply cannot withstand h5 takes g6, so g5 takes.
Maybe try rook a7. I was wondering about rook a7 instead.
Rook a. I apologize. Rook a7, Peter.
Yeah.
Oops. Excuse me. So rook a7 in this.
g6
moment.
rook f2, I thought, and try to take on b2 next move.
G6.
I mean, I'm sure it's losing, but I'm just wondering what the cleanest way to win is.
Mm-hmm. Is it?
I guess just rook f3 or rook 1 h2. Yeah.
Is it simple?
Take on b2 here. Take on a4. But yeah, this cannot work. The question is just why.
Ooh, just not. I don't want to blunder my a2 pawn.
Yeah, and this is why I thought maybe rook f3 is cleaner, but maybe even this is okay. But I don't like.
Yeah,
see my pieces in the corners.
Right. Maybe rook f3 is cleaner. We're going to take a.
But let's stop our analysis because we have a special guest, Fabiano Caruana.
Our fourth and final finalist.
First of all, congratulations for making it to the Final Four and guaranteeing yourself playoffs.
Thanks.
So today you were trying to play for a win.
Yeah.
Do you think you got an advantage?
I thought so. I was very happy with the position after knight to b3. I mean, it may not look like much, but these endgames are kind of poisonous because black is lacking space on the queen side. Bishop on a7 is a bit out of the game. I was surprised by b5 because I thought it's a very dangerous move to allow like rook ec1 and c4. I thought maybe he would try some knight d8 or something, which doesn't alter the structure. But to be fair, b5 is also a principled move.
It was controversial in studio because we were thinking, look, man, when I play a Ruy Lopez, my pawn's on b5 and it's a sore thumb. When I'm playing the Joko piano, it's on b7 and you have space, as you said.
It's a bit more solid, but it is very typical. Usually, black just waits for white to play like rook a b1 in these positions.
Yeah.
Not exactly in this position, but in similar positions. Black waits for that, then plays b5 because white no longer has access to the a file. At least gains a bit of time. I thought rook ec1 is critical. I was kind of expecting him to play c6, but it's probably too passive.
No, I think it's stronger than d5.
C6 is actually was the main move of the engine.
Yeah, I was going to play rook c2 here, and I just didn't see how black continues. I also thought I can slowly improve g3, king g2.
Yeah, it parks the bishop on b6 and shuffles. Yeah.
That's more or less bishop b6 to stop knight a5, and like g3, yeah, black waits around, which is not too much
Knight
fun.
d7, f6, yeah, it kind of does this kind of a shuffle, yeah.
Yeah, this feels reasonable. I mean, d5, it felt very risky, but after knight d7 in the game, I couldn't quite... Yeah, this was a reasonable option.
Yeah.
But what he did, it does make sense. I was just a bit surprised by it. First, I thought maybe his idea after rook e1 was like very violent knight b6, but it didn't seem to work out. Rook c7, knight a4, rook takes e5. With some...
That's an extra
Still some
point.
complications, but I didn't quite see, like rook d8, rook e7 I thought was strong. So yeah, what he did, knight d7 is reasonable, and unfortunately knight a5, c5, I just don't really have a way to take advantage of his pieces. His knight on d5 is so
good,
so strong, yeah, it's so difficult to chase away. So I thought this was, yeah, d4 I think was a mistake after rook e8.
It was funny, Fabi. Did the move a6, a5 cross your mind?
Very briefly.
I mean, it looks very strange, but actually it does solve some of black's problems, and black is the one having the problems.
So, tell me, after knight takes a5?
Not exactly here, though. Here is the one where we like white, because we have d3, d4,
right?
yeah.
d4, e4, knight h4.
Yeah, this is a position where d3, d4 is strong.
Yeah, it's just so responsible for black to play a5. I mean,
because there's always this knight takes b4 liquidation effort. What happened in the game? Tell us.
No, d4 was a mistake.
You didn't like it.
I just didn't see. I should do something patient, but the problem is again, knight a5 is so tempting. But after c5, knight to b7, I thought. Rook e to c8. bc5, rook a to b8. It felt like a critical line. c6, knight b6, rook c1. Unfortunately, I can't go to c2. And knight a4. And how do I make use of my passed pawn? Because his pieces are all concentrated on his pawn. It's just very difficult. So I thought this is nothing, but maybe I can just play like a5 or something. Yeah, he was a little bit dismissive when I suggested this move after the game.
Yeah.
But like rook e d8, a5, I don't know. At least it's a bit responsible. It takes away my knight a5 ideas, but it also takes away any knight b6 stuff. So rook a b8, and again, he doesn't have clear ideas. I don't know if like rook 1 to e4 is possible just to prepare rook c. Like, I should have gone for something patient. I don't know why I rushed matters and let go of the majority of my advantage, I think.
Fabi, obviously you're aware that you were playing an incredibly high stakes game, this one, because if you did lose, bye-bye, Wesley's likely
if Wesley
to win.
wins, yeah.
And Wesley is likely to win. In fact, it's got a big advantage. If you win, it's heaven. Everything goes, but the downside is quite severe.
It was a bit of a consideration. I mean, I wasn't nervous, but I was kind of considering, should I just force a draw from the opening, like some players did today? But I really wanted to play. I thought I can play in a way which doesn't require excessive risk.
Final question for you about this game. We'll put this to. Did you consider rooks? You played rook c2. We considered that a draw off, or we thought you might play rook c6 and continue to try to play.
Yeah, I thought rook c6. I didn't see an advantage after take knight 7 b6.
Knight 7 b6.
Yeah, provoking a5. His knight goes to c4.
Yep.
I thought bishop f4 is like the only reasonable move here.
Okay.
Rook to e8, and I didn't quite see it here.
Whoa.
I thought
you're dreaming, aren't you?
Yeah, but once I trade rooks, I mean, he has knights just go to b6, so I can't really push b5. So I have two moves here, either rook c1 or rook d1. But I thought like rook d1, worst case, he takes on f4, plays knight d6. I didn't believe I was better here. I mean, I also have my weaknesses.
True.
I don't achieve b5. And considering the time situation and partially, or maybe more than partially, the tournament situation, I just thought, why am I going for this?
Well, let's take a look at your likely playoff opponent as Wesley So versus Nodirbek.
He didn't take on g5. That's
he
surprising.
didn't. Machine dislikes it, but I think it's actually a kind of a decent human decision because you are not winning as fast as you are in the other line, but there will never be any counterplay. And you're still winning. It's just going to take longer. So I think it's a very decent human decision. Once again, I mean, it's move 41. He could have actually thought about this for longer, but I think he just made up his mind that he wants a position where he controls everything, and rook f1 does that very nicely.
I mean, Peter, the objection to g5 followed by h5 was what?
g5 rook e7, you get shaken away from your ideals. Like, you at least need to play rook to f, because knight e3, rook a7.
Right.
You have to play back knight to b2. But I mean, it's a matter of taste more than anything else,
So
what you
after rook
choose here.
f1?
Rook f3, black takes twice, plays king g8. Yeah, we can maybe switch here.
Okay.
Well, actually, rook f3 maybe is even cleaner. I don't know if rook takes f4 is a mistake, probably not, but fully controlling the f file seems
Makes
sensible. Yeah, we take on f4. I don't think if rook fg8 really changed anything. If we probably have a way to trade one pair of rooks anyway. So I was looking at this. And there is no immediate mate after h6. Black actually is controlling a lot of those squares. Important not to put the rook on g6 because you need always to have rook a7 as a response to knight d3. White is currently playing sort of without the knight. If the knight also joins the game, the position completely collapses immediately. So you can't afford to do that, which is why we're not playing rook g6.
Right.
But anyway, like rook f3, let's say bishop e7. And yeah, the only question here is exactly how White will put the finishing touch on this. It probably involves playing g5, g6 somewhere. g6, let's say g5, queen g6, we go knight d3. We still don't have a decisive threat, but like it has to come at some point. We'll figure out a way to create one threat somewhere, and that one threat will immediately decide the game. The question is only sort of where that threat is. machine goes queen g3, for instance, you have to continue shuffling, puts the queen on g2, and then maybe plays rook g3 and queen b7, because we need to make sure the knight on d3 cannot be touched, but the moment, let's say, this queen activates, the moment it lands on b7, the game pretty much ends on the spot. And you're in so much control that...
Like, let's say you put rook g3, queen f5, queen b7, I put the bishop on f8, and I have queen f1.
What's your move here?
I guess I have to wait with king g8.
Yeah, okay. So rook g3, you wanted to play queen f5, queen b7, bishop f8. Well, it comes back to f3, right?
Yeah.
No, it just... And then I queen the a pawn, among other things, you know? Like, there are many things wrong with our position. You still have to work a little bit, because, I mean, it looks like there should be a way to, I don't know, give mate in 3. Turns out you have to still do a little bit of weird restructuring of your pieces, because it's very sturdy, remains very sturdy. But I don't think there is much doubt about the evaluation of this position. It's just that you maybe have to work slightly harder than you would have expected.
Thank you, Peter. Fabi, we're going to let you go. You got to prepare yourself for a playoff. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on your qualification. That's what it's all about.
Good luck tonight.
And good luck tonight. Indeed, for those of you joining us late, we have some results of this championship round. Let's take a look at those results. Nasi, do the honors.
We have 4 draws.
4 draws.
Some of them quite quick.
Yes.
Duda and Vachier, Levon, Pragg, and Alireza Sam are quite quick draws, but Fabi was playing for a win. His Gukesh defended very well, played very critical lines, and game ended in a draw. The only game left is Wesley So against Nodirbek, and we're all waiting to see if it's going to be 2 or 3 player playoff.
Absolutely. Right now, it sure looks to our eyes like Wesley's played a model, rather smooth game. Maybe Nodirbek has been a bit helpful, but hey, you know, that's not Wesley's fault. And he's just played the move rook f1, and I loved your suggestion there, that inclusion, whether you take on f4 with the rook or the pawn, but to play rook h, to make sure that we, meaning white, have full command of the open f file. And I was a little bit surprised, as was Peter, that it's still going to take Wesley some time, but it feels like, you know, thanks.
It might take another 40 moves, but
yeah, thanks to the combination of the A pawn being a threat, maybe the C pawn being left on pre, and of course the weak black king. Once we take on f3, we might trade rook f4, queen f3, rook f8 ideas.
But we have made time control. This was move 41, and these players won't be rushing. It's a long game, so let's sneak in a short break.
Yeah, let's do it.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between 2 world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Make new memories, make new friends, and make something amazing at Crafts and Cocktails, hosted monthly at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy delicious complimentary snacks and fine cocktails and mocktails as you explore your creativity through unique and fun projects. You can craft at your own pace or ask an artistic instructor to help guide you through the process. Need some inspiration? Check out the dazzling art on show in our galleries while you're here. It's a fun and affordable way to get together with friends, meet new people, and nurture your own creativity. Whether you're a beginner or expert, you're welcome at Crafts and Cocktails at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
On September 18th, the World Chess Hall of Fame is going to host its newest exhibit, Reading Between the Lines, Chess and Literature. This exhibition includes fun artworks and artifacts like rare books and beautiful illustrations related to stories that include chess themes. When you visit, you'll get to see how authors from different time periods and across the world have incorporated chess into their storytelling, from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass to Walter Tevis's The Queen's Gambit. There's going to be a lot of really wonderful artifacts for you to see. We hope to see you at the exhibition opening on September 18th, and you can learn more about this event at worldchesshof.org.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're at the final day of the Sinquefield Cup. We already had 4 results and 1 very critical game still going on. Let's take a look at the results first. It's been a day of draws.
Yeah.
4 draws, but we're waiting to see how Wesley does. And he's close to winning.
I think he's going to win almost dead cold certainty. And in that case, what would happen for the playoffs if he were to win?
Right, let's have a look at the playoff scenarios. 3 players will be tied for first. It will be Fabi, Wesley, and Prag, and they'll
Right.
play single blitz round robin. They'll have 5 minutes with 2-second increment. If after that they're still tied, I guess they can all be only be
No,
two
no.
players.
If all 3 games are drawn, they switch to
example.
Armageddons, but they still all play against each other.
An Armageddon. And we're certain it's a single blitz
Yes,
round
not
robin.
double.
Yeah, not a double round blitz.
But you still get a white and a black game. You don't get 2 whites in a 3-player round robin.
Right. And our first matchup will probably feature Fabi versus Prag. Again, in place of a 3-way tie, that's what we have been informed. And how close are we to getting
And
that
I wanted to
3-way
bring up
tie?
something Maurice said when he was here describing the excitement that awaits us in October. Regrettably, I've forgotten what it was called, but there was this prize for winning the second half of the tournament. Wesley is winning the second half of the tournament if he wins this. There was,
for the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, for the U.S. Championship, there's now an additional
from behind,
comeback something, I think it was called. Wesley began by making 6 draws, and he will finish with 2.5 out of 3 if he converts this, and we think he will.
Yeah.
And he will, I think, be the only person on +2 in the back end of the tournament, which is very impressive. But comes a little bit too late for his GCT chances, but we'll get him a tie for first in the Sinquefield Cup. And the cleanest here, and I'm sure this is what he's calculating, because of course you can play something like Rook F3, you still win long term. But this gets black back to the territory I was describing earlier, where you have to H6, G5, Rook G3, Queen G2, all of this. Slowly, yeah. Instead, you can just take on F7 now.
Right.
King F7, King H7 is unthinkable, so you take with the Queen, and specifically the move Queen C6. It looks a bit iffy to kind of depart from your ideal squares, but the thing is, the only checking square is controlled. If the Queen comes in, we can take on E6 with check, and then if all else fails, just play Queen F5, control everything back. And we just want to start taking pawns. If you play Bishop E7, we want to start pushing the A-pawn down the board. This is immediately completely lost. And the immediate threat is, I guess, knight d3 followed by queen takes c5. Or maybe even the immediate queen takes c5 in some positions. So let's say king g7. Queen c5 is winning, but, I mean, just play knight d3.
Yeah.
Queen f1, we always have checks. And we end up taking on e6 with a check.
Oops.
And in this position,
force the
yes,
trade of queens.
the only thing that wins is the move queen f5 check.
But we will do it.
Yeah, it's not very difficult. Like, you know you're winning here.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty direct choice here because, yes, you do need to relinquish some control to collect the final weaknesses in the black position. But it feels like it should win. And I'm expecting him to go for it.
If you don't mind, rook takes f7 and a5?
Yeah, I think second best. a5, you need to take.
Check.
Check, actually, after king g7. The problem is you can't take on a5 because that allows...
my b2 knight is hanging.
Yeah, that's actually zeros.
King
because
a4.
there's also queen c6 and queen a8.
Oh,
this is actually a perpetual. It's not even the knight falling.
That.
Yeah,
I have missed that. Sorry.
But in this position, you can it's still winning with king a4, and then knight
no,
d3.
this was not the idea.
But yeah, well, I don't think.
No, sorry. When I played a5, I thought I was winning a bishop, Peter.
No, you need to see queen c6 and you need to assess it correctly. But the variations you will have to calculate, to my eyes, do not appear very difficult.
No.
Let's say king g7, knight d3, you throw in bishop e7. But now we can go a5, and if queen f1, knight b2 is winning because we can actually run via a4 and b5. But even simpler is just to take on c5 and start collecting. Yes, there are some checks you need to consider, but eventually, I mean, once the king gets to b5, the checks run out. Yes, we've given black a passer, but our passers are stronger and also giving mate on the king side here.
Yeah,
like if you play b3, you are actually just
H6.
mated with queen e7 and h6.
Wow. Rook takes f7 looks like a complete clanker.
Yeah, you need to calculate for a bit, and Wesley has been sat there in his chair calculating. Other moves don't throw the win away.
Right.
So if you decide, I really want to try and win this game without calculating a single variation, you can absolutely play something like Rook f3. But I think it's quite tempting to just put it to bed straight away. And importantly, I want to note, it might look like he's in terrible time trouble. It's still his previous time control. The 50 seconds our viewers are seeing ticking down on his clock, that's before he got the 30 minutes.
He's about to get the 30 minutes, in other words, yeah. By the way, Nazi, how about this one? Rook f7, queen f7. I've been trying to avoid queen c6 because I want to keep everything under absolutely lock and clear. And I wanted to play a5, which didn't work because of knight d3. Yeah, I understand I'm allowing, I don't know, some checks. How about a3? Just a kind of a useful move.
Does that open up your king a little bit?
A3, I mean,
avoiding
still winning.
Like, let's say we take.
Takes.
Black goes king g7 and...
King g7.
I mean, it's still winning, but you still have to calculate a little bit. Because black wants king h6, king g5. And you probably need to go in now with queen c6 and then calculate. Queen c6, king h6, you cannot take on c5 yet because bishop b7 exists.
But then I wouldn't want to put my king on a3 if I have to go after c5. Yeah. Okay. I was trying to have my cake and eat it too, you know, like just get everything really, really nicely set up for myself. All right, well, there it is. Rook takes f7 and queen c6. Let's just go for it. Start collecting the peshkis. And once again, if we defend them, a5.
Yeah, as soon as a pawn starts running, it's
that's goodbye.
Yeah, I think bishop b7, even something like queen b7 might be extremely hurtful.
Bishop e7, queen.
Well,
b7.
I mean, a5 is also strong, yeah.
And the real problem is we can't.
So it's queen e6 or queen e8.
Yeah, we can't jump in at once because of queen e8 check. And where
I guess king g7, just a waiting move. What do you do?
Queen takes c5 appears to allowing queen f3
queen
here
f3.
doesn't look right.
It's something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe more than something actually. But we can start with knight d3.
And this is the whole problem.
Maybe queen f1.
Right.
But then queen d7.
King. Okay.
Yeah, we had this on screen. King h6, g5, and the only thing that wins is queen f5 check. So it forces white to make the only move, but it's not a difficult only move to make, unfortunately.
I mean, just to stop any counters in the position, I'd like to trade queens. Oops. Yeah, that makes it easy. But here we are. We're expecting Wesley to play rook takes f7, followed by queen c6 and knight d3. And then he could be win. For those of you joining us late, just to catch you up on what has happened, we've had 4 draws in a lot of key games, but one of the major games, Wesley So, has outplayed Nodirbek in a very, very smooth game. We're expecting Wesley to win and thereby achieve a playoff of 3 players for the Sinquefield Cup championship title. And I do believe they're going to be splitting the prize money equally between themselves. That is to say, first, second, third, split equally, but the winner will have their name forever engraved on the beautiful Sinquefield Cup trophy. And for Wesley, it will be his second. No, he would need to win, of course, the playoff, but I think he would win. He would have his name engraved for the second time.
Has he won the Sinquefield Cup?
The first time he played in the Sinquefield Cup, he was last.
And the second time he won.
Yeah, so I always teased him that he went from the lowliest to the holiest, and back to years. And our GCT Final Four is set. Wesley tried really, really, really hard, but he left it for last. He won 2.5. Well, we expect him to win.
He could go at +2, but still not qualify.
Exactly.
The Final Four is going to be
all set for
Maxime
Brazil.
Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa.
Exactly. And it would be Prague and Fabi have already booked their tickets to the playoffs. We're expecting Wesley to join them for a 3-player playoff. And that will come 20 minutes or so after the conclusion of this game. You have to get Prague from the hotel and bring him back. Now, here's a question for you, Nazi. Of the three players, again, assuming Wesley, who is the blitzer between the three?
I mean, Wesley's number 3 or 4, 3, I think, in the world in Blitz.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that Wesley would be very, very pleased, but
so would be Pragg. So, I mean, honestly,
but Prague's the young...
the absolute top players. They're all fantastic. This year has been successful for Pragg in the playoffs.
Right.
So that definitely helps with the confidence.
Exactly.
And Wesley will be happy because he will be the only player going into the playoffs with a win.
Right.
It feels good to win and then...
Euphoric, yeah, you bet. You bet.
You might also be the most tired, though, because other games finished a while ago, especially Prague's game. So.
Yeah. The cons can get you down as well. No, I just think when... here
He's
we
done
go.
it. Rook
takes
f7 now.
F7.
After queen f7, will we see queen c6?
I like the way Peter described king h7, queen h7 is unthinkable. So you have to take with the queen. And then once again, it's this measured move, queen c6. Yes, we're infiltrating. No, we're not immediately threatening, but we're keeping the queen at bay. That's one thing. We have this check if the queen goes too far, as well as a check on e6. So we've been looking at king
g7,
g7.
knight d3, and maybe instead of immediately moving the queen, let's make a move with the bishop, bishop e7.
Once
I'm also
again, the problem,
covering the check.
Yeah, the problem with the immediate move, queen f1, is queen d7, as we showed. I like your move, bishop e7.
Yeah.
Do you start running with the a pawn?
I think we were playing a5, queen f1, knight
And
takes c5.
he's found queen c6 the best move.
He has indeed. a5,
queen f1,
Peter
knight c5.
mentions queen f1, knight takes c5.
So you need to calculate that this queen endgame is also completely winning.
So we were
It's a
looking
little
at...
scary. You're allowing
I
some
think
checks.
actually in terms of causing problems, you should start with queen d1 check.
Okay, pardon me.
So
let's
now
just
you
take
go
the-
to a4.
And then after I take on b4, you go queen b1. And now after king a4, there's, yeah, but b5, a6 still hides my king so comfortably.
Right.
We're not worried about the d pawn moving forward.
But
Well,
giving mate on the other side is the problem. Queen once you take on c5, queen e7, h6 looms everywhere.
Yeah, that's the problem. King is actually very weak.
Yeah. Otherwise, yes,
especially
we
with
would be very
H6
worried about the
kind
d
of h6 could hurt as well. Yeah, but sorry, just to buttress what Peter was saying, the king is absolutely delighted to hide snug as a bug on the a6 square we're threatening knight takes e6.
Yeah, once you know the goal is not to promote the a pawn, but checkmate the king.
You're
Then
right.
king on a6 looks great.
It does indeed. And queen c6 on the board, as again, the players have made their second time control. Now they'll be relying upon the time on their clock as well as 30 seconds. But it really looks to our eyes like Wesley is overwhelming. And financially speaking, point-wise, the engines are saying...
Plus
Peter,
4?
What does
Plus
your
4
engine-
thereabouts,
Plus
yeah.
4.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Yeah, for us humans, it doesn't look that winning. Plus 4, maybe plus 2.5 or something.
I don't know. I'm seeing knight d3. I'm seeing a5 in a lot of my variations, and I'm thinking, oh, this is like almost 100%er. If I'm
But you have to calculate those checks, the queen, because when you see plus 4, you imagine a position where you don't even have to think
right
at all.
That is true. Plus 4 can be overwhelming.
Well, as soon as you realize that you are mating on the king side,
For a second, there's
like,
something
King
very
G7.
funny flashed on my screen. King g7, knight d3, bishop e7.
Yes.
And yes, a5 is completely winning, but I really like this.
Me too. Me too.
Actually, I think this is maybe what humans do, yeah?
Yeah, because you're going to play a5, and you're just saying,
We're threatening to
no.
play a5. If you play bishop d8, I will take on c5. It will cost me nothing, because there are no entrance squares on this side.
Yeah. No,
this
queen
is much
g2
better,
is
actually.
Yeah.
It's so...
In f8, for some reason, okay, now it does go a5.
A5,
Yeah,
right,
just
yeah.
a5.
This
And then
is much
g5,
cleaner,
we
yeah.
just,
Yeah.
This is, I think you actually prefer this.
Yeah, you don't let black play queen f1.
No.
A5 is winning by force, but just go queen g2 and queen the a pawn.
We used to call this Karpovian. Karpov was one of those players that just never allowed you anything. Like, even if queen f1 was the smallest chance in the world, he would just extinguish it from you. He'd take
no
it
reason
away.
to calculate if you don't have to calculate.
Exactly. But queen g2 really is overkill. Nicely done, Peter. I like that move, especially. I'm playing queen g2. What are you doing?
Definitely queen g2. 100%.
No, by the way, queen g2 with the idea of queen e2, making absolutely sure that everything is fortified, reinforced, bar steel protected.
I like g5 h6 because then it's so much easier after that.
Yeah, g5 h6.
Well, without giving up the h5 pawn. Yeah, I assumed the black queen was going to f8 and then g5, and it's absolutely crushing.
Right. For Nodirbek, things are so bad. Exactly here. I think I play bishop. I think I play king g7, knight d3, bishop e7. I wait for queen g2, and I say.
And maybe somewhere there you could be just.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Excused to sign the score sheets.
Okay. One last look here. Just a second. Queen c6. King g7, knight d3, bishop e7. Right. We've got everything so nice. Queen here, yes. I'll play the final act of defiance, right?
All right, let's go a5.
King g5.
Are you going to attack my queen?
Oh, yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll bully your queen for you.
a6. No, it's just.
This is not going to be very fun, is it?
No. Also, after bishop d8, I will play queen d2, queen f4. Bishop f8 doesn't matter. I'll just trade queen straight away.
Ugh.
And I've just heard an important piece of information.
Please.
That if Wesley converts this game,
yeah,
in live ratings, he's going to jump from number 11 in the world to number 7 in classical time control.
Which is something that he very, very much
overtaking
measures.
Nodirbek, by the way, among other people. Because Nodirbek is having such a nightmare. Even the win yesterday did not really help him that much.
Overtakes Firouzja and Nodirbek.
Wow. Okay. For Wesley, by the way, he very, very much measures himself against the world top 10. So getting into the top 10. And by the way, with our invitations to the Grand Chess Tour are all merit-based. They would just say, who's the #1 player in the world? Magnus, would you like to play? No, Magnus would like to be a wild card here and there. Thank you very much. #2, what about you? Would you like to play in the Grand Chess Tour? Yes, I would like to, but I'm streaming. Okay, very good. What about you, #3? And away you go. So for Wesley, he loves playing in the GCT Tour. He loves being a tour player. And being in the world's top 10 is a guarantee of an invitation.
Absolutely. It's so hard to stay in top 10 nowadays.
Oh, yeah. Getting there is one part of the journey, but just staying there is harder yet.
Actually, now looking at the ratings, maybe Nodirbek does stay in the 6th place because he cannot be losing 30 points. Well, I forgot.
He's losing a whole bunch. I actually had it open on my screen a moment ago. I can recheck.
Do we have a move after?
No, after queen c6, Nodirbek is still thinking.
Yeah, he's currently losing 17, and this game will cost him an additional 5.
Yeah,
and a
but
bit.
he has over 30-point difference.
Yeah, between himself and number 8.
25, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think Wesley's thinking right now? I think he already knows this game is over.
Yeah, oh, well, that's for sure.
Is he mentally preparing for the playoffs?
Yes and no. You know, I think, seriously, you're just so giddy and happy with the win. Stop. Giddy and happy that you're in the playoffs. Stop. Thinking about a victory speech. You know, there's a sequence there. I'm not exactly sure how it goes, but you see there's definitely a
man after my own mind. Yeah.
A smile, half smile at least. And for Nodirbek, I mean, I've got to say, it's just been it's been rough. It's been a rough event, and he was very. I want to say, clear in his mind about it yesterday in his interview. It was sort of like, look, I'm having a really, really, really hard time, but I'm proud of myself that I'm fighting in each and every game. I'm going to have bad results because that's the nature of my sport. And I'm confident that I'm going to have a good result in the near future. By the way, I've got a tournament coming up right next week, and I'm really looking forward to it.
This is the toughest tournament of his entire career.
Right.
But a great lesson, right?
Exactly. And I was saying to him, Damascus steel, is forged in a fire. King G7 on the board.
We expect 93 followed by Queen G2 after.
The one thing we don't want to.
Queen C5 I think allows too much, right?
Queen F3. We have
actually
no.
black wins after Queen F3.
Yeah,
black wins.
Wins even. It's so
you can't
bad.
take on B4 because of Bishop E7.
Oh, it's very cute actually.
Oh,
final
sorry,
position is very cute.
Please tell me. King takes B4. Give me the line.
Queen C3.
Yeah.
Queen A5.
No, not here. Here Bishop E7. What? Oh, King's on G7. Never mind.
Queen A5.
Yes.
Queen C7. Queen B7.
That's a study like me.
Oh, those puzzle rush tactics, Peter Svidler. Yeah. You are gifted.
We're not even thinking on B2 because mate in 4 is stronger.
This is very pretty. This is very, very,
no one's
very
touching
pretty.
the C5 pawn.
Of course not.
Wesley's going to play knight D3.
Yep. Yeah. After the move King G7.
A5 and A3 are also winning, but I'm pretty sure this is not why he played knight D3. And also knight D3 is much, much stronger than either.
And again, because we can't play Queen F1 because of Queen check to the king, and no matter where you go, you're losing material. So you have to make a pause with the move Bishop E7. And now this very, very beautiful move, Queen G2, saying, I'm not going to give you anything. I'm not going to give you any kind of counterplay. Your turn, make a move. I've got A5 on my agenda, and you're stuck.
Absolutely stuck, yeah. Black either has to give up the C5 pawn, move the queen and allow G5.
Right.
Or just let the A pawn run all the way to A8. Yeah. Options are disappearing from here. And just to remind everyone, option knight D3, which he's just played.
There it is, yeah.
Immediately Queen F1 loses to Queen D7 check with forcing check moves.
Yeah, we get the queens off just in time.
Queens come off, we'll have extra pawns. Very easy win after King G5, Queen F5.
C5 is hanging. B4 will be hanging. Seems like an echo of yesterday where we get to go in the Levon Gukesh game. It was the pawn versus the bishop, and the bishop was on a very short diagonal. This is how Wesley would win in case of Queen F1 after knight to D3. This is the current position. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, with a victory by Wesley, and we're expecting this victory for Wesley, there's going to be a 3-way playoff for the championship title of the Sinquefield Cup.
It will be Blitz with time control of 5+2. And we've heard that Fabian Prag will be first to play. Wesley will get a bit of an extra rest because, I mean, he's still playing.
Absolutely.
And what we do know for sure is that 4 players are going to Brazil for the Final 4.
And here they are.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano Caruana, and Levon Aronian. They'll play in Sao Paulo, Brazil from September 28th to October 3rd. They'll have 3 different formats.
Yeah, they will be
rapid.
playing match play. 2 players will play semifinal matches, and the winner of those matches will play in the finals. But you were about to say they will play 3 formats in those match play.
No, I'm looking at these pictures, and Levon wears glasses, right? They all wear glasses, but in this picture, he's missing it. So it looked a little bit odd.
He was very clever. He wore his contacts for the photos.
For the photos, yes.
Nice.
And top 3 from this Final 4 will automatically get seats in the next year's Grand Chess Tour.
Do we know how the pairings are determined for this 1v4 2v3 or?
I have no idea. But
that's the normal way they do it, right?
Usually
you're
it
composing the
was number one
semis.
versus number 4, or
Yes,
number
yes,
2
that's how it
versus
is.
number 3. Yeah, and I would have
So actually, these playoffs also have that
seeding
for the final four. Yes.
Yeah, bishop b7 played, and now a stylistic choice. And knowing Wesley, I think queen g2.
So MVL is definitely fourth, and Levon is third, and then it will be between Fabi and Prague, who will be first and second.
Wasn't
you're
MVL
making these marvelously
wasn't MVL still
unilateral
leading?
statements, but
I think MVL was still leading. Like if it all
Oh, we
ended.
do from the Grand Tour standings.
yes, not from
Then
the
MVL is
Sinquefield.
definitely first.
Yes.
There we go.
And they're playing for the rest.
Right. But I just love this determinative, affirmative. This is the way it is.
Pastime.
This is actually interesting because
now you got him started. You kick-started Peter.
there's a
Queen G2.
Queen G2.
Yeah,
No.
that was always our favorite.
Oh, Wesley, you are too good. You are too good. Sorry.
No, if we could bring up the graphic for the
Sao
GCT
Paulo?
standings
Oh, GCT standings.
as things stand right now.
If things were to end today.
Yeah, because they will actually end. Yeah, this is the current standings, and if we take a look at the second graphic, the one that shows us the sort of the live GCT standings, if it ended right now.
What you did at the start of your show today.
Yeah.
Okay, we've
that
got
graphic.
that. Yeah.
We'll wait for it to appear, and then I will make my quote-unquote point.
Declarative. Here it is.
There it is. And with Fabi not winning, Wesley winning changes nothing in this picture. There are two people tied for third and fourth.
Levon.
Which of them is third and which of them is fourth in terms of the pairings for the semifinals in Brazil?
You make a very good point. That's a very good one. They're tied for third and fourth.
MVL's first, Fabi second, but yeah, they're tied for third.
Yeah. Who does MVL play? Who does Fabi play?
Right.
Question for
Chris Bird.
For Chris Bird, yes. Chris, if you're out there, do drop us a line.
Do drop
He
us
is
a
still
line.
watching Wesley and Nodirbek, but after that match is over, we can ask him.
Yeah, because they are tied for third, and because they shared first, they'll share the same number of GCT points for having shared first.
It's probably some kind of tie break.
Yeah.
I think he said one of them is prize money. Whoever made more money gets third place.
I'm going with MVL on this one.
MVL is already in first.
MVL's made the most, yes.
Different graphic. Queen
push now,
G2.
A5?
Yeah, a5 black can play queen d8. And you don't want to play a6 because after
hold
a6,
on.
queen a5, maybe you have to start work.
He has played Queen F8. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, this
Apologies.
is zeros, by the way.
What?
Well, I mean, I made a really
happened.
horrible move a5, a6, which
Okay.
you shouldn't. But after a5, queen d8, you should play queen b7.
Naturally.
And then after something like king h6, now a6, queen a5, a4 is winning if we want.
No.
With the intention of meeting en passant with queen takes e7, queen c3, check, king a4, I assume.
Okay, we don't want this though.
Yeah, I mean, this is mate in one. We actually don't mind.
Okay.
I don't think we mind.
Mate in one,
There's really
mate
not
in
a lot to
one.
calculate. We need to make sure we're not being given any kind of a perpetual, but we're not being given any kind of a perpetual. So
Okay.
it's not that difficult. Or alternatively, we can play king a4, ready to meet queen a8 with queen b5, and then we get to play a6. It's also completely winning. So yeah, it's just important not to play a6, because a6, queen a5, as you can see, the bar does a very dramatic thing if you do that. And suddenly everything is just gone.
If you don't mind, Peter, why are you making me think? Queen b7 instead of a6.
Yeah.
King h6, queen b6.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Sure.
Good, good, good. I mean,
Yeah, that probably, that
my
probably
king
is how it. Because you still have to like wonder about queen g8 takes g4. It doesn't work, but
no. Okay.
Maybe calculate one variation after.
All
you
right.
know.
Yeah, one.
Yeah, just the one. Yeah.
I draw the limit at one. Queen f8 on the board.
Yeah, you can also play queen b7 right now.
Nazi,
But Queen just came from there, right?
No, we came from c6.
Okay. That's an improvement.
but Nazi made a.
G5 also looks good.
I don't like allowing queen f5 actually.
Okay, but bear with me. I hate giving up a pawn. But A5, A6 is really,
Sure, you could also
really...
play king c2 after queen f5.
Yeah, this is also winning.
That way you don't give
Problem
a
is
pawn.
everything is winning.
I don't give it... Okay, sorry.
Well, you can take bishop g5, but it'll be pinned.
Yeah, well, that
So
I
that's
like,
better.
because I'm just thinking, all I want to really do is put my pawn
King
on
C2
A6.
King C2 is very stylish, actually, yeah.
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 It makes it...
And now our three pieces are controlling every single entrance square. There's no way in whatsoever.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, no, this is very cute.
Yeah. Okay, so
Maybe this is actually the
G5,
style points.
Yeah, because again, in A5, you just showed one way I could blunder a perpetual, and you horrified me because I thought that the position was so winning. I didn't even think it was even close.
Yeah, it contained a single one. Yeah, it does contain one.
One drop of venom, I'll fall for it. But yes, once again, G5,
Queen f5, King
Queen
C2.
F5,
I like this
King
very
C2,
much. Yeah.
and we've got the A train.
Yeah.
We do have even ideas of G6 as well as Queen B7, but it's just sort of like the A train is the real problem now.
If we go bishop d8 here,
Queen B7, and we can switch to giving mate, actually.
H6 or G, one of them, yeah. Or you can go queen on the last rank, right?
Well,
King
check.
G.
Where are you
Yeah, you
going
can pin
first of
me.
all?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is
It's
just immediately over.
completely dead. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And again, this knight is beautiful. The king is beautiful. Again, style points everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for Wesley So.
It's definitely disappointing for him to win and still not qualify for the top 4.
Yeah, but
With a +2 score.
Again, you sit there and say, I did the best I could. And he really did. He achieved, from the positions he got, it didn't seem like he really had a lot of chances of winning. And today, it's just, he played a model game. I mean, Wesley So, when he decides to play at his very best, he can make the world's best look really like amateur players.
When you put him in a situation when it's must win, it's like he's a different player.
Beastly, right? No, and of course, I think he's going to go to
Grand Swiss or World Cup.
the Grand Swiss, looking for another candidate.
I think he's playing in the World Cup for sure.
We've got
He went
Queen B7.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the hopes to qualify for the candidates.
Exactly. Queen B7. Hold on. Why didn't we like that move? Was it King H6?
Yeah, now we go A5, because after Queen F1, we win by playing King A4 first.
Can we include
It's slightly un-Wesley-like, because we have allowed some pieces to activate, but
Why
we're
are we playing
completely
A5? Can we play Queen D7 and kind of make Black Queen stay behind?
Yeah, that's probably what he does, yeah.
Queen D7 here. Because again, if you go Queen F3, I take on E6 and force the queen trade.
As we've seen that.
Yeah, we had that before.
That's pretty nice, fair. So
yeah, I think that's what he's planning to do.
Yeah,
Queen
Queen
B7, King H6, Queen here.
So if you play Queen F7, then I'll push the pawn.
Yep.
That's it. I'm not even touching C5. No one needs that.
No one needs the aggravation. Right? And King A4 also starts to be appealing. Yeah, no, this is getting really to the point that resignation is not far off now. Queen B7.
That's my specialty.
Yeah.
Specialty Jeopardy subject.
So
when to resign.
Of the 3 players in the playoffs, who picked? Fabi was picked by Anastasia.
Yep.
Prague was picked by Peter.
Right.
And that's no
And
one
I
picked
think
Wesley.
nobody picked Wesley, yeah.
I picked Wesley for Rapid and Blitz, not for this. Can I change it?
Yeah. For me, I really feel for the young man, Alireza Firouzja, who has won the Sinquefield Cup. He was the defending champion, and I wanted to pay my respects to the defending champion.
It's kind of feast of famine for him, right? Because he won it twice, and the other 2 years he finishes on -3.
crazy. He
Yeah.
really
he also
has
did
either
really
great
poorly.
results or
Yeah,
terrible.
Really poorly in 23. Yeah. He won it in 22 and 24, but
Mm-hmm.
the years he doesn't do well, he doesn't do so-so. He just does poorly.
Yeah, disastrous. But when he is on fire, he's a thrill to watch his games, and so uncompromising. All of these youngsters, man, they really play a very dynamic, fighting brand of chess.
Which would love to see.
We do. It's fun calling the action on the Grand Chess Tour. Get a chance to showcase the best players in the world, and they come ready for these events. Queen b7. Well, King h6, Queen d7. That looks...
Can you do King f7 and let your queen out from h6?
I got Queen f3 check.
Oh, forgot. Can't even do that.
No.
Yeah, I'm so ready to trade queens. Like I will jump with 2 hands and 10 toes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really hopeless position for black.
Yeah, in a Blitz game, I guess what you do, but like it takes 75 moves. I wanted to play like King h6.
Okay.
Queen d7, I wanted to play Queen f7.
Okay.
And then after a5, I wanted to play King h6, g3.
Good move.
Yeah, but it takes me 4 moves.
I'm going to help you.
Yeah. Okay, that actually is bad. Because,
now I've taken away my a4 square as well.
Queen f1 might actually work.
Right.
But the problem is it takes me so long, there will already be a queen on the board by the time I finally make Queen f1, which doesn't allow you to play Queen takes e7 with check. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like that's my point, yeah. That moving the king to a square where Queen takes e7 is not a check makes Queen f1 playable. And then maybe it becomes a bit iffy, yeah? Although I suspect in this position Knight b2 is still winning, to be honest.
It's really that.
Yeah, but the problem is there will be a new queen on a8 by this point.
True that. I mean, the a pawn is remarkably fast.
Yeah.
Not to mention that when we do play the move a5, sadly for
It's gone king
Nodirbek.
g8.
So now Queen d7 still achieves
Same thing.
same thing, right? Well,
No, yeah, because Queen e8. Yeah. Queen
Right,
d7,
now-
he'll play Queen f1 and resign after Queen e8 check.
so it
I'm
forces
calling
the
it
queen
now.
trade.
Yeah. I'm calling it now.
Take my bishop, please, please, please.
Yeah, because Queen takes e6, King f8, maybe you have to think
Queen
a little
f5
bit.
though.
Ah, yeah. King h8.
H8.
King h8.
So
But here I get to trade the queens on the next move.
yeah. I think he's about to touch the queen and put it on d7.
Yeah. Trading queens really is the key for Wesley's victory now. Queen d7.
And Queen c6, same idea though, right?
We're still keeping a very, very
Not even allowing
a
Queen
long.
f3, not even allowing Queen f3.
Right.
Very pure.
Their only idea is Queen f1, but it loses to Queen e8 check.
That's it.
Yep.
That's precisely right.
Yeah, I think we might see resignation now very
Nicely
soon.
done by Nodirbek. And yeah, Nodirbek is not one of those people who, tank here for half an hour.
No.
Out
Well,
of
let's not jinx it.
It's amazing how much experience you've developed as a chess commentator in a very, very, very few years.
Yeah.
Let's not jinx it.
No, actually, I'm changing my call. What will happen is he'll play Queen h6 and resign after Queen e8, Bishop f8, g5.
Ooh, nice. g5 is a nice last
Queen
move.
h6, Bishop f8, g5, no choice.
And then I take on e6, I go Queen f6 check, and I queen my a pawn.
You sure do. Remember that.
Bishop does make it to b8, but you pick up c5.
But then we take all of those pawns. Yeah.
Yep. That is beautiful. g5 is a lovely touch. Yeah.
If I'm allowed to.
Yeah.
Change my call. This is my new call.
Yeah, very likely to happen.
And once again, sorry to be so repetitive, but there will be a 15 minutes to 20-minute pause between the finish of this game and the start of the playoffs for the Sinquefield Cup. So during that break, Nazi is going to regale us with all kinds of stories of her chess career. I know I'm looking forward to it.
We have you and Peter here, but I'll be the one to...
You'll be the one telling the stories. But we do, fear not, we do have some really fantastic footage, great videos of our 10 years on the tour.
Some
and
of the
some
best
really
moments from the Grand
Queen H6, Peter.
Nice,
Peter.
Queen E8 and G5.
You are about to call the game. Check, bishop back, G5. This is what you have called as the completion of the game.
Do you think Wesley will come for the interview, or he'll be like, no, I have to prep for this?
I think we should give him a chance to just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
A deep breath and just prepare himself for the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll of course talk to him happily, but I think for him it makes more sense to try and
get in a mindset,
regain as much composure as he can. Because yes, he's playing second, but those are Blitz games.
Mm-hmm.
He gets maybe an additional 15 minutes tops.
Yeah.
He should be using them to, I don't know if he wants to do any prep, but...
If he can do power nap, that will help.
Yeah, that would actually help, but I don't know if...
Give us a trail of the stories that you're going to tell us.
Putting me on the spot, yes. And my mind goes blank.
Yeah.
Queen
E8
played.
check.
We expect
Bishop F8.
2 more moves on the board. Bishop F8 and G5.
Yeah. Honestly, once you see Queen E8, it's...
But allow G5,
Yeah,
right?
but yeah, you probably allow G5, and then there really is no point playing further.
Here we go.
And G5 quickly.
Peter, I think you should get special prize points for that one. That was a very nice
Wesley
call.
wins the game.
Congratulations, Wesley So.
And ties for first.
Wow.
With Fabi and Pragg, and we're going to see a 3-way playoff.
Well, get ready to make a pick. I've already picked mine. I'm gonna say Wesley So.
I'll continue taking Pragg when I can take.
Okay, I'll take Fabi then.
There you go. There we go. Playoff bound. Here it is, and it will be a Blitz playoff for those who haven't
Blitz round
watched
robin.
it. Yep.
5+2. The first match will be between Pragg and Fabiano. They'll play 2 games with white and black.
No. Single round.
Single round.
rounds.
Here's the rules. You've been telling us the rules. It's a single Blitz round robin.
Right, 5+2.
Right.
We don't know who plays second, right?
I don't know the second.
Who plays Wesley second, we don't know. Yeah.
We don't know, yes.
If they're still tied. If all the games are drawn, let's just say.
Then they'll play Armageddon games on a knockout basis.
Yeah, and then we hope this doesn't happen.
That's exciting.
We hope this doesn't happen, but there is a talking point there, right? Because whoever plays the second of the 2 Armageddons gets a very big advantage.
Clear.
So I'm assuming some sort of a tiebreak is calculated, and the person who would finish first on Burger or maybe the tour money is counted once again. I really don't know how this is calculated.
But explain to the audience exactly why, in case all the games are drawn and then they come to an Armageddon, why is it so nice to be the second in the match?
Well, you only need to survive one Armageddon to win the full tournament, whereas the guy who will be playing you in that final Armageddon will have played 2. Will have played 2.
And will be playing
It's actually a massive advantage, so I'm very curious what the tiebreaks are.
To skip the first match of Armageddon. Yeah. And thanks to Ben Underwood, statistically speaking, we have our answers.
This is the Blitz playoff probabilities. Wow, Wesley and Fabi are so close. 35.9, 35.6, and Pragg slightly below.
I thought I was taking the underdog. I'm taking the favorite.
Well, this is based on live Blitz ratings, so Wesley's highest rated.
The Universal Rating System's ratings.
Head-to-head scores and recent performance.
Well, by recent performance, I thought Pragg was a shoo-in because
he hasn't done in St. Louis well in the St. Louis Rapid.
He didn't play.
Pragg didn't play. He didn't do well in Zagreb. Yeah, exactly. Zagreb actually almost derailed his campaign to get to Brazil because he was in a very good spot after Romania.
And once again, the regulations for this tournament, well, let's put that aside because it's over.
The standings after round 9, a three-way tie for the first place. Wesley So, Praggnanandhaa, and Fabiano Caruana. Clear fourth goes to Levon Aronian.
Again, I just have to mention that Sam Sevian, our wild card, came in and acquitted himself incredibly well. Congratulations, Sam. Yes, indeed, you belong in this field of greats.
We are gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna see playoffs.
I got
Very
an idea.
excited.
Let's take a long break and then see the playoffs for your entertainment. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
We'll see you very soon.
Right. As you would expect, 10 years of the Grand Chess Tour has featured some of the most extraordinary chess and chess moments I've ever witnessed. It was 2014, the second Sinquefield Cup.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and you are watching the Sinquefield Cup live in St. Louis.
Welcome to a recap of the 2014 Sinquefield Cup, the strongest chess tournament in history.
If you were to run 15,000 tournament simulations, I don't think you would get a single one that ended in the event as it did. Fabiano Caruana did what we would call a streak. He started with a win.
Italian Fabiano Caruana, who crushed Vachier-Lagrave of Bulgaria in the first round.
Another.
Before displaying an amazing pre-game preparation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another.
Carlsen sacrificed a piece only to see Caruana accept it and defend coolly and rebuff his attack.
Another.
And today he crushed Levon Aronian.
I think it's a great start, but I have to stay vigilant till the end. After the first two games, I was still thinking like, okay, you're having a good start, don't let it get in your head.
Fabiano's playing, he's playing proper chess. You know, I have a great record against Fabiano, so I just have to beat him, basically.
That sets up a key round 5 matchup between tournament leader Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. He is off to an epic beginning.
The openings are going well, my opponents are getting a bit, like I'm maybe getting a bit in their head.
Commentators were asking, can this keep going on?
But it's all about fabulous Fabiano, the young Italian player winning yet another game.
He wins 5 in a row.
Couldn't have even dreamed that I would start with a perfect score. The result might not show it, but all the games have been difficult. But in any case, it's a fantastic start. I couldn't have imagined that I would do something like this. I think I didn't feel any real pressure because things were going so well that it was kind of impossible to mess up at some point. And also I had some luck on my side in certain key moments, and just everything came together like that.
The whole of the chess world was buzzing. And 6 in a row.
Well, it's Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, the Miami Dolphins' perfect season in '72, and now it's fabulous Fabiano Caruana with a 6-0 score, blitzing the field in an epic performance, one of the greatest in chess history.
I just want to play solidly the remaining games, and just keep playing normal chess.
Then I can't believe it. 7 in a row.
As Vachier-Lagrave is still making moves in this position, clearly it's over.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable. Can he keep the streak alive?
Can you believe that you're 7-0 in this kind of tournament?
Yeah, it keeps getting weirder. That I keep winning, although I'm not really trying to go for anything like this. I'm just trying to play normally.
It was extraordinary. This was round 8. He's up against Magnus Carlsen, who he had previously won. It's a double round robin. Could Fabi go 8-8, 8 out of 8, perform a Bobby Fischer, win all of his games?
Even if he doesn't turn up for the last 2 games, it would be one of the great results of our time, and if he finishes in style, it will be one of the great results ever.
The end to his historic run, 7.5 out of 8. Oh man, an underachiever. Like, whoa, especially a draw against the #1 player in the world. I mean, come on.
I won the tournament, but it's still not over, and it's important to end on on a high note.
He got the half a point. He's still in line for the greatest performance ever.
And a draw has been agreed. Wow.
It hasn't happened before since. I've had like periods where things are really going well, almost everything's going well, but not to that extent that, you know, absolutely everything with almost no exception until my 8th round against Magnus, where still pretty much everything went well, just like a, you know, one, 2 moments in the game turned it into a draw. It's not like you have an ambition to get a result like that. You can't control it, and you know, if you get in that rhythm, it can happen. But I look back very fondly, of course, on all the games in that tournament. Yeah, I think it was really about everything just coming together at the right time. It's everything fit together. It was like a 1 in a billion.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. I really can't. This is unbelievable.
It would be one of the great results of our time.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to start the playoffs.
Yes, and it's a very exciting moment for us as 3 players are going to be competing for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
That's Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano, Caruana, and Wesley So.
Wesley So is the top seed because he had 5 blacks in the tournament versus the 4 blacks for Fabi. 4 blacks for Prague. So Fabi and Prague will be playing the first game, and they're getting set up for that. We will be playing a Blitz format.
And these are the playoff matchups. We start with Prague with white pieces against Fabiano. Second game will be Wesley against Praggnanandhaa. And in game 3, we'll see Fabi against Wesley.
And if all 3 games should be drawn, then Wesley will sit out and he will wait on the first Armageddon to be decided. But the Blitz will be 5 minutes per player with 2-second increments starting on the very first move. So a kind of a slower
by today's
Blitz
standards,
than the World Championship 3+2.
Absolutely.
Do you remind me that was our time control in Rapid and Blitz?
Yes.
But Prague wasn't here. So.
Yes. And
Fabi, back to his Blitz uniform. The classical chess uniform has been swapped out for...
I feel like you have to put on a different cloak for Blitz. Not a different uniform, but a different mindset, because you are suddenly in a very different space.
And this is actually something that you almost never do anymore. Namely playing those 2 very disparate time controls in one day.
Right.
This used to be the case in the World Cups, and it was an absolute nightmare.
Yep.
Which was, I think, it was basically a money-saving measure because they did not want to give us an additional day for tie breaks. But yeah, I remember playing a long tie break after winning a game on demand to equal the match 1-1, and my brain was so fried like this. You can't remember your name by the end of it. But yeah, it's going to take some adjusting, frankly, because they just play the classical game.
Right.
And now you have to switch, even though 5+2 is definitely much slower than 3+2.
It's a challenge.
It's still a Blitz game. You know?
Yeah, and you are making, as you say, the most extreme that you can possibly make. You go from classical chess to Blitz.
And this is our first pair. The hardest part is going from 30-second increment to 2-second increment.
And, well, also, the players haven't had that much time to think about their opening prep. How do you challenge somebody like Fabi? And conversely, if you're in Fabi, how much risk do you want to take in the first game?
Right, because the next game, Fabi's sitting out.
Yep. Prague plays
both first 2 games. Yes.
Exactly.
Interestingly, we could get to a point where game 3 doesn't happen if somebody wins specifically if Prague wins the first 2.
Yes.
Third game you don't even have to play, but that's
exactly.
A slightly edge case. And yeah, importantly, and what you mentioned there, Prague not playing in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz is actually kind of important, right? Because he does not have any recent practice with this time control.
And here we have a Joko piano. By the way, what's our marquee matchup for this?
Maybe this one?
Maybe this one?
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. We'll stay with it.
3
and
knight of 6.
We have just seen Fabi on the white side against Gukesh.
Yeah.
It's not allowing bishop g5.
And nobody's playing a5 and b4 just yet. Oop. Commentator's curse.
Spoke too soon, yeah.
Exactly.
And this is a kind of an old styly mix with the bishop going to b3. This is how you used to play the Italian, but these days you see it less and less.
Still expecting, especially after h3, the preparation of the move bishop e6.
Actually, bishop e6 is the most common.
Whoa! Okay.
b5 is quite rare.
Okay, that is very, very unexpected. And I thought after b5 I was going to see a4 instantly. The idea was to be able to fight for control over the c4 square. He has allowed a4, and I think it's a bit of a gamble to play b5, but it's paid off already.
Absolutely. Can Fabi play d5 immediately?
Yeah, you want to play d5 here. If it works move by move, you absolutely want to play d5. The bishop from c5, if it goes anywhere, might even go to f8 then.
Exactly.
It's sometimes much better on f8 than on a7.
And it's so useful to have this space. You chase this bishop back to c2. Oftentimes, the bishop will pop back out on that diagonal. Now that's just been ruled out completely. And again, I'm expecting d6,
no, d5. Bishop b6 was played.
Okay, knight to g3.
We can try d3, d4 straight away, but yeah, knight g3 pretty much never is a mistake.
d3, d4, as you said, straight away. So he sidestepped the impact of bishop of d4 by moving his bishop.
I like your knight g3, Yasser, and Pragg has played it.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes. Knight b4, the bishop will step backwards to b1.
Magnus's most favorite maneuver here would be very good, but maybe this is why we included d4 so early. I would like to play knight c6, g6, but currently if you play knight e7, it costs you the central pawn, so you can't do it. Maybe knight a5 with the idea of c7, c5 is not bad. And
I like knight a5. I do. I like that move a lot. And I do like what you've just suggested, Peter. Get in the move c5, but also knight c4. It's not unthinkable. a3, knight b2. I don't know what the knight is doing on b2.
I
But
could play b4 right now.
I'm looking at this, yeah.
b4, knight.
But provoking knight c4 is obviously double-edged, yeah.
And then focus on the king side, right? Maybe knight h4.
I haven't
Let's
given up.
b3.
I haven't given up on the idea of d5. Should my knight land on c4, b2, b3 on the board.
Do you want to take and play c5?
It's very logical. Whoa, this I did
goes
not expect.
Back, knight c6.
Say what?
Creating,
That's
I
strange.
guess he is kind of threatening a takes b3.
As well as
b5,
maybe
b4.
b4. Now the problem is the desirable takes, give me this guy, is instantly refuted by knight takes with the idea that's a check.
Bad, yeah.
So we can't grab twice on a4.
I don't hate taking on a4 and making some kind of a quiet move though, rook b1 or bishop b3. Although there's bishop a5 as well. An additional idea might now be.
Isn't here where I play bishop e3 and just kind of support the center?
Yeah,
Nope.
I like bishop e3.
Bishop a5, bishop d2. Yeah, we wait for bishop a5 and then, whoa.
What?
What about knight takes
I
d4?
guess he just, bishop d7, queen takes f3, and he wants to launch some kind of an attack on the kings. I don't like it though, I think it's bad.
Knight takes d4?
This was
Very
risky.
unexpected. So,
Yeah,
sorry, you're expecting bishop d7, Peter?
I mean, now that
Knight
he's
f3?
paused, I don't know what's going on. Could
Queen
he actually have
f3?
missed knight takes d4 altogether?
Knight takes
Impossible.
d7?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
thought
I
maybe,
mean, that was an incredible move, bishop.
because now you're strategically busted, frankly.
Maybe he thought about only queen d7 and was going to play bishop h6 at the end.
So you're thinking he may have expected bishop takes d7, knight takes f3 check, queen takes f3, anticipating he'll get to play bishop takes h6 after queen takes d7, but then realizing as soon as he gets to this position.
Now we're much worse.
Now we're much worse.
She takes d4 in particular is just a free roll for black. He'll play queen
Bishop
d3.
He takes these coming too. Black is
Two
up pawn
bishops?
and
No.
not up a pawn, but much better position.
Very lucky that you're not down the pawn.
Yeah.
But
He
two
takes d4 and
bishops.
d5. Like it starts looking like there might be a solution which leads to borderline winning positions. I still would have taken on d7. Yes, you're strategically busted, but maybe there is some activity on the king side you can rely on.
Yeah.
Now e4, knight d4, d5. How do we even reply to that?
Remember what we aspire in the opening. We want our fair share of the center. We want good development for our pieces. Save king. Good pieces, more. We have more of the center than does white.
White hasn't even finished development. Bishop still on c1.
Exactly. So we are looking
In
at
fairness,
captures d5.
Maybe d6, d5.
Yeah.
In fairness, if you give me time to play bishop b2, I am sort of completely fine. So it has to be quick. Fabi decides to go knight d7.
Not
Now
bad.
maybe-
Not bad.
Now
Bishop
maybe
b2?
Pragg can play knight f5.
Or knight f5 first.
Which one?
I thought
D.
maybe bishop
Knight D
b2,
to
queen
f5.
f6, queen d2, but
Knight d e5. Okay. Yeah, that
I
makes
really
sense.
like. I guess bishop b2, knight e5 is unpleasant because I don't know what the square is for the queen. Maybe c3.
Bishop b2, knight e5. But Nazi has immediately knight f5 on her agenda. She's thinking
I was worried about queen f6, but maybe there is some tactical reply to it that I'm missing. Or maybe just rook b1 and then
b1
bishop
looks
b2.
good, right?
Bishop takes h6. Knight
He
is
began
already
with-
on f5.
He began with bishop b2.
Bishop b2, but we're afraid of knight e5. Where's the queen going exactly?
He went
e2.
to
He
E2.
didn't want to allow knight c4, and that
I
makes
know
sense.
d5 makes so much sense for black.
Yeah.
Well, we've put our queen on a very awkward... No, whoa. Fabi is allowing a knight to land on f5. I loved your d5 move, by the way. I thought that was a really
He's still better though.
strong move.
Just not as much better as he would have been after d6, d5.
Okay, so from Prague's perspective, should he be dropping this knight on f5 or this knight on f5? Let's go here. Let's just.
I don't think it does very much, actually. Queen g5, maybe.
Okay.
He's played your move, Yasser.
Queen g5.
King h7 was played.
Excuse me. King h7 on the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now white appears to be okay, but you have to play concretely. Yeah.
I desperately want f4, but
and this is why king h1 or king
illegal.
h2 is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So king h1.
Correct. Correct move. Absolutely correct.
Ooh, f4 is coming.
Okay. So.
How do we stop f4?
Did we play king h7 with the intention of playing g6?
Yeah, but we could actually play g6 immediately.
g6 f4 still.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
it's a crazy position.
Okay, but from Prag's perspective, if he can play f4, knight h5, well, he doesn't want to leave.
You know, in Blitz with such little time, white looks better here, right?
The pieces are menacing. f2, f4 on the board. I don't know why the pawn stopped on f3.
No, this is now, if in practice, I think just unpleasant for black.
Okay,
you
how
have to take on
unpleasant
f5, I think.
No, how unpleasant is it? Knight c6. What's your worst? Do your worst.
Knight e3.
What?
I'll come back. I want to go to d5.
I didn't even realize that the pawn on it, it was defended. And for those of you joining us late, this is the
first if knight c6, knight h5 isn't
of the playoff games.
First out of 3, yes. F takes e, queen g5.
Queen g5, queen h4. Black is not out of the game, but yeah.
f4.
f4, knight h5, d5, rook
I want to play
e1.
e6, though. I just want to open up the bishop badly.
I'm 100% with you. You want this bishop to have free reign on the diagonals, so that desire to play e6 and knight h5 is completely
Knight h5, d5, rook d1 is very strong, but it's specifically because of rook d1. Otherwise, I'm absolutely in agreement with you both about e6.
So, what are we expecting, Peter?
Of one of those two moves. Pick one.
Prag is about to go down below 1 minute.
Knight h5, de, rook d1.
Rook d1, and suddenly there's very difficult threats of rook takes d7, which black
rook
does
e6.
Rook e6, queen g4, I guess, and the opposition kind of collapses.
Oh, the desirable rook g6
He's
is
taking a long think. He's down to 50 seconds.
Is Prag. Okay,
probably
I mean, two
calculated
very
h5.
promising leads. E6 as well as knight h5. He chose one.
Yeah, and I'm surprised by that. I think Fabi expected e6. Maybe he doesn't realize how strong rook d1 is.
So knight f6 is a monster threat. Rook takes? No, rook takes does not help.
Maybe you can take rook e5, but I'll just take pawn on f4.
Sorry? Rook takes e5?
We're not playing bishop takes e5.
I'm keeping that bishop alive.
Yeah, that bishop is...
That's your pride and joy, is it? Rook takes e5. Well, if you're going to do that, then I will play rook takes e5 because knight takes e4.
And if the rook goes somewhere, we play knight d5. It's actually very bad for them.
Fabi now has even less time, less than 40 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
But his position is in a tough spot right now.
Okay, so help me out. If I take...
Rook d1.
Bishop
Very
d4.
Strong. Oh, I want to take with the rook so badly.
He's taken the pawn. Rook d1 instantly. Rook e6 instantly.
Queen g4.
Queen g4.
That's the wrong rook, by the way. King g6 was playable.
Actually, rook d7 and then queen g4 was completely...
And we have bishop takes e5 on the board. Bishop takes e5.
This looks very good as well. On rook e5, you take rook d7.
Okay, but is that it? Rook takes e5, rook d7, queen g5, rook takes f7, king h8, or am I still kicking?
Fabi going down to 10 seconds.
Knight f6 in that position gives a sort of
I'm not
mate.
kicking.
A sort of
Five.
mate. Not kicking.
4. Prag's move. Queen e7. He just
Knight f6 collects a bunch of material. Maybe there's even something stronger, but... rook d7, queen g4 is still on the board,
bishop
actually.
f6.
Bishop f6 is very good.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 and rook takes d7, and it looks like...
He's already missed that tactic once.
Yeah, there it is. I love that move. And queen... he just almost lost on time.
Just queen g4 and rook takes d7, we're a piece up, right?
There he's done it. He's done it.
Yep.
That's
He's
it.
up a piece.
Queen f5, rook f7, yeah.
That's a winning... That's it.
And Prag wins the first match.
Whew.
That was a nail biter.
By the way, I thought, strategically speaking, he was busted after bishop takes a4.
Yeah.
So for me, that was an incredible come-from-behind victory by Pragg. Give him credit. But then that begs the question, where did it all go wrong for Fabi?
His intuition to start playing on the king side, it worked out perfect. As soon as he got to play on the king side, the game was pretty much
I didn't like knight d. Peter?
E5, 94, E4, 94, D5 in this position was in fact very strong. It required calculating because you're allowing E5 and you have to work out what's happening after E5. I'm assuming knight E4. My plan at least was to go knight E4.
Yes.
And then, okay, in a blitz game, I take on E4 twice, first knight, then rook. You play C5. I play something like bishop takes H6 or rook G4.
we have to take with the queen. Oh, C5, and how do we get out of this?
Bishop takes H6, say.
Oh, okay.
Or rook G4 first. I didn't want to allow H5. And we gamble. And in a blitz game, this might actually somehow work out.
In a blitz
but objectively, my screen was telling me it's not working out. So,
Right. That was, and when I saw the move knight d7 and I saw white getting this.
Another moment means just a moment ago to play d6, d5. After knight e5, queen e2, once again. Time to play d6, d5.
Was it necessary?
Yeah. And the point is, I guess if you play knight d5, I have d4 followed by c5, completely killing off that bishop on b2.
Without that bishop,
What
you're
a
not going to
relief.
checkmate.
Yeah.
What a relief that would be to play d4. But what happened was a smooth sailing for Pragg once he got...
Discussing the game right now.
Yeah.
And Pragg, Fabi is now entirely in Wesley's hands.
If Pragg wins the second game, it's over.
That's it.
Pragg wins.
Thank you for coming. And by the way, I mean, it's not just getting your name engraved on the trophy. There is an additional $10,000 for the winner.
Very nice.
For Fabi to still have a shot, Wesley needs to win.
Right.
Because any other result, Fabi will be out of contention for first.
Exactly. But should Wesley win, and then should Fabi beat Wesley, we get the Armageddons.
We get the Armageddons going.
And how much fun is that? But a remarkably well-played victory.
Pragg is, I don't see a second. He's not preparing for the next game. Maybe he prepared at the hotel already.
Right.
He's just calming his nerves and mentally preparing for the next game.
Do we know how long the break is?
3 minutes.
3 minutes from now, so that's about 5 minutes between games. I like this. I don't like long breaks between blitz games.
3 minutes and 2 seconds. I agree with you, by the way. Once you get in this mode of blitz, I mean, it's a killer, those 15 minutes or 10 minutes between the rounds.
I always hated those.
As Wesley gets ready for his moment in the sun, he'll be with the white pieces.
Yes, Wesley will play Pragg in the next game. If Praggnanandhaa wins, we won't see game 3.
It will be game, set, match, sorry.
If Wesley wins, then we see Fabiano against Wesley.
And in case of a draw, we still game 3.
Absolutely.
We still have to play game 3 because if Wesley wins, there's a tie for first.
But Fabi won't have chances anymore.
Exactly.
So Fabi absolutely needs Wesley to win this game for him to still have a chance for the first place.
It's a funny way of rooting for somebody, right? I mean, it's like, dude, I just lost, so you've got to win so that my loss doesn't...
Do it for me, yes.
Yeah,
get
do
revenge
this for me.
on my opponent.
And Wesley, for those of you joining us late, coming off a victory in the classical Sinquefield Cup game, he won against Nodirbek in style. It was a really, really beautiful model game. And of course, if Pragg wins, it's over. That's
No
it.
third game.
Yeah, no third game. And here we go. We're setting up. By the way, I mean, I know this. I was just in the playing hall, and there is that tension. But it's so different when the audience isn't there. I mean, people will be standing on their chairs if they were allowed to attend this match, and they would be rooting. It's like watching a baseball game with nobody in the stands, you know? It's a very, very different atmosphere in the playing hall. You don't play for a draw as Pragg, but you play for a solid result. What's a solid? You're playing Mr. Solid himself, Wesley So. What do you expect?
Generally not decided in the opening, and I think you just play whatever allows you to play the opening most comfortably. You don't want to suddenly have to think for a minute on move 8.
Right.
So you play what your main repertoire is, I think, in most cases.
Clear off, E4, E5.
Will we be seeing yet another
Gioco piano?
Gioco piano? I apologize.
We
I
could,
should have actually.
There we have it. Actually, yeah.
We've been saying that Wesley is an expert in this with both colors.
But they all are.
They are.
They all played with both colors.
Ooh, A7, A6.
Old school.
By the way,
Bishop
not for nothing,
G5.
I did like Fabi's B5, A5, A4 approach.
I think he got a very comfortable position.
He did.
Whoa.
Bishop A7.
Those are fighting words, by the way, Bishop A7, because you did have the option of H6 followed by Bishop E7. And instead, Pragg says, no, I want to play a fighting game. I want to play H6, G5. Or sometimes they play like Knight E7. Knight E7 in this position is not unplayable, but...
And allow the double pawns.
Or I think Magnus at one point began playing Queen E7, Knight D8, Knight E6, a kind of a slow way of dealing with the pin.
I've seen Vichy as well play precisely that. Queen and it is a funny way of getting to the F4 square, by the way. Queen E7 and Knight D8.
As mentioned, Knight E7.
And again, as black, you would love to swing a knight to G6 so that you are eyeballing F4.
Wesley begins by saying Jadub and Jadubing everything.
Do you consider taking on F6 here?
Yes, of course.
Yes, you do.
And I guess I'm
We had some very high-profile games in this line. I have a feeling here last year we saw a bunch of games here.
Knight G6, Rook G8, Queen E7, H5. It's clear that the players are still in their prep.
Yeah, I thought so.
Alireza and Gukesh played this exact game at the Grand Store last year.
I apologize. My mind turns to mush when I see so many of those Gioco pianos. I can't keep them straight. I don't know how the players do it so well.
Yeah.
Are we satisfied with this play by Wesley?
I think it's correct, yeah.
Peter, knight's coming to E3 to F5, or maybe just...
And interestingly, Knight F4 doesn't do very much, so often it just stays on G6, and Bishop B6 is an idea that you could consider here. I remember I was very surprised when we were commentating last year. I was looking at all this, and I thought, okay, Knight F4 can never be a mistake. Why would we not put it on such a wonderful square? But it's not actually creating very many threats. And White wants to play Knight E3, Queen B3, Rook A D1, and then something might start happening in the center. I think that Alireza Gukesh game finished in some kind of an absolutely insane draw, with the Black King being somewhere where it really has no business being.
And I have seen games of Wesley, most peculiar, if you will. He's puts the knights on F3 and H2 in these positions where there's a half-open F-file, and he's done very, very well with it. Clock times, anybody taking a serious thing so far?
Yes, Wesley has about a 40-second lead.
That's a big... and we do have Bishop E6, as mentioned, so we are looking at...
Queen B3, it's a double attack.
Yeah.
So you're sacrificing the B7 pawn, I'm sure. Oh, you're not.
Squeeze me?
And just a reminder, if Pragg wins this game, he wins the tournament. We won't see the third game.
Bishop takes E6, F takes E6. Well, Queen B3.
Yeah,
as you were saying, Nazi, double attack.
Interestingly, Queen C8 is not the move the agent suggested. Plays Queen D7 and then King F7 if you take. And says Black has very, very good compensation for...
Queen D7, Queen takes B7, King F7.
Queen B3, I assume.
Ideas of Rook
Just attack on the
G8.
king side.
But I've got a lot of defenders, too.
But you know that bishop on A7, it's ready
The
to
guided,
attack too.
the guided missile over there. Okay, well, it's a big moment for Pragg to answer the question, are you prepared to sacrifice the pawn on B7?
Now there is 1 minute difference already on the clock. Wesley has 1 extra minute.
And if you'll forgive me, I understand Queen C8 is not considered that good. Why? Is there a refutation to Queen C8, Peter?
No,
or
it's
is it
just slow. You want your pieces connected. White just goes Rook A D1, Knight E3, and your attack is not developing as quickly, or frankly, at all.
King F7.
Without King F7, Rook A G8,
And
or
Rook
King
H7.
D7. Whoa.
Squeeze me. Of all the possibilities, that one was not resonating.
It's not bad at all.
He wants to play knight f4 and queen g8, right? Attack with the queen.
Yeah.
Knight f4 and queen g8. Ooh.
And by the way, queen takes b7 now loses to bishop b6 because we're out of squares.
Oof, queen gets
Okay.
trapped.
So that being the case, and I trust you.
h3 was played.
h3 or rook d1? Sorry, I was about to play rook d1 and knight e3.
He played
Wesley
h3.
played h3.
And now, as Nazi said, knight f4 followed by queen g8 in some order. Seems logical. And h3 prepares a safe-ish square for one of the knights on g4, I assume.
I thought it was for the king to go to
And
h2.
for the king to
maybe for the king to
Maybe
go to
knight
h2.
e3 and...
Yeah. And then you do have to ask yourself, why is our king on d7? What are we going to do about it?
Knight f4.
Knight e3, queen g8, king h2.
Queen g8, king h2. This is our nefarious plan. And then we're asking a question. We're about to bring our rook to d1, and then we want to blast open on the e5 square.
Yeah.
So
You gotta do it carefully because bishop e3 is always there.
and we'll do it very, very carefully. I'll include knight g4 when the time is right.
Well, Pragg played queen e7, not queen g8.
Yeah.
I feel like he's,
And now he's a bit
one of our
worse.
producers. They're trying to trick us because you told me he was going to, and he's left his rook on a8. The rook.
Which is actually how the engine treats this position.
Wow.
Regardless of where your queen is. It actually goes king c8.
Okay.
It looks very, very unattractive to my eyes.
Okay, rook to d1.
Yeah, we play knight f4, I assume.
Knight f4.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's done knight f4.
It looks so wrong to have king on c8 with the rook on a8.
Right?
Long term, I think the way the engine tries to solve it is weirdly to play a6, a5, securing the b6 square for the bishop, and then bishop b6, king b8, king a7. It takes 5 moves, though. I have no idea how we're going to fit all
But
of that.
Wesley prepares what I would describe as protection of the g2 pawn. He wants king h2. He is eyeballing ideas of d5 as well as d takes e5, but king h2, sometimes when you go rook g8, rook g6, queen.
And Wesley's doing really well on the clock. It's a 2-minute time advantage now.
3 versus 1 in this position is...
If you go rook
Not
rook
great.
g8, rook g6, queen g7, Wesley, wants to put his rook on g1 to overprotect, if you will.
Absolutely. To not accidentally miss a mate.
Not miss a mate. That's right. Maybe, Shadoob, says Wesley So. a6, a5. I like what you were saying, Peter, that...
And this can be stopped if we play a5 with white, right?
Yeah, that you would like to play a5 as black and bishop b6 and release the kraken, release the rook on a8. But the move a5 kind of asks you, okay, what are you doing with your guided missile on a7?
Yeah,
What are
how
you
do we
doing?
get out of that queenside situation if white plays a5?
Exactly.
c6, king c7?
Knight g1.
That I did not see coming.
He wants to get rid of the knight on the 4. He's
knight
planning
e2.
to go knight e2 next move.
I
And he wants to
don't
take
know
on
if I
f4
like
and
that one.
take on e6.
Okay, I can get behind that. Knight e2, and there's also always an intermezzo with queen takes e6 if I get rid of the knight on
Rook
f4.
g8 played?
But knight e2, we did not actually create a
he can't
threat.
take on g2 because of
Rook g1.
No, this is a problem now. King
King
g7.
King comes back to d7. That's a hilarious move.
That looks like a really bad move now. According to the engine, you just take on f4 and play knight g4.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That really shuts down. And by the way, taking on f4 means that the bishop is also shut down.
f3.
Well, he's gambling. He needs
Yes.
to...
He needs a gamble.
He needs to open it.
Because
something.
Wesley was about to secure the knight's place on the g4 square. He was about to play the move d5, and I think...
And we're being
that
told
would be
d4, e5 is winning by force, which is honestly not surprising.
e5, f5...
Knight of d5.
Maybe d5 or something.
d5 blows up the whole
Something
position.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Or e takes
Okay.
d6 one, honestly. Just e takes d6 and queen takes e6 is probably good enough, right?
Sorry, Peter?
e5 f5, e takes d.
Oh,
Preparing
yeah, e6 is
Oh,
hanging, yeah.
thank you. I forget.
That's even easier.
That probably is also pretty good.
Yeah, e5.
Wesley
Rook
reaching
e3.
Yeah, rook e3 is also a very solid move.
Absolutely. On f takes g, maybe he wants rook f3, which he's done.
And the problem is you would like to go rook a f8, but then queen takes b7 starts hurting a great deal.
Yes.
From the other side as well. He's done
And
it
he's
anyway.
done it, and he's inviting queen takes b7.
I guess he wants to play f6, f5 there.
Not
Like we're
bishop
but
b6.
knight e5 check wins, right?
Yes,
If
he's
knight
done
e5
it.
check is game over. Probably.
Gotta play
He's
bishop
done it.
b6
He's
here.
done it. And what's the clock times?
14 seconds for Prague, minute and 14 for Wesley.
Yeah.
But we've got knight e5 check.
Knight e5 wins the
Knight
game.
e5 check is
EF,
an instant winner.
Regrettably, EF also wins, but probably because of the same idea. So, but he will
E5 check.
Yeah,
He
he's
will
gonna
see
take.
it.
And now 95, only winning
He
move.
will see it.
He played it.
Wow, and that king on d7 is on an open highway suddenly. Oops, we've got a check.
I think we need to just protect g1 thread, so one prophylaxis
Oh,
move.
excuse me.
King g1.
King
Just
g1.
shut it down.
Guess
I like
what?
this, yeah.
King g1 on the board. I agree. I forgot about g1.
And now our hands are completely untied to do whatever it is that we
A5,
want to do
nice
on the
move.
other side.
Oh, that is a pretty move.
4 seconds for Prague.
Knight check, and he's picking up the bishop. Wesley's picking up. He's done it.
Wesley
And
will
we've
need a
got queen
draw.
c6 check.
Wesley will need a draw against Fabi with, I'm assuming, the black pieces
Queen
to
c6
be
check.
the Sinquefield Cup champion 2025.
Oh, he's done. And he's got queen b8.
You can throw in rook e3 as well. Like there's
is it?
nothing here.
I was about to say queen b8 and knight c6 check.
But why?
Yes, precisely. But why? Rook e3. Gosh, Wesley, sometimes he just plays so incredibly well. Rook e1. Queen
Queen
check.
c6.
It's got to be mate here, right?
He's prepping rook e7. He's prepping rook e7, and there's a
Wesley
handshake.
wins.
Yeah, and now Prague is in the same spot. Prague is now rooting for Fabi with every fiber of his being.
Exactly. By the way, it's good to be white.
Yeah.
Back-to-back wins by the white side.
100% for white.
Impressive game by Wesley.
Yeah, very nice game by
very
Wesley.
impressive. Wow, an impressive game by Prague in the first game.
Now we're going to see Fabi against Wesley. And Wesley only needs a draw to win the playoffs.
Who could possibly have predicted Wesley winning?
You did, Yasser, you did.
Oh, nice of you to
Pretty
remember.
good at that.
Well, I did say Alireza. You guys got me in the Sinquefield Cup. A very satisfied Wesley, just going in his mind. He's got to switch gears. He's going to play Fabi. He will have the black pieces. A draw clinches.
So Fabi goes all out. He has to win.
Yeah.
Absolutely, losses.
But the good thing about it is Fabi is not just playing for Prague, because if he wins, he also
He's playing
gets
for himself.
Yeah, he absolutely is playing for himself there.
Exactly.
So he is a very interested party, and he will have the white pieces.
Exactly. Where did, it wasn't clear to me, but where did Prague go wrong? Did you think King d7 was...
King d7 wasn't great. I understand his desire to preserve the material balance, but the way the engine was playing it, I liked very much. You do this, rook b8 is a threat. You
So I
can,
come
if you
back.
want, give the bishop
No,
this,
no.
but that's not great, right? So you
No,
pretty
I
much
come
always
back.
play queen b3.
I come back.
And I guess maybe what you misunderstand here is that queen c6 is very strong. Just keeping things under control for now. And now we want to play knight f4 and rook a g8. And play could continue something like rook a g1, knight f4. We're no longer in time with our h3, knight g4 play. Also, I think if knight e3, yeah, this is one of the major points of queen c6. Despite seemingly white has this bunch of
kinds
pieces
of discoveries
in front of the end, but it does nothing.
Right.
It turns out we can just take this pawn and be quite safely okay. So after knight f4, white has to make some very uncomfortable decisions, like the g3, rook a g8, and then some kind of a quiet move. Rook e3 is being suggested, knight 1, d2 is being suggested. But even optically, it looks like black has at least enough for the pawn, right?
Right.
Having played king d7, you did have to play knight f4 and knight e3, queen g8. It liked this a lot better.
Yes.
Get it to g6 faster.
You're hitting e4.
But then you still have to play king c8. And you get a similar position to the game, which honestly the engine dislikes, but not nearly as much as it dislikes what he got. Because here we're threatening f6, f5, which appears to be borderline forcing white to go d, e, f, e. And this is, of course, just such a
Massive
nicer picture
improvement.
for black with the bishop on a7 still alive.
Right.
And yeah, once we got here, queen g6 important, and otherwise, having gotten here, c6, king c7, as Nazi was suggesting, I think it's difficult to play c6 because you're very worried you will blunder knight c4 somewhere. But this knight currently is pinned to the protection of
Checkmate.
the g2 pawn. And now with the king on c7, let's say knight g4, we take on e2. But finally, our rooks are connected, and we can maybe breathe slightly easier and start doing something in the center. It's still very sharp. It's still possibly not entirely sound even, but it's much better than what we got after rook g8, knight e2. I think Pragg just didn't realize rook g8 is not creating a single threat. And now it really is panic stations. Too many threats. We are not really coordinating quickly enough. You could play queen g5, trying to take on f4 with a check, but after king h1, white re-establishes the threat of taking on f4 and taking on e6 with check. And once you have to start playing positions like this, like everything is hanging, it doesn't feel like you will survive. Still better than what he got, but already this feels like we're going very much in the wrong direction.
Wow, thank you, Peter, for that. As the third and final game of the Blitz playoff is about to begin. So far, white has won
Every single game.
every single game.
If Fabio wins this, then
Then-
we're going to see Armageddons.
Yeah, the Armageddons.
Yeah, as you can see, Pragg won the first game against Fabio with the white pieces. Then Wesley defeated Pragg with white, and we're seeing game 3 now.
I dare say that Wesley has draw odds to win the tournament at this exact moment. He needs a draw, and he will be at the 2020 Sinquefield Cup.
But Fabi absolutely needs a win. And so does Pragg also needs Fabi's win.
Yeah, a very interested spectator.
So when you absolutely have to win in Blitz, what opening do you choose?
Against Wesley, it's really very difficult because he's so solid at
E3.
e4, e5.
a3 is good.
Trolling.
Second best is not allowing the Berlin.
Yeah, correct.
Which I think would kind of gravitate me away from 1e4.
Exactly. I'm thinking English myself, but d2, d4,
Or
London.
Third Italian, maybe, actually.
Third Italian. Oh my gosh.
Just play like a thematic Blitz tournament.
In the Sinquefield Cup, how many Italians did we have? We only had like 2 or 3 pure
Three, I
Italian.
think.
And then suddenly it
Yes.
became the most popular
'Cause
weapon.
Wesley
in the
doesn't
Blitz.
do very many Petrovs these days, I don't think. So we're not as worried about Petrov.
By the way, talking about in his day, in his career, Fabi also was a Petrov player,
Oh, yeah.
and a very, very good one too. It was very hard to beat Fabi in a Petrov.
Knight
Knight
F3.
F3.
He's not
Okay.
risking Petrov or Berlin.
And here we go. English,
Yeah,
no. Queen pawn. Ooh,
Maybe
Catalan.
Catalan if
An
we see
invitation
D4.
to play the Reti declined firmly.
No.
And after castles,
Catalan.
Queen C2 maybe, but yeah, D3, this is the Grishuk special.
The
D3 with the
Grishuk
intention.
special.
Yeah, and the point of this is incredibly funny because if black plays C5, I think you're supposed to play C takes D5, E takes D5, D4, which sounds so ridiculous.
Wasting a full tempo on D3.
Yeah.
Are we going to see it?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
This is another way of playing this position, but yeah,
After Queen C4, do you play F4? Yes.
yeah,
yes,
you
I have
absolutely
seen
do.
this, yeah.
Whoa, F4. This looks
Yeah,
so
and
ugly.
You can judge by the speed of players that they have seen this before, despite it looking absolutely outlandish. It's sort of known these days.
Queen E1.
Yeah, still no novelty. I see 2 games in the database.
Thus far, we're up to this moment,
Mm-hmm.
including Queen E1.
Still, Queen E1, E4 was more popular.
We are sort
By
of
one
planning
game
E4,
or
but we
two?
wanted to...
Just a couple, yeah.
Okay, so look, I mean, I see a knight on E5. I want to get rid of it.
B5, G4. I like G. Yeah, this is showing intent.
B5, G4. Okay, going
Let's
for the
go.
gold. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Let's go.
I'm terrified for Black's king.
Why? I got this beautiful pawn shield in front of my king.
B5 is just not great specifically because of B4, actually. And now white is much better, apparently.
Much better.
Yeah.
How about them apples? Oh my goodness. B4, knight
Knight
A4.
A4, knight FD7 or bishop B7.
Not
appear
even
to be
bishop to
strongest.
D7.
No.
I thought we were going to catch this errant knight.
So should we just go g5?
She takes d5.
Inviting knight takes d5?
Yeah, that's
e4.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
but
sure he
did
will
you
play
want
e4.
to play e4?
Not really. I don't
Bishop
want
takes
to leave
d5
the
is
D3
very
pawn
surprising.
unprotected.
That is very surprising. I thought knight takes d4, e4. At least you're giving me a choice to go back to f6 or to b6. But bishop takes e5, e4. I have to go
e4,
back to
Bishop
b7.
c6 is very strong if you play e4 here, with the intention of recapturing with the knight and then landing that knight on d4.
Fair, fair.
Yeah.
So okay, so bishop. So is it time
Can we
to
just
go
go
queen
g5
g3?
right now?
G5. Oh, why do you have to ask me all the tough questions? I guess I'm dropping
Knight
back.
f7, I
Knight
guess.
f7.
And then we can play e4.
Right.
And then I'll go back to c6.
Yeah, it's the same position, but the inclusion of g5 and knight d7 favors white. If we are to play e4, we should include g5.
Okay.
That is for sure.
Well, we played g4 not with the single purpose of queen g3 in mind, but with the dual idea of including g5. So we think that Fabi should play g5, knight d7,
Knight d7, e4.
e4. And if he does this, will he have an advantage?
No advantage. No. Bishop takes
taken on
d5.
d5.
He's gambling.
We didn't even consider.
Taking on
I like
d5.
taking with the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah,
I do
e5.
too.
e5 is
Suggested.
stronger, yeah.
And he's done it.
Because now after g5, I'll go knight d7. I'm trading all your attacking pieces. What do you have left? I mean, you have
Precisely.
pawns. You still have pawns.
Well, you also have an errant knight sitting on a4.
You're playing without that knight.
Wesley is, to my eyes, I like Black's position. I like
And
what
let's
Wesley
not
has
forget,
done.
Wesley only needs a draw to win the playoffs.
And here we go. We go g5, knight d7.
Yeah, we're not
Fabi.
trading.
Knight g4?
Yeah, we're absolutely never
We're
trading.
just playing
there.
for the mate now. Gambling, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We're going to go queen g3. We're going to go f5. We're going to land a knight on h6, or we're going to land a pawn on
If
f6.
that knight wasn't on a4, if it was on some decent square, this would have been just so much better for white than it is.
But we see from Wesley's point of view, this knight is going to come to
And
d4.
I like that he can also play knight f8 if needed and just protect the king side.
Bent Larson.
Yeah, I was also looking at
Getting
f7, f5 in some positions.
Bishop e3 is a good way of trying to
Do we push c4?
well, we're trying to deny the move
Knight
knight
d4.
d4.
Seems very logical to play c4 here.
c4. Okay.
Bishop d6. Not a bad move, but
Bishop d6. Rook
gives white time to play rook c1, which is a bit of an improvement because we maybe stop c4 from happening.
He's done it. And rook e8. Wesley's thinking to himself, look, I'm going to stifle the attack.
Time to play queen f2. It's been on the cards for a while. Yeah, time to play queen f2 and
Maybe no.
stabilize.
d4?
d4 we drop back and then we dream of playing b3, knight b2, knight c4. If we have time for that, maybe we're not doing that poorly.
Yeah, that knight can become fantastic from a4 to c4.
Yeah, takes 3 moves though.
Should we be contemplating rook e?
c5 is hanging. Oh, you mean after d4?
Well, I'm thinking I'm sacrificing d5 just to get some nice play down the e file, queen a7 and some issue. I don't know. Maybe c5 is just hanging.
I think it is, yeah.
And I should
Yeah, I
just...
think you have to do this. And Wesley immediately tries to get the knight from c6 to either f5 or g5, which is very understandable. But you can play f5 and also...
Bishop b4 is hanging?
Yeah, bishop b4. I think it's a very visible move because it looks like black will be able to unpin the queen attacking the knight on a4, but there's no way to do that.
Bishop b4, bishop f4?
Endgames are bad, no? I will just take on f4 twice.
Fair.
You have knight d5 there, but maybe it
Yeah,
doesn't work out. Yeah.
e2, maybe.
Yeah.
I thought
f5 is also playable
Played
importantly.
e4.
Whoa, I didn't expect that.
That is probably not great.
That was a really, really unexpected decision.
Yeah, I guess he just did not see bishop takes before it existed. I think he would have played it if he saw it.
Okay, but once again, I mean...
He's also stopping Wesley's knight d5 or knight f5.
Yeah.
Precisely, that was...
But the structure is completely ruined. If we imagine the same position with that knight on a4 being on e4,
Oh yeah, white.
yeah, that would be good. But
may I just ask a direct question
Maybe
here?
F5?
Then
5 knight G5. Or knight F4, yeah. Knight
went to
C6
C6.
chosen by Wesley.
Still heading towards D4 or E5? Probably D4.
Yeah.
G4.
Well, he's just dreaming
If
of
you play
posting
F4.
up the knight.
No, we need to find time to play B3, knight B2. We can't survive for very long with that knight on A4.
Do I have to play awkwardly knight C4?
Knight
rook
F5
E1?
maybe.
I know. Oh,
Just-
knight F5.
Knight F5, wait for bishop F8, play B3.
Knight F5. By the way, the nice part about knight F5 is
we're stopping knight D4, yeah.
Yeah.
And we do want black to play G6, play knight H6 check, and then, at least some disbalance around the black king.
Right. Clock times, if you don't mind, Nasi.
Minute 35 for Fabi, 2:09 for Wesley.
Okay, that's a big
30
20
second.
second. Yeah.
Oh, 40 seconds, yeah. Big difference now.
I'm expecting knight F5, bishop F8.
Yeah, and just go B3 here.
Well, easy for you to say. B2, B3, are we going to be seeing rook E6 and rook E8?
It's very logical. He went back to bishop E3.
Well, he's trying to win the pawn on C5, which makes a lot of sense, actually, yeah.
Maybe rook D8. Take the C
I love
pawn.
rook D8. I love rook D8. I'm even thinking of queen.
He's played rook D8.
Yeah, I think we're throwing in B2, B3.
Yeah, this is
Finally
on the
we've
board.
done the thing, yeah.
We've got the great thing going. Queen to C8, reminding white that the F5 knight is not protected.
Yeah, makes sense. I could maybe actually invest a tempo into knight G3.
Queen A5.
Queen A5.
It's interesting now that A4 knight's protected. Why are we playing Queen A5?
I guess he wants, if we take on C5 twice, he wants to take on D3 and have queen takes F5.
Also, he was maybe threatening C4, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Fabi spots
oh,
that.
that was a treacherous
Removes the knight.
cheapo.
He can also play Queen B5 and attack the D3 pawn that way.
I like queen B5.
I'm just afraid that if he moves his pieces on the queen side so far, the king...
Some kind of a 5 G6
Yes,
will happen, but F5 allows knight E5. And
Yeah, we can't really give up that square.
No.
That's a pretty monstrous square. I like queen B5.
yeah, queen B5 seems very comfy.
Both of them approaching 1 minute.
Ooh, again, Wesley has, this is not an Armageddon, but with a draw, Wesley wins the playoffs. All he needs is a draw with the black pieces. So far, black has not scored in the previous games. Queen B5 on the board. Rook C4.
Just time to
Give
go
me
knight B2.
Knight B2.
Finally, we can move that knight.
Rook D1. Okay, fair, defending. Pawn.
Fabi insisting on trying to take on C5. Which is understandable, yeah.
I'm
The
really
position
not
is a
afraid
bit
of-
broken up. You would like to be a pawn up at least for it, right?
G6, I'm a little
B6.
reluctant, but
No, but
let me
now
get
we
it
can
out.
take on B6 and on C5. We actually do win it in probably the best version we've ever had.
It's a healthy extra pawn.
Yeah. Our king is unsafe. It's not like we're
How
much
healthy
better, but
is
we
it?
are better.
Queen B7,
Yeah, of course, black has compensation, yeah.
knight to D4 ideas.
Yeah.
And he has
heard
played
you,
Queen
Yasser.
B7. No, these guys are really good. Don't be fooled.
Bishop.
He took on F8, rook takes F8. So for all of the back and forth, Fabi has won a pawn, but the clock times.
Now the real bullet begins.
The-
30
now-
seconds.
Now,
And
okay, he stopped knight D4. That was important, right, Peter?
yeah, and I like knight E7. The knight on 6 was not good. It's much better on
F5.
pretty much
Let's
any
go.
other square.
The knight is going to jump.
Do you play F6 to stop my F6?
Oh, sorry. I didn't even realize that you were already on. No, I guess.
That answers our question for the time being.
17 seconds for Wesley.
Okay, Wesley, this is it. F6? Nope. He goes in. He goes in. He says, my compensation as your king is incredibly...
And now rook D5. And despite being 2 down,
That's
black
a-
is completely fine.
Yes, that's the
position is
problem.
very nice.
The king is so very, very weak.
Yeah, rook F3.
He was threatening rook takes f5 was Wesley.
I guess we can play rook f4.
F6 and your g6 start to...
G6 looks very good, right?
Well, it's tempting because you've got rook g5 as an intermezzo. By the way, that's a pawn.
Fabi keeps on not protecting against that.
G6 is on.
10 seconds for Wesley.
Yeah, time to play h4, king h2, rook d3, and then look for, or rook e1 even, interesting. Wants the rook on an open file. Yeah, I don't think this is
Wesley
easy
definitely needs to play fast, king f8.
Wow,
Loses
well,
to f6 now. F6 rook e7
well,
is now very
f6
strong.
is suddenly f6 rook e7. I think the move king. Ooh, queen d6. No, he's rook a8. What is going on?
Played with 3 seconds, by the way.
3 seconds. He's looking to get a
Went back.
Check. I was about to say, is he looking to play check? And queen a7.
Queen b7, rook takes d4 is being threatened. G6 is now very strong, but it's not an easy. No, rook d4 is not being threatened. What am I talking about?
Very, very nervous moments.
3 seconds for Fabi.
2.
What did he do?
Queen e3.
And he's
rook
just
takes
played
b3 now works. Yeah,
he's played it with seconds on his clock. Queen takes e4. Wesley on the verge of winning the tournament by making a draw. I was about to say queen g4 check, king g3, an important move.
Yeah, black is completely fine now.
Oh, queen takes d4.
Even
G,
yeah, I like g takes f6, and now maybe king h8 even. Yeah.
No more last rank mates.
King h8.
King h8. Anybody?
H6.
H6. Queen g1 check. Oh.
Okay, king h8 played, queen h5, check, rook g6, right? Oh,
we can give
check.
perpetuals as well, yeah.
Oh boy, he's got a perpetual.
Yeah, he does.
He's got to go, yeah.
Black is completely winning, but he's not looking for a win because he knows
he's claiming
the draw is enough.
Wow.
Dramatic game.
What? And Fabi was 2 pawns up at one moment in this game. He could have played f6.
And Wesley wins the playoffs.
Our congratulations to Wesley So, who was denied being the top 4, but he will be very pleased with the extra $10,000 and our Sinquefield Cup champion winner.
Yeah, he wins the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. Congratulations to Wesley. Takes home $77,000.
And 667
Yeah, very nice finish of the tournament by Wesley. He won 2 very important classical games. He beat Gukesh in round 7, and today he beat Nodirbek in a very clinical exhibition of control and just a very nice game. And then was very, very good in the Blitz.
Yeah, his classical game today was fantastic.
World number 7 as well.
And he becomes world number 7. And congratulations also from Prague.
And I think
I was hoping you were going to win.
Yeah. Headed our way, I think. So.
And heading towards our studio. Let's gird ourselves for. Hey.
Got a big hack from Joey Bray.
And Lotus, a stepmom, giving her son congratulations.
This is his 2nd time winning the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very deserving as Wesley comes into our studio. Kevin Duggan hot on his heels.
Wesley, huge congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Been 9 years.
Has it been that long? It felt like yesterday.
That
you won the tournament.
Yeah, before. 9 years, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but fortunately I didn't get to 10.
Congratulations, Wesley. What happened?
Big win.
Well.
Then the playoffs, I mean, your classical game was a model of precision.
Now that I've won a tournament, I would like to glorify the Lord for winning, because I've been waiting for this a long time. I think last year I only won 1 online tournament. So, like in the last 2 years, I only won like 1 or 2 events. Yeah, there's a 2nd event.
You're always competing, though. You're always at the highest levels. But this is finally a kind of a breakthrough victory.
Also, I'd like to thank my mother a lot. She's always been with me through good times and hard times. And this year has been particularly difficult. And it's a pity I didn't make it to Brazil, but at least now I'm back in the top 10.
Yes.
So you're number 7 on the live ratings.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know. I thought I'm number 9.
No, you're jumping up there, baby.
I passed Alireza. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yes.
And now they have a tough meat grinder tournament in Uzbekistan while I get to rest. I get to watch those
poor guys struggling.
They have to play 11 long games.
Right.
Also, I'd like a big shout out to English GM Gawain Jones, because that opening idea today that I play against Nodirbek was in his book, Coffee House Repertoire. So that's where I got the idea. I analyzed this a few months back.
Yeah.
And I noticed Nodirbek plays knight f6 in his last 15 games. So I thought, why not? It's actually a very risky line. Like, if black plays perfectly, white is even a bit worse in many lines. But I thought I had to risk it. Yeah.
The final game against Fabi, you really kept your nerve. You stayed calm. You were two pawns down, but you he had an exposed king. Let's put it that way on G1.
In the end, I mean, obviously white's better, maybe close to winning.
Sure.
But
very, very hard to convert.
I saw the clock. He had 15. I had 5. So I understood that it's all about the clock. I just kept moving, like whatever.
Yeah, actually, you definitely sped up your play.
He was winning if he just tripled his rooks along the e-file, like here.
We think so too, that maybe there was even a moment where he could play f6 and rook e7.
f6, rook e7 here looked very good.
Yeah, obviously it's lost. I was doing very well earlier. But
right.
Oh, he had 22 seconds. Yeah, he had that many.
Yeah, and then it just, he burned a lot of time.
Yeah, when he doubled his rooks along the 4th rank, I was confident because it's a bad. He needed the.
That was a nice shot.
Yeah, now it's just a draw.
Yeah.
So, after rook beat there, I was very happy. I knew he was messing up when he played rook e4. Rooks on the 4th rank doesn't make any sense. But actually, this is the same line that he played against me in Croatia. Remember that game where he was gonna promote a8 queen knight f2?
So
you gotta remember that game, right? a8 queen knight f2.
When you won, he blundered 2 rooks in one move.
Oh, that was, my God.
It's the same opening until move 12 or something, like b5, everything the same.
Yeah, that was really snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That was incredible.
This is my lucky variation.
Yeah, right? But it turns out that this is actually, Peter was saying that Grishuk
but he was playing it with a different idea.
D3.
Sorry?
I think Sasha was the first one to play D3 in that position. Recently.
Really?
Yeah, I think. But he was doing it with a different idea in mind.
Yeah, it's a good line. It's a good line because white is preparing like a quick queen e1, e4. So if black doesn't react fast.
Yeah.
The queen. So actually, I saw Anish played b5 against Yu Yang, the pawn sack in China a few months back. So that's where I found the idea
of b5. That's where this comes from.
Yeah, I don't know why Fabi played this line again. It seems easier to play with black, but maybe I don't know. Yeah, obviously g4 is still preparation, but it doesn't seem like it should trouble black too much. And also his knight was sidelined, but I don't know.
Wesley, you have won the playoff, so that's again, congratulations for that. Did you see yourself as a favorite going into the playoffs, or did you think these young kids, Prague?
Yeah, I was actually joking. I thought we could split the cup 3 ways.
Right.
Split the 10,000 3 ways.
Right.
Because no matter what, even if I win all my games, I wasn't gonna make it to Brazil anyway.
No,
because of the rules.
Yes.
But if I finish 4th in the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, I would have made it. But Nodirbek took that spot. But I was kidding that we could split the cup, like Magnus and Nepo. But,
What did Prague and Fabi say to that?
I think they were relatively agreeable. But Chris.
No. Arbiter, he has the rules.
Maybe
watch the musical chess. He'll tell you the arbiter makes the rules.
Chris Bird is
by the book.
By the book, yeah.
Well, aren't you happy that he was by the book now that you've won?
Because he forced you.
If I could read the future, But obviously, I mean, it's a great feeling to win the Sinquefield Cup again. I mean, it's also winning the playoff was icing on the cake. So
a beautiful future in October is in store for us. I kid you not. The club is opening its doors, and it will just be a completely different look of 30,000 square feet. You'll be playing at the club, and there will be spectators.
There'll be spectators.
Ooh, U.S. Championship, Wesley, and spectators. Totally different atmosphere.
Haven't seen that in a year. I heard the club will be like 30% bigger, or if not more.
No. We're going from 6,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. 5 times bigger, my friend.
Wow. Oh, 5 times bigger.
5 times, 500%. It's huge.
Wow. Yeah.
Classrooms, studios,
I know
podcasting.
I know everyone's very excited about the club. They've been working about it for a few years. They always say this. I'm very excited. I'm obviously very grateful to the Sinquefield.
Sure.
Because it seems they have more at store in chess. And also, the 3 world champions are coming, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gary, Gukesh, and Magnus.
Yes. Clash of the Legends.
For the opening of the club.
Anand as well.
Anand.
Yeah. Oh, Anand.
With Gary, and then the quadrangular and U.S. championships. And the, wow.
Yeah. So it's very...
Wesley, our congratulations as we have results
very
of
well
the
deserved,
Sinquefield.
Wesley. And what's your next big event?
Well...
U.S. championships.
U.S. champs. Yeah, I get a month off.
Enjoy
you
your
get a
break.
good month. Look at that, Wesley. You're
$77,000
richer. Don't spend it in all one place. Huh? Congratulations, Wesley.
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. As we see a 3-way tie, but it was Wesley So who won the playoffs.
Takes home over $77,000. Shared in second, Pragg and Fabiano taking home over $67,000. Clear fourth for Levon, and wow, I can't believe it's over.
I know, and truly, I have enjoyed it so very much with you both. I'm telling you, Peter and Nazi, it's been great every day coming and
I've loved it.
And enjoying the games. But here he is. He is the champion, Peter, and a very
deserving champion. And he, that finish was quite something.
Fabi,
you would have been excused in counting him out with 3 to go, but showing a lot of fighting spirit. And as he said, with this result, he comes within a hair's breadth of actually qualifying for Brazil. On this form, you actually would have liked him in Brazil, frankly. And just a very, very strong finish, very strong play on the last day, winning a must-win game. Yes, against somebody who's not had a fun event, but you still have to. Nodirbek is a tremendous player. All credit to Wesley.
And the Sinquefield Cup standings, here we have it.
Grandchester standings after Sinquefield Cup. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finishes in first, Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian share second. Is that right? And Pragg is in fourth. Because of some tie break, Fabiano's in second, Levon's in third. And those 4 players go to
and Wesley
Brazil.
is half a GCT point away.
Just
and these are our 4 finalists for Sao Paulo.
We're going to see them play 3 different formats of chess from September 28th to October 3rd in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
It's been some good paychecks for Pragg. I saw that he was number 1 on the list there, money prize list.
Doing well this year, fair to say.
Again, I was wrapping up a little bit too fast there, but I did want to say, Nazi, it's so much fun. You guys make me feel young. I enjoy coming into the studio every day.
Thank you everyone for watching and joining us. We're going to see you for Grandchester finals.
Absolutely.
See you in a month.
Good night from St. Louis. Wow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.